A large number of honored guests gathered at the beautiful ball, who came to spend time making small talk. However, upon entering the guest hall, one of the guests especially attracted attention. Looking at her ridiculous dress, the noble ladies could not hold back their laughter, covering their faces with fans. Approaching the dessert table, the heroine thought for a long time about what to eat and decided to start with something soft. After standing in thought for a while, she resolutely took a piece of strawberry cake from the table. Breaking off a slice and putting it in her mouth, the girl was completely delighted with the delicate taste of this delicacy. After eating it, she began to choose the next yummy when suddenly some ladies approached her. Standing closer, they began to demonstratively wonder how the heroine could come to the imperial ball in such a form. Considering her an incredible ugly, the girls openly mocked her, throwing disgusted glances. Other guests demonstrated outright hatred for the heroine, believing that she disgraced all the nobles. Having tasted more sweets and calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin, the girl did not care at all about other people's opinions. Moreover, she was even proud of it, considering herself a very great woman. As of today, the heroine has already done everything she wanted, so she could gradually return. Turning towards the exit, she walked confidently there, dazzling the others with her determination. Shocked by this behavior, some considered it an incredible shame. No one understood how she dared to behave like this, being one of the most terrible urinaries in the empire. After leaving the imperial palace, the girl followed to her carriage and got inside, heading home. While on the road, she took out her bag, carefully unzipping the latch on it. After that, she cast a spell and a bright light came out of the bag, from which a comb soared. As I began to comb her head, her hair, curled in ridiculous buns, suddenly straightened, turning into lovely curls. Running her palm over them, the girl was a little frightened by the strength of the main character. Today it was really hard for her to endure all these contemptible glances and sharp exclamations. After a while, she finally arrived at her family's majestic estate, proudly spread out on the plain. At the entrance to the building, a maid suddenly jumped out in front of the heroine, surprised that the mistress was already here. Indignantly raising her head, the girl did not understand why she was so frightened, because it was not clear that she was here. Heading for the stairs, she walked past the maid, pushing her painfully with her shoulder. Turning to her offended, the maid decided that since her appearance was ugly, then at least her soul should be pure. Enraged by these words, the heroine could hardly restrain herself, reminding herself that she just needed to be patient a little. Once in her room, she plopped down wearily on the sofa, stretching for a long time with a yawn. She knew that the rumors were spreading so quickly that they would surely soon reach Brother Louis. Her cousin Louis was the head of the Baron family and a very callous man. They all despised the heroine because of her appearance, but fortunately, they did not have to endure for long. The girl decided to go wash her face, as she was all saturated with sheer negativity. Her real name was Cho Yoon-sol, and she was the makeup artist for the famous actress Jin-Yu Ra. This woman was the leading actress of the country, and it was extremely difficult to cope with her. Working with popular people, it was difficult to get away from prickly phrases and unfounded gossip. Jin-Yu Ra also mocked her, believing that the heroine was pretending to be good in order to attract attention to herself. And in the end, by a ridiculous coincidence, both girls found themselves on the roadway. The car did not have time to brake, and Cho Yoon-sol's life was interrupted because of the actress. However, suddenly, after death, a young guy appeared in front of the heroine, who turned out to be the god of death of the Shinigami. After admitting that he had made a mistake, he was very upset that he had accidentally killed the girl. As an apology, he decided to make her the main character in another world. Immediately afterward, the heroine was instantly transported through space and time, finding herself in the body of Layla El Este. It was the main character of a book novel that I read more than once, Cho Yoon-sol. In addition to her, the main characters were Prince Theobald Bazium Ibrania, Duke Henry Predio, and Marquis Alfonso Lou Venier. According to the plot, the girl must find herself in a cage between the three heroes, and in the end, she will drink the potion given by the prince and become him forever. It was the unfortunate end of the romance, which the new Layla decided to avoid at all costs. Wanting to change the course of history, she began to behave like a fool, dress ugly, and look awkward. The girl even behaved repulsively so as not to attract unnecessary attention to herself. And during the ridicule with contemptuous looks, she was strengthened by the thought that she would not have the tragic end of the original heroine. Layla did all this with the help of her makeup skills and vast experience as a makeup artist. Taking off her mask and looking in the mirror, she wanted to do everything possible to hide this beautiful face from everyone. The main character was imprisoned in a cage by 3 men because of her unearthly beauty. However, now, although she did her best to hide her appearance, the heroine dreamed of getting married successfully, which was the biggest problem. The law on compulsory marriage must be honored by everyone in the empire, and this law is valid for 2 people for a year. According to this law, 3 men caught and put Layla in a cage, so the main character did not even see life. Also, for this reason, this novel had an age limit of at least 19 years. At the very thought of this, the heroine shuddered with horror, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. At all costs, she intended to do everything not to live the fate of the original Layla. In her previous life, she was just making money and died unexpectedly. Therefore, can't a girl at least live this life as she wants? At the same time, she understood that if it weren't for that guy, she would continue to live her life now. In any case, Layla was grateful to him for giving her a magic makeup bag. 9 years ago, she entered this world late at night, waking up in her bed. The girl was horrified when she realized what kind of novel she was in, and that she was also in the role of the main character. Not understanding why it was necessary to transport her to this world, she also came to the conclusion that now her life has become even worse. Hysterical about what had happened, she screamed in tears, blaming that guy for everything. Suddenly, the Shinigami reappeared in front of her, shocked by how loudly she was crying. Hearing that he had come to fulfill any of her wishes, Layla was very surprised. In addition, the desire must be from her world and within reason, as well as only one. The heroine was upset by one attempt, and deciding that she did not need it, the god of death was about to leave. However, turning to him again, the girl wished herself a cosmetic bag. Then, Shinigami decided to clarify if she had a small bag or something. Having found a suitable thing, the guy waved his hand, from which cosmetic accessories began to fly out in the flickering light. The bag shrunk and turned into a magic cosmetic bag, which slowly fell into the heroine's hands. After that, the god of death began to periodically come to her whenever he wanted. And now, there was very little time left before she grew up, and she just had to wait a little. In the original story, Layla became surrounded by men after a coming-of-age ceremony. That is why it is so important for her to go through this ceremony without drawing attention to herself. During this time, she has endured insults and humiliation from others for too long. Therefore, now the heroine prayed to God to protect her from the original end of this story. The next morning, Becky's maid came to the mistress's chambers to invite her to breakfast. Hearing Layla's voice, the maid was surprised that she woke up so early today. However, when she went inside and saw the mistress sitting on the floor looking like an alcoholic, Becky wondered if she had slept well. In fact, the heroine really slept well, and getting up early, very diligently applied makeup in the morning. And all for the sake of looking as ugly as possible now. Looking in the mirror, Layla was frightened of herself, thinking that her makeup skills had grown noticeably. Yawning at the top of her lungs, she didn't understand why the maid had come so early in the first place. With frank disgust in her eyes, the maid politely invited the lady to a meal. In addition, Becky wanted the girl to finally start behaving like a young lady from an aristocratic family. After all, she probably does not even suspect how many problems the Baron has now because of her, so she should be ashamed. The heroine was shocked by these words, her eyes bulging madly at the servant. Jumping abruptly from the couch, Layla began to demonstratively indignant, considering Becky's behavior shameless. In addition, Layla's brother, who was the most laughing at the last banquet, should be ashamed. Later, going down to the dining room, the heroine did not understand what was wrong with this child. As soon as everything was resolved, she was going to leave this house immediately. Entering the dining room, the girl politely wished her brother good morning. In response, he mockingly reminded her of his request not to be late. Shamelessly eating food from the table, he was surprised that it took so long to get ready. Sitting down at the table, Layla understood that he would surely talk all sorts of nonsense again. The hero wanted to know what she was thinking about when she came to yesterday's banquet in that ridiculous dress. The girl shrugged her shoulders, thinking it was quite beautiful, but her brother thought it was strange and ugly. Smiling in response, Layla decided to ask him, didn't everyone have different tastes? According to the hero, no matter what she thinks, she will not have to dress as usual for the coming-of-age ceremony. Otherwise, she risks being left alone for the rest of her life. Of course, he didn't know why the girl dressed like that and that she really wanted to date and get married too. Realizing this, she decided to leave first, and her brother decided that she still knows how to be offended. He also decided that she was a disgrace to their family, which finally infuriated Layla. Confidently walking along the corridor, the heroine firmly decided that after the coming-of-age ceremony, everything would fall into place. After a while, preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony, Layla put on a dark blue dress with pink and yellow ribbons. Seeing the beads on her shoulders, the size of large potatoes, the maids could not hold back their laughter. Looking at herself in the mirror with a smile, the girl decided that she had done her best. She planned to look repulsive, and apparently, Layla realized that she succeeded. The coming-of-age ceremony was a celebration of the imperial family, in which ladies made their first debut in high society. The original Layla, already at this ceremony, was caught by 3 men at once. In addition, she attacked Charlotte's jealousy, who from that day on began to mock the heroine in every possible way. The girl thought her future was just terrible, but at least she had a diary with her. She had never thought that a diary and cosmetics would be so useful. The whole story was written down there, and for that, a huge thank you should have been given to Shinigami. Looking sadly out of the carriage window, Layla kept repeating to herself that everything would be fine. After all, she had prepared well for the upcoming ceremony. A fleeting shame guarantees her safety in the future, so she was determined to deal with it. For 9 years, preparations for this day have been underway, and now the most crucial moment has come. Thinking that everything would change completely today, she resolutely stepped into the banquet hall. The guests who saw her did not even have to say anything, because everything was clear from their faces. No one understood how she even thought of coming to the ceremony in such a form. Hearing this, Layla smiled, realizing that her plan had worked perfectly. At the same moment, the guests' eyes were fixed on Charlotte, who was wearing a dress recently displayed in Raphael's dressing room. Shocked by his beauty, the other ladies realized that this dress could not even be bought. In turn, seeing this girl, Layla realized that the ceremony would begin soon. Suddenly, a royal servant appeared from the large doors at the end of the hall, announcing the arrival of the imperial family at the banquet. The young prince with hopeless black hair and bright red eyes majestically came out to the guests. In addition to him, Duke Henry and Marquis Alfonso appeared in the hall, and together they were the 3 main characters of the novel. After greeting the guests and taking their seats, His Majesty gave the order to begin the celebration. The coming-of-age ceremony was open, and the daughter of the Pinatelli family was the first to be invited to the podium. Proudly stepping forward, Charlotte Pinatelli smoothly and gracefully walked to the right place. After greeting the imperial family in a venerable curtsy, the girl turned her gaze to the prince. His Majesty was pleased to congratulate the lady on her coming of age, hoping that she would contribute to the future of the empire. Keeping her eyes on the prince, she decided to always strive to improve the Basium Empire. The prince was also looking directly into Charlotte's eyes, and a smile played on his face. After leaving, returning to the guests, Lady Piantelli proudly walked past the heroine. Looking at her, Layla, somewhere deep down, was even a little jealous of this girl. If the story of the novel was not so sad, then it would definitely not behave so vulgarly. And perhaps in this case, it would even be possible to meet your love, but now it is useless to think about it. Suddenly, the order sounded for Baroness Layla El Este to come to the podium. Coming out in her ridiculous form, the heroine nervously bowed in curtsy, greeting the imperial family. Barely restraining his disgust, His Majesty coldly congratulated her on her coming of age. Thanking him back, Layla thought only that it was almost over. Turning around and starting to walk towards the guests, she decided that now, the most important thing would be not to fall. But suddenly, the girl felt the touch of someone's hand, after which a strong push followed. Without having time to understand anything, Layla rolled down the stairs, straight towards the guests. Moving away from the horror she had experienced, she realized that someone had pushed her on purpose. However, this did not prevent the guests from openly laughing at her, believing that it was hard to be such an ugly. Unable to hold back her tears, the heroine saw that the Duke, the Marquis, and the Prince were in different parts of the hall without even turning their heads in her direction. Realizing that she had achieved her goal, and none of them were interested in her, the girl still felt some kind of depression. Hurriedly starting to leave, Layla assured herself that she had done everything right, and now everything would be fine. At the same time, to her surprise, she did not feel the joy of freedom, but on the contrary, everything inside was shrinking with shame. Stepping aside, the heroine began to wipe her tears with her hand and suddenly heard someone call out to her. Turning towards the voice, she suddenly saw Charlotte, in the company of her friends. Lady Pinatelli pretended to feel bad, and one of her friends pointedly expressed concern for her. Smiling, Charlotte almost fainted from shock when she saw this in front of her. The girls were absolutely perplexed how a lady and even an aristocrat could look so ugly. Suddenly, Duke Henry and Marquis Alfonso appeared, who, as it turned out, were looking for Lady Pinatelli. Deciding that during the ceremony in no case should she encounter them, Layla apologized. After that, she immediately turned around and ran away, leaving the heroes confused. Looking after her in disappointment, the Marquis had not even thought that there were such ugly ladies. Unlike him, Charlotte's gaze, directed at the fleeing girl, was filled with sincere contempt. The heroine herself did not think much at that moment, without looking back, striving for the exit in the hope of going home. Running up to the stairs, she thought that since the official ceremony was over, nothing would stop her. But suddenly someone appeared in front of her, going down the stairs, and the girl hit him painfully, falling to the floor again. The man was furious at what had happened, and to her horror, Layla recognized his voice. Prince Theobald stood in front of her and looked disgustingly at the heroine, deciding that everything was clearly bad with her eyesight. Staring at him with puzzled eyes, the girl was numb with shock, realizing that this was a complete failure. Pulling herself together and jumping abruptly from the floor, she immediately hurried to apologize for her clumsiness. Layla tried very hard not to be noticed by anyone, but now she had to face the main character. Deciding not to waste time, she said a respectful farewell to the heir to the throne and ran away. Theobald had heard many rumors about this woman before, and at that moment he didn't know if she was really that ugly. Not only does it not fit into the imperial family, but it even raises doubts that it belongs to the nobility. Seeing the prince's thoughtful face, Charlotte wondered what he was thinking. Smiling at him, the girl immediately began to make eyes at the air. Deciding to discard unimportant thoughts, Theobald smiled back at Lady Pinatelli. However, thoughts about this ugly girl crept into his head again, because something was very strange. An incredibly pleasant aroma emanated from this woman, which did not suit her at all. The next morning, Layla's brother furiously threw open the door of her room, shouting at his sister. When he saw her in a dress lying on the bed, he didn't understand what she was doing yesterday. Yesterday, the heroine cried a lot in bed and did not even notice how she fell asleep. And now, seeing her eyes and face swollen with tears, the Baron came into a stupor. He wondered what the former head of the family and Layla's father would think if he found out about her antics. Remembering her father, the heroine, without knowing it, rejoiced that he had died. After all, from that moment she moved in with her cousin and began to live for her own pleasure. His brother had wanted to marry Becky when he married his sister, but looking at her, he doubted that it was possible. Therefore, starting tomorrow, he decided to send letters throughout the year about marriage proposals to different families. If any family accepts her, he will immediately send his sister to them, and until then, he put her under house arrest. While the Baron stood and spoke everything to Layla, Becky sat down near the door to her room, watching what was happening with a satisfied look. After the brother confronted the heroine with the fact of house arrest, he immediately left her room. Delighted, Becky could now be calm, because Layla had already learned about their relationship. Therefore, the girl hoped that now she and the lady would also have a special relationship. Leaving after her fiancé, she regretted only that she had not told Layla about everything earlier. Finally left alone, the heroine thought that in general she was holding up quite well. Praising herself for her excellent work, she decided to reveal her face to a worthy person. Because of her brother, her plan was a little faltered, but everything was fine, and she just needed to hold out until May, and then she could freely reveal her face. Tiredly looking out of the window, the heroine urged herself to be patient a little longer. It had been several months since she had been forbidden to leave the house. At this time, except for his brother's lectures and Becky's bullying, nothing much happened, and although Layla seemed to get what she wanted, she had a feeling as if something was missing. But it is quite possible that she was just tired and angry at the situation. Over the past 10 months, no one has accepted the offer to marry her. Suddenly, knocking on the door, a maid came in to announce that the Baron was waiting for the mistress. Looking at the woman who entered, the heroine remembered that Becky no longer worked here as a servant. She took a radically different position in this mansion, and because of this, she did not allow the opportunity to annoy Layla. A couple of times there were moments that the heroine wanted to hit her, but she had to restrain herself. Meanwhile, accompanied by a maid, Layla arrived safely at her brother's house. To her surprise, the Baron cheerfully greeted his sister, whom he turned out to be very happy to see. Not understanding the reason for such a cheerful mood of her brother, the heroine cautiously proceeded to the sofa standing opposite him. But before she could sit down, she heard the news that her offer had finally been accepted. Grinning haughtily, the Baron wondered if his sister knew the Duke of Montefeltro. He was the owner of the northern castle and a man in whom imperial blood flowed. According to the hero, Layla was very lucky because for her it was an ideal candidate. After all, as everyone knows, the Duke of Montefeltro was expelled from society because of his appearance. Therefore, laughing merrily, the brother decided that these two would be the perfect ugly couple. The heroine was only worried that she had not heard anything about this duke, whose name was not mentioned in the original novel. The good thing was that if she married him, she wouldn't run into the three main characters of the novel anyway. The Baron decided to immediately order his sister's belongings to be packed and sent to her fiancé the next day. The girl was surprised by such a speed, but her brother did not want to delay, because if the Duke changed his mind, Layla would take responsibility for it. Tired of her antics, the Baron did not want to hear anything contrary to his decision. The next day, the suitcases were packed, and the heroine, in the blink of an eye, found herself on the threshold of the Duke's mansion. In Layla's opinion, it was too much to kick her out like this, because what if this person turns out to be old and evil? Entering the mansion, the Duke of Montefeltro personally appeared before her, thanking the girl for coming. Looking at the young man with a dazzling appearance, Layla didn't understand where he was considered ugly. She immediately began to stare at him, confusing Montefeltro. He decided to clarify if she had any questions, and the girl immediately pretended that everything was fine. Due to his freckles and narrow eyes, the Duke really didn't meet the imperial standards of beauty, but he was simply incredibly handsome. The only problem was his character, and it would probably take time to get to know him. Montefeltro was a little surprised, expecting to see much more things in the heroine than it turned out to be. Layla could not find what to answer, remembering how her brother decided to mock her in this way and gave her an old, battered carriage. She looked down at the floor, sadly thinking that no one had taken care of her properly. For a while, the Duke stared at her silently, waiting to hear something, but hearing only silence, he decided that the heroine was tired from the road and they could continue their conversation tomorrow. As he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the resolute voice of a girl who wanted to talk now. She wasn't tired at all, and she wondered where exactly they would talk. Inviting the bride to follow him, the Duke ordered Vincent's butler to help her with her luggage. Carefully taking the lady's suitcase, the butler hurried to carry it to her room. Looking at Montefeltro, the heroine believed that although he behaved very politely, he was somehow distant and cold. Besides, he was a duke, and there must be a reason why he suddenly decided to marry the daughter of a simple baron. The feeling of anxiety did not leave the heroine, and she wanted to immediately make sure of everything before deciding what to do next. Sitting down with her for a cup of tea, Montefeltro immediately decided to clarify the reason for his consent to the engagement. Taken aback by the surprise, Layla became even more wary when she heard that he had two reasons for this. In the first place, the Duke wanted rumors and gossip to stop bothering him. The second reason was the intervention of the imperial family, which puzzled the heroine very much. After the death of the previous head and the hero's brother, his wife became a duchess and began to rule the duchy. Therefore, Montefeltro, in which imperial blood flows in order not to lose its status, decided not to spoil its reputation. Therefore, he needs a mistress in the mansion who will run everything here. The girl wondered what rumors were bothering the Duke, after which he suddenly shuddered. When Layla learned that since he was still unmarried, people thought he was homosexual, she was shocked. Drooping sharply after that, for Montefeltro it was far from the most pleasant topic for conversation. The Duke was not sure if the heroine was aware, but he also had a nephew. The boy is the son of his late brother, and was originally supposed to take over the management of the duchy. But he is still too young, so he will be the next ruler in the duchy after the hero. Therefore, Montefeltro chose exactly the girl who is also not particularly interested in marriage. Hearing that love is not important to him at all, the heroine came into a stupor. And if she didn't cross the line, he intended to rewrite all his property to the girl. Thus, having laid out all his conditions, he also wanted to hear the heroine's conditions. After analyzing his words, Layla decided that she would have only one condition. After the conversation, butler Vincent escorted the lady to her new bedroom, wishing her a good evening. Layla was stunned by the size of the room and its incredible luxury. Of course, she had assumed in advance that it would be a different level, but the reality exceeded expectations. Remembering her condition, she thought that it would be nice to live in such a house for at least a year. She wanted them to fake her death a year later, after the official marriage. Seeing the Duke's pale face, the girl hastened to clarify that she just wanted to disappear from the Empire and death would not be real. Understanding her plan, Montefeltro decided that the easiest way to change his personality would be to move to another country. For Layla, only the result was important, so she gladly agreed to such an offer. Besides, she wanted the Duke to worry less about rumors. After all, unlike him, the heroine was always surrounded by gossip. Looking at her intently, Montefeltro realized that it seemed that the future Duchess did not care about such rumors. Without delving into his words, Layla wanted to hear them again, but the Duke decided that this was the end of their conversation. And now, sitting in a hot bath, the heroine remembered that she had been waiting for this moment for 10 years, and now there was only a year left before she was free. Of course, most likely relations with the Duke would be strained, but she didn't really need love either. In 2 months, their wedding ceremony will take place, and now all that remains is to wait. The next morning, Layla made herself ugly makeup again, looking in the mirror with a satisfied face. Considering the result just great, she decided that she did a great job. On the very first day of living in this mansion, the Duke offered to have lunch together. Leaving the room and preparing to go to him, the heroine suddenly saw a boy hiding behind the wall. Standing abruptly in front of him, she greeted the young boy happily, shocking him. Noticing that he looked very much like the Duke, Layla concluded that this was his nephew. Considering him a cute angel, she suddenly heard in response that such an ugly woman would not dare to look at him anymore. After that, the boy rushed to run, leaving the heroine in a kind of dissonance. She could not possibly reconcile such an angelic appearance in her head with such harsh words. A few minutes later, the Duke, his nephew, and his fiancée were gathered at a large table. Montefeltro drank calmly from his glass, thinking about something with his eyes closed. At the same time, the young heir to the duchy was intensely picking at his plate with a knife and fork, trying to cut off a piece of steak. Meanwhile, the heroine silently watched what was happening, feeling that breathing was getting harder with every second. Unlike the atmosphere at my brother's, it was very quiet during the meal. But still, the mood was very oppressive. Suddenly, the Duke wondered if Michael had greeted his future aunt. If the nephew hadn't done it yet, now was the time. Looking intently at Layla, the boy reluctantly greeted the lady. The heroine also hurried to say hello, but he immediately turned his head away. Remembering their last meeting, the girl thought that perhaps Michael no longer wanted to communicate with the ugly. However, it was not the first time that children did not perceive her as a person. Suddenly, Michael dropped the knife from his hand, and it fell to the floor, making a distinctive ringing. One of the maids immediately hurried to give him another knife to replace the one that had fallen. Seeing how he blushed, the heroine considered him too vulnerable, which, however, is not surprising for a child. But suddenly, the new knife also fell safely from his hand, confusing Layla. The heir blushed even more, looking down at the knife lying on the floor. Then the maid brought him not only a new knife, but also a fork, just in case. The heroine did not understand what exactly had happened, but she had a strong feeling that something was clearly wrong. The maid looked with obvious disdain at the cross-handed master, who was not even able to hold a knife. After handing him the new instruments, he did not even have time to take them properly, when suddenly they fell to the floor again. The other servants immediately began to whisper, staring intently at the young heir. The heroine, in turn, realized that now there is too much pressure on the child. Calling Vincent to her, Layla decided to ask him something. Hearing her words, the butler, beaming with joy, immediately hurried to prepare everything. First of all, he approached the maid who served Michael and sent her to the kitchen. After that, he took the plate from Michael and placed it on the table in front of the heroine. As she walked into the kitchen and watched Layla swing the cutlery, the maid was extremely puzzled. But suddenly, like a furious samurai in the heat of battle, the heroine began to grind food on a plate with lightning speed. After that, she gave the dish to the butler to take back to the young master. The boy was extremely surprised to see that the meat and everything else on the plate was cut into neat pieces. In addition, the girl considered these knives and forks too heavy for the child, so next time they had to be replaced. Michael hurried to finally enjoy his food, and Layla could tell from his face that he liked it very much. The heroine knew these piercing glances better than anyone because she herself went through them, so she understood him. However, she is already an adult, and how hard is it for an ordinary child? Watching what was happening, the Duke did not take his eyes off the bride for several seconds. After that, he suddenly turned abruptly to the side, looking down. After finishing his meal, he hurried to leave to unwind a little and collect his thoughts in a heap. Layla really turned out to be completely different from what he expected to see her. He would not have recognized her if it were not for this smell, and the hero could not stop thinking about her. A few years ago, young Montefeltro unexpectedly met an angel who came down from heaven. A nice girl with beautiful lilac hair was walking somewhere, accompanied by servants. Suddenly she turned to him, feeling a gaze from the outside. Greatly embarrassed, the hero immediately lowered his head, blushing and afraid to look at her. With difficulty overcoming himself, he looked up at the girl uncertainly, wanting to greet her. However, what he saw plunged him into incredible shock and the feeling that he had been bulldozed. Layla looked at the hero like garbage, and in her gaze one could read a complete disgust for him. Those eyes reminded him of the prince who had publicly insulted him and his brother, thinking that they were both incredibly scary. That day, Montefeltro could not even raise his head, feeling the deepest shame. But for some reason, even years later, he could not forget her fragrance and eyes, and now he heard rumors about the ugly baroness with bewilderment. After thinking about the girl's proposal for a long time, he finally decided to accept it, shocking Vincent. At that moment, he decided that now he would see her with his own eyes and feel this aroma again. But Layla's face and eyes, as it turned out, had changed a lot since then, and now everything felt completely different. In any case, as he himself had already calculated, he did not need any love. It was all because of the cursed imperial family and this prince. The Duke's blood also bore the blood of an ancient wolf, giving rise to his branch of the imperial family. The history of the Basium Empire began when the wolf Lupus fell in love with a woman. Wolves fall in love once in a lifetime, and the wolf god Lupus could only love one partner either. An empire that honors and created its god has always been a place where romance and love were valued. However, due to marriages of convenience, the concept of love began to gradually disappear from people's lives. In the empire, marriage and family were considered commonplace, so in order to get true love, the nobility began to get someone on the side. So it was with his parents and brother Montefeltro, but he did not like to remember it. His parents truly loved each other, even after the birth of their children. This also applied to his brother, who died in a car accident. Therefore, the hero hoped that he was doing the right thing by entering into a marriage of convenience. As a result, a person who has hurt him a lot in the past suddenly becomes his partner. After a while, he met with Layla again to give her all their terms, drawn up in the form of a contract. The Duke handed them over to the girl for checking, intending to immediately correct what she did not like. The heroine was surprised to see a part of her new personality associated with a small country that favors artists. Later, she would appear there as a young lady who had been a low-ranking noblewoman in the past. But now, this girl has become free and has come to this city to lead a quiet, measured life. Watching her read intently, Montefeltro wondered if there was anything she needed to fix. However, smiling at him, Layla was completely delighted with such a story. The hero did not know why exactly she wanted to change her identity, but he understood that this did not concern him. In turn, the heroine also did not understand why the Duke was not against her conditions. In addition, she had one question for him, which had been bothering the girl for a long time. She wanted to know that if everything was so urgent, then why couldn't they get married now? Because why wait a year? The reason turned out to be that he still had to go through a coming-of-age ceremony, and only then it was possible to get married. Realizing that the Duke was 1 year younger than her, the girl was pretty taken aback. Montefeltro was a little confused by her expression, but Layla was just shocked by the surprise. The Duke understood that since he had not said anything to her, the girl could not have known it. Handing her the pen, he wanted her to sign the contract if she agreed with everything. Layla was very surprised to see a large magic stone on the tip of the feather. But thinking that this was not surprising for the Duke, she successfully signed the contract. After receiving it back, Montefeltro called the butler to him, who came up to him with a cart. On it stood a large container of water, where the Duke calmly lowered the contract. Suddenly, a bright beam of light came out of the water, and the ink on the paper began to slowly disappear. This is how the Duke's family handled documents that required confidentiality. Hearing from Layla that it was very much like magic, Montefeltro froze for a while. After that, he calmly continued the conversation, remembering that his nephew wanted to enter the academy. Therefore, the whole house will be at her disposal. And on this note, Montefeltro gave the heroine a copy of the contract. At this point, their conversation ended, and leaving, the girl wished him all the best. The Duke smiled back, determined to do his best to become a worthy husband for this year. He also wished her a good day, but as soon as Layla disappeared behind the door, his face immediately faded. He remembered with bewilderment her words, that hiding what she had written was like magic. Only the imperial family knows about the existence of magic in the empire, and how can a simple daughter of a baron know such a thing? In addition, when they were children, she cruelly ridiculed him, leading him to despair. But since then, her appearance and look have changed so much that she has become a different person. However, the aroma remained the same, and the Duke did not understand how he could accept it now. After a while, Layla was walking in the garden with Vincent, learning from him that the god Lupus had given his beloved hydrangeas. Therefore, these flowers were in the Duke's garden, and this was the only place where they grew. Hearing this, the heroine was delighted, but the butler hoped that since she was now a duchess, she would behave more restrained. It was still difficult for Layla to get used to the fact that she was now addressed like this, and after a walk, she came to the gazebo to drink tea. Be that as it may, thanks to the Duke, she feels that she will be free very soon. Hoping that everything would be as she wanted, the heroine suddenly heard a rustle from behind the bushes. Frightened, she turned around and demanded to see the one who was hiding there. However, there was no answer, and she assumed that a wild beast wanted to attack her. Wanting to know everything before informing the Duke, she walked over and climbed into them to check. Seeing the young gentleman there with the stem of a plant entangled in his hair, Layla was extremely puzzled. Suddenly, the boy wondered why this freak was looking at him. Layla is outraged because all the words she heard from him were name-calling. Having calmed down, the heroine decided to start with, "Just talk to him." Hiding her indignation under a smile, she gently demanded that Michael stop behaving like this. Despite her smile, she looked belligerent, which horrified the boy. With a drooping face, he suddenly wanted Layla to help him untangle his hair from the stem. Crouching down in front of him, the girl carefully picked up the plant, slowly beginning to free her hair from it. The heroine did not understand why it was necessary to do this with her hair, which was entangled in a knot. Untying them with difficulty, freeing them from the plant, the girl happily hurried the boy. She still wanted to know what exactly he was doing in the bushes, but Michael thought it was none of her business. Removing another petal from his head, Layla assumed that he had just decided to study the vegetation. Frozen for a moment in a stupor, the heir ran away, not wanting her to touch him with her vile hands. Suddenly the butler appeared, and the heroine decided to clarify something with him. She wondered if the young master had always been so evil. Stupefied by this question, Vincent felt that he was simply too shy, as he had no experience in dealing with people. The next day, the butler decided to give a tour of the mansion for the new mistress. The house turned out to be too huge, and the girl thought that it was easy to get lost in it. She didn't understand how it was possible to live alone in such a large mansion. But on the other hand, it explained the character of the local tenants, and in the meantime, she had come to inspect the kitchen. The cooks, lined up near the tables, greeted Sir Vincent respectfully. The butler led Layla to a man who drooped as soon as he saw her. It turned out to be the person in charge of the Duke's kitchen, named Cooper Palencia. The heroine was shocked by the arrogant face with which he stood in front of her, not hiding his disgust for the girl at all. In this regard, nothing had changed, and after praising him for his excellent work, Layla hurried to leave. As she walked out of the kitchen, she suddenly saw a familiar leg hiding behind the wall in a hurry. After making sure that it was indeed Michael, she became confused and decided to clarify what he was doing in the kitchen. Looking indignant, the boy didn't understand. Couldn't he just walk around in his own house? The heroine was going to drink tea and hoped that the heir would join her, because they were promised to bring a delicious dessert. In addition, Layla had heard that the fruit here was very tasty, and she wanted to know if it was true. In the boy's opinion, the fruits that survived the harsh northern weather were incomparably sweeter and juicier than those in the capital. Then, the heroine decided that while they defeated the pie together, the heir would tell her a little more about the north. The boy thought she was too curious, and besides, although she was unattractive, the girl's hair was very beautiful. Therefore, he believed that she should learn some points, and Michael himself was ready to take on her training. Thinking that he was very nice and innocent, they went to a tea party, where the boy decided that her clothes were extremely scary. In addition, he understood that if ugly people get married, then they will have an ugly child. It seemed strange to Layla that he tirelessly continued to talk about ugly people, and she didn't know for sure whether it was worth trying to change his mind now. The girl firmly believed that the statement not to marry an ugly person was very stupid. This is wrong, and in her eyes, for example, the Duke of Montefeltre was a rather handsome man. But Michael remembered his mother's words that his dad and uncle were ugly, so he was also scary if he looked like his father. Horrified by such words, the heroine ran up to him with lightning speed, not believing her ears. He wondered how a mother could say such a thing to her own son, who was also beautiful as an angel. It means that after the death of her husband, she left the mansion, leaving her son, which made the girl very angry. Deciding that now would be best to eat in silence, Layla suddenly saw that Michael's plate was instantly empty. Denying that he was very hungry, the boy decided that he simply did not have lunch. Hearing this, the heroine came to the conclusion that he urgently needed to eat normally. Wanting to take care of him at least now, she immediately wiped his mouth with a towel. Blushing heavily, the heir jumped up from his seat as if scalded with boiling water. He screamed, deciding that Layla would never marry his uncle because he himself was against it. After that, he hurriedly left the dining room, leaving the girl in complete bewilderment. On the other hand, she understood that his uncle was not particularly eager to start a family either. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a maid appeared, deciding to clarify whether the mistress had finished the meal. In addition, the girl was wondering if she was going to take care of her body, since she had such a face. In addition, according to her, the heroine should no longer offer the young master sweets. As it turned out, the fact was that the boy had some rules that could not be broken. And just now, the Duchess herself helped him break one of these rules. After a while, Layla sat quietly in her room and dried her hair with a hairdryer. She carefully looked at her true self in the mirror, thinking about what had recently happened. Then she decided to ask the maid what rules she was talking about. Pointedly raising her eyebrows, the maid was surprised that the mistress still did not understand anything. Snacks and desserts were forbidden according to the young master's diet, as ordered by the Duke himself, in order to take care of his body and skin. Layla was horrified by this ridiculous rule, because what do they hope for, forbidding a child everything? Hearing in response that the young master was simply not so handsome, the heroine fell into a stupor. According to the maid, if he takes good care of his appearance now, it will increase his chances of finding a partner in the future. In addition, the maid was sincerely sorry for the mistress who had not taken care of herself from the very beginning. After all, ugly people can only be together with the same freaks. Enraged by such impudence, the girl did not intend to tolerate it. After all, how dare this maid openly declare such a thing to the face of her Duchess? And if Vincent hadn't intervened at that moment, Layla didn't know what she would have done to her. She believed that ignoring her was commonplace because it had happened countless times. But Michael was still a child, and you couldn't tell him anything about his appearance. They are already starving him, trying to make him slim, while the diet while growing up was a real nightmare. Unable to calm down, the heroine decided to talk about it with the Duke. Meanwhile, Montefeltre returned to his mansion, where the servants came out to meet him. As he and Vincent climbed the stairs, he wondered if there was any news from the time he was away. Suddenly, the Duke saw Michael at the top of the stairs, who had also come out to meet him. He wondered what news the boy had for him and how he was doing in general. In response, the heir decided to find out if the uncle was really going to marry that freak. Montefeltre didn't want the boy to call her that, but Michael thought the girl was too scary. Not only did she have huge freckles, but the heroine's eyebrows were crooked. But most of all, the boy was infuriated by her shining eyes, the color of sapphire, unforgivably beautiful for such a scarecrow. Be that as it may, a freak is a freak, and the boy was ready to climb the wall if only his uncle would not marry her. Sighing calmly, the Duke decided that in that case, they were freaks too, which confused Michael. After a little quietness, the heir decided that he and his uncle were not as ugly as her. Montefeltro knew that the young man wouldn't go that far just to tell him that. But that was not all, and the boy wanted to know why ugly people could enter his private room. Recently, after dinner, hoping that she wasn't mad at him, Michael went to his room. But suddenly, he heard the cry of the maid, who believed that the young master's room was not a passage yard at all. In response, Layla wondered if the Duke had a rule that allowed him to yell at his masters. The boy believed that since this was his room, then only his rules should be there, and not anyone else's. By sending him off on his own business, Montefeltro wanted to settle the matter without fail. Looking after Michael as he ran away, Vincent wished him a good rest. Left alone, the Duke wanted to hear from him about what had happened. As it turned out, there were misunderstandings between the Duchess and the maid, and in general, all the workers ignored Layla. Therefore, the butler wondered how the master himself would like his future wife to be addressed at home. Having understood the essence of the question, the Duke decided to first listen to what had happened. Around this time, the heroine had just finished compiling an improved version of the young master's diet. In it, Michael was allowed to eat at least one dessert a day after lunch. It would have been better to write it in their contract, but now it was no longer possible. Stretching tiredly, the girl did not understand why everything was like this. In addition, looking in the mirror, she was no longer accustomed to seeing herself in the natural image of angelic beauty. But on the other hand, she was glad to finally see her real face. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door and decided to clarify who exactly had come to her. It turned out to be a duke who wanted to talk to his fiancé about something. Shifting her gaze from the door back to the mirror, Layla fell into a stupor for a moment. Realizing that she had not yet applied ugly makeup, the girl demanded to wait a minute. Before the hero touched the doorknob, she managed to run up and close the latch. A few minutes later, she ran out in her ugly form, hoping that Lucas Montefeltro wasn't tired of waiting. He wondered if he could enter, and the heroine happily let him in. However, the fact that the Duke himself came first was a little strange, and Layla did not understand what was going on here. Sitting opposite each other, they did not say anything for a while, and an awkward atmosphere was in the air. Suddenly, they decided to say something at the same time, interrupting each other, which made them even more embarrassing. As a result, gathering her thoughts, the girl decided to start speaking first. She accidentally found out that the young master had a special diet. However, he was still too young to refrain from sweets, especially since the boy had a growing body. Lucas was already well aware of this, which discouraged the heroine a little. But what the Duke didn't understand was that his nephew really liked sweets. When he learned that he had eaten them, Lucas sighed sadly, because Michael had never told him about his passion for sweets. Realizing that although he was a family, they did not know anything about each other, she remembered with what appetite the boy ate the yummy. But the maids openly considered him not handsome and decided that if he continued to eat sweets, he would become even uglier. Layla did not understand what was the point of this, because the most important thing is that a person is happy. Therefore, she thought that the master could change the nephew's maidservant, who had too contemptuous a look. Suddenly, the Duke thought that a lot had changed since she was a child. Looking intently at the heroine, he was perplexed at how much she had changed. Moreover, Lucas did not understand why she felt sorry for Michael, because did the girl really consider him the same as herself? In addition, the heir will still have to face a contemptuous look when he goes out. After these words, the Duke stood up and quickly headed for the exit, wishing the heroine a good rest. The girl was shocked by what she heard, because she could not even think of this. This character was not in the original story, which means there was no way Lucas could have known Layla. But his piercing and cold gaze spoke of the exact opposite. However, in this case, the girl did not understand at all what had happened between them in the past. Meanwhile, with a textbook in his hand, Michael calmly walked to the dining room. When he entered, his maid was happy to present the young master with the dinner prepared for him. In large plates, there were vegetable salads with thin slices of ham and chicken broth with bread. Sitting down at the table and uncertainly taking his fork, the boy looked warily at the salad. Hooking a small cherry tomato, he carefully put it in his mouth. After that, he could hardly suppress the urge to spit it out again, as he was already disgusted with the vegetables. His hand instinctively touched his face, but suddenly the maid came over and pulled it away. He was not allowed to touch his face, so as not to lose the effect of the massage, but it was already itching a lot. But in the servant's opinion, it was just proof that the massage was still working. At this moment, the boy looked out the window distantly, remembering their last meeting with Layla. Come to think of it, they hadn't seen each other again since that day, and now they hadn't even eaten together. At the same time, the heroine sprawled on her luxurious sofa, savoring a delicious bun with pleasure. The Duke wanted her to rest, and the girl hoped that she would not have to learn how to manage the mansion. Taking another bun, she decided that she had already worked so hard in her room. First of all, she hung large curtains right in front of the entrance to the room. Now, if an unexpected guest suddenly comes to her, it will be more convenient to talk to him behind the curtain. Looking at her diary and makeup bag, she remembered writing her first review after reading the novel. In the diary, after the death of the Duke, the heroine persistently searched for his name, but to no avail. Obviously, Lucas had seen Layla before, so he accepted her marriage proposal. Sighing heavily, she wondered what kind of heroine she was like in her distant childhood. But not knowing anything and remembering nothing, she spread her arms to her sides, almost hitting Michael. Looking at her in bewilderment, the boy unsuccessfully tried to understand what was going on here. Freezing in shock and slowly turning to him, Layla screamed in horror. The child rounded his shocked eyes at the beautiful lady, not understanding who she was at all. Sitting on the sofa in complete confusion, the heroine felt the piercing gaze of the boy on her. Michael did not believe until the last moment Layla was in front of him, because yesterday she was a terrible freak. With difficulty believing his eyes, he did not understand how she could look like this. The girl hoped that at least after seeing her true her, the heir would stop calling her ugly. However, he was too shocked to think and continued to just pierce her with a puzzled look. Suddenly, Michael wondered if the heroine was using magic or some kind of trick. If it wasn't, then he didn't understand how a person could change so much overnight. Therefore, the heir was firmly convinced that the girl had cast some kind of spell. Suddenly realizing what he had just said, the boy covered his mouth with his hands in horror. Layla did not understand why he was so frightened, while Michael was horrified. Then she decided to clarify whether the heir really considers her a real sorceress. But to her surprise, he wondered how she even knew about it. According to his uncle, it was a secret that even the nobles did not know about, but the girl did not understand what it was about. Before telling anything, the boy decided to make a promise that she would keep it a secret. Tired of this intrigue, Layla decided that if she spilled the beans to anyone, then let God himself punish her. Sitting closer to her, Michael hoped that she would not let anyone know about the existence of magicians. Surprised by his words, the heroine did not understand whether there were magicians and sorcerers in the empire. As it turned out, there were both, but magicians and sorcerers were very different from each other. Magicians were simple alchemists who used magic stones and medicines. Unlike them, sorcerers worked only with mana itself, which was the main magical resource. However, the existence of sorcerers was kept in strict secrecy, so he was surprised by her words. At that moment, Layla remembered a passage from the book when the prince used his magic. Michael wondered if she was a witch too, but even so, it was impossible to change her appearance overnight. In fact, the girl was not a magician, but she could really change her appearance thanks to the power of makeup. Whatever it was, the heir was eager to see it for himself. He wanted to become as beautiful as the heroine sitting in front of him now. Falling on his knees in front of her, the boy made puppy eyes, wanting to become at least a little beautiful. But the girl was already blinded by his beauty, not understanding where more, although she also remembered that the young master had a complex because of his appearance. After his mother's words about his appearance, Michael began to hate himself because he was born with such a face. And the fact that such a small child hates scary people because of their appearance was very sad. Therefore, she agreed to help embellish it a little with makeup. At first, Michael almost jumped out of his pants with joy, but when he heard that there was one condition, he immediately became wary. First of all, the heroine wanted him to stop feeling ugly, and what she was going to do now was just to emphasize his natural beauty a little. She also wanted him to stop judging others by their appearance because everyone is beautiful in their own way. Hearing in response that the boy would think about it, Layla immediately armed herself with cosmetic supplies. First of all, she wanted to prepare his skin for makeup and soak it with oils and vitamins. Michael didn't know what she was muttering about, but suddenly she grabbed his chin. Touching his face with both hands, she closed her eyes and began to listen, leaving the air in a stupor. To her surprise, the boy's skin plowed very strangely and peeled a lot. That must be why she smelled so bad all this time. Heroine wanted to know what exactly the young master was putting on his skin. First of all, in order to help him, Michael had to be honest. Then he remembered that every night before going to bed, the maids rubbed something into his skin. When she heard that this mass smelled of cucumbers and that it was called a massage, the heroine understood what was going on. Then, just in case, she decided to clarify whether the hero had eaten these cucumbers. Hearing that he would never eat them because they were spicy, Layla was taken aback with horror. Realizing that instead of cucumbers he was rubbed with hot peppers, she forbade him to do this in the future. After a while, for the full effect, the heroine decided to apply a little cream to Michael's face. Handing him the mirror, the girl saw how impatiently he wanted to see himself. Looking at his reflection, the young master's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His whole face was completely covered with a mask, which horrified the boy. Deciding that he looked like a clown, the heir considered the heroine a liar. Layla hurried to calm him down because it really wasn't magic, and he had to do it regularly to make his skin heal. Once everything was over, they would stop doing it, but for now, the young master should take a deep breath and calm down. Also, he needed to rest, so the girl carefully put Michael to her bed. Taking off his socks, she began to massage his feet, hoping that this would help the boy sleep. Looking at her, Michael remembered the condition that he should no longer consider himself ugly. Suddenly, his eyes began to slowly close, which puzzled the heroine a little. A few seconds later, the boy was already sniffing in his sleep, and the girl was surprised that he fell asleep so quickly. Looking at him, she didn't understand how anyone could seriously believe that there is no such thing as a sleeping angel. Looking at him again, it seemed to her that he was quite thin for his age. Layla's heart was very attached to this child, and was it because they were so similar? Like him, the girl also lost her parents at a fairly young age. She moved from one relative to another because they were all always changing plans. Gently poking her finger on the cheek of the heir, the heroine wished him good night with a smile. While he was sleeping, she decided to carefully remove the mask from his face, so the time had already come. To make his vacation even more productive, she also hurried to close all the curtains. Now that he woke up, his skin would be much better than before. Realizing that she had not worked like this for a long time and was all exhausted, the heroine carefully climbed onto the edge of the bed. Turning her back on Michael, who was lying proudly in the middle, she thought that there was a new owner at this bed. But she couldn't help but turn to him and looked at the sleeping heir with emotion, hoping that he was feeling good now. Meanwhile, it was already late at night outside, and the Duke returned to his mansion. Vincent came out to meet him, greeting his master respectfully. From his face, Lucas immediately realized that something had happened and decided to clarify it. Learning that the young master had decided to sleep in the young Duchess's room that day, the Duke was confused. Moreover, according to the butler, he came to visit her in the morning and spent the whole day there. Vincent didn't see anyone leave the room and didn't hear any sounds from there, so they must have fallen asleep together. It all looked extremely suspicious, and Lucas looked thoughtfully at the sky, trying to collect his thoughts. Turning back to the butler, he decided that he could not wake sleeping people anyway. However, instead, the hero had a slightly different request for Vincent. He wanted the butler to let him know when the Duchess woke up. First of all, Lucas wanted to find out what those two were up to all day. In the morning, Layla's sleep was disturbed by a strange feeling of heaviness, as if she was under pressure. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw that the boy's leg was lying right on top of her, which shocked her. Sitting down and yawning savorily, she wondered how long she had been sleeping. Seeing that it was already morning outside, the heroine was finally confused. After a while, the boy also woke up because of a strange rustle coming from the side. Seeing how he languidly rubbed his eyes, the heroine was very glad to wake him up. Turning to her, Michael froze in place, feeling goosebumps quickly run through his body. The girl's face suddenly changed again, becoming repulsively terrifying. She wondered if he wasn't happy to see her like this, but it turned out not to be the case at all. Michael did not understand how she became like this again, but the heroine decided that it was a secret. In addition, she handed him vitamins that needed to wash his face, along with warm water. Pushing him into the bathroom, she gave him a few instructions that he should not rub hard and that it was better to use more water. Pushing the boy into the bathroom and turning to her room, the girl decided to put everything in its place. When she looked out of the room and saw Vincent, she was glad she didn't even have to call him. After wishing the lady good morning, the butler looked unusually excited. Today, she planned to have breakfast at her place, together with the young master, and therefore she ordered food from Vincent for two. The butler was surprised that the heir slept with the Duchess, which made Layla laugh a little because the boy was just tired. With an even more puzzled look, Vincent hurried to fulfill the request and prepare food. Surprised by his strange behavior, the heroine hoped that she did not mess up anywhere. And then, it suddenly dawned on her what a young master's sudden overnight stay in her room could look like from the outside. At the same moment, the Duke jumped out from around the corner, expressing a desire to have breakfast with them. A few minutes later, the table was already set and all the characters safely sat down to eat. Calmly taking a cup of tea, the Duke silently took a sip, keeping his eyes fixed on the heroes. At the same time, the heroine and the boy looked at each other nervously, reading confusion in each other's eyes. They sat side by side, and the Duke sat on the opposite side, like a headmaster in front of guilty students, which made it very embarrassing. However, Layla couldn't help but notice how beautifully Lucas dressed. The Duke chose the clothes very correctly and complimented them with accessories, which went well with his image. Suddenly, the hero decided to ask his nephew if he really slept with his aunt yesterday. He will soon have to study and live away from home, and isn't it time to get used to sleeping alone? Looking down, Michael was confused, desperately trying to find words to justify himself. But suddenly, the heroine decided to stand up for him, sharply stretching her fist up in protest. The girl pretended to be the one who wanted the young master to stay with her. The reason for this was allegedly that she has not slept well lately and has not yet got used to a new bed. The Duke was perplexed by such words, but he said nothing in response. Winking at Michael, Layla wanted the boy to confirm her words. Looking confidently at Lucas, they both pretended that this was the case. Hearing that they could do whatever they wanted before entering the academy, the boy was delighted. But suddenly, the hero wondered if the heroine would agree to drink a cup of tea with him. At that moment, in her imagination, the heroine imagined how the Duke would scold her. However, she was not going to tolerate this at all, and she also had something to say. Full of determination, she agreed to Lucas's offer, frightening Michael with her belligerent appearance. But after a while, when she and the Duke were alone, the girl felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps this is because their last conversation was not pleasant, and at that time, the hero was interested in what she still considers him a freak. And now, hearing how he began to address her, Layla was all tense. But as it turned out, the Duke just wanted to warn her that a seamstress would soon come to her. According to Lucas, the heroine will need a suitable dress for the coming-of-age ceremony. Having understood what was going on, Layla was very grateful to him for his care and attention. In addition, she was glad that when this ceremony was over, she would finally achieve her goal. Also, the hero suddenly remembered that the other day he was too talkative with the heroine. She would soon become a duchess, so Lucas wanted her not to be ashamed of her title. He expected to see any reaction, but not a shy smile on Layla's face. For the umpteenth time, in a personal conversation with her one-on-one, the Getzog fell into confusion. This sincere and pure smile, as well as its incomparable aroma, could not be fake. The heroine thanked him again, and as it turned out, the conversation was over, and if she had nothing more to say, she could go. Left alone, Lucas couldn't believe what was happening, thinking that he was starting to go crazy. Presently, there was another knock at his door, and the Duke invited his guest to come in. It turned out to be his assistant, who had come to him with a report a little earlier than he should have. First of all, he unfolded a graph in front of the master, depicting those who took care of the heir. On top was his mother, the Duchess, under whom her maids were located, and on the side was the boy's nanny. For some unknown reason, Nanny Maria retired very early. There are two maids given by the Duchess, Rosa and Chelsea, who helped the young master in everything. From that moment on, the boy's mother began to carefully monitor his skin and diet. Among all the servants, these two maids were acting entirely according to the Duchess's instructions. Like rats, they were literally the hands and eyes of a woman, absolutely subordinate to her. That was why these maids now hated the new Duchess so much. The assistant thought that perhaps the Duke would decide to fire them, but Lucas understood that Michael's new maids would be the same. Immediately, he remembered the joyful face of the boy with whom he had looked fascinated at the heroine at breakfast. Chuckling, the Duke decided that it would be best to leave the matter to his wife. Meanwhile, Layla was preparing to meet the seamstress, who, according to Vincent, was already on her way to her. The heroine remembered that even in the Baron's house, she managed to choose an image for herself, so she did not worry that she would spoil the dress. Upon entering her, Madame Doreen Fichia greeted the young Duchess, boasting that she had the largest dressing room in the world. And even if the dress did not suit the heroine, the seamstress was sure that the beauty of this outfit would cover up any ugliness. Accepting this challenge, Layla firmly decided that no one dared to underestimate her. First of all, the seamstress happily clapped her hands, deciding to measure the figure. She thought that using a tight-fitting corset and crinoline, the heroine's body would become even more beautiful. Therefore, she wanted the girl to undress as soon as possible and come up to her. However, when she heard that the Duchess was not going to do anything, the seamstress was stunned. The heroine decided to name her own measurements, and she also wanted the dress to be strictly tailored to her taste preferences, all because she had no other choice. Because without clothes, part of Layla's makeup would be visible. Because of this, the tailors never touched her body, which sometimes caused curious situations. Looking at her in surprise, Doreen suddenly thought that this would not work. The heroine was in a stupor from such a harsh answer, but according to the seamstress, only knowing her exact measurements, she will be able to choose a dress. And for this, it will be better for her to take measurements on her own so that she is confident. In addition, she insisted on a corset, which was necessary for body shaping. Moreover, Doreen believed that a wife should match her husband and look elegant. Layla was immediately reminded of Becky's tricky reproaches, who constantly reproached the girl. Layla was fed up with all these people she couldn't listen to anymore. But if now she has a goal turned to the future, then why put up with such humiliation? Therefore, first of all, she clarified that she was now a duchess, not a baroness. Therefore, the seamstress had to show at least a little politeness when addressing her. In addition, the heroine did not understand since when the corset became so fashionable. Layla decided for herself what to wear, so if Doreen could not comply with her request, she could safely refuse to work. Seeing the woman's silent confusion, the heroine wanted to get an answer from her, because did she really say something wrong? Doreen was furious that this ugly girl had shamelessly taken the place of the Duchess. However, she could not turn out of the contract with the Montefeltras, because the supply of sales of the seamstress was directly related to this family. Therefore, gritting her teeth with anger, the seamstress bowed to the mistress, agreeing with her words. Happy about this, Layla decided to first look at the catalog of dresses herself. The woman handed her the book, and the heroine began to study it carefully. The designs turned out to be not so bad, and still she herself will have to decide how best to spoil these dresses. Wanting to get down to business, she also took a pen from one of Doreen's subordinates. Finding the dress, the girl thought a little and came to the conclusion that its color would be bright red. When the seamstress also heard that it was necessary to glue feathers on it and add some silk to the shoulders, she was confused. However, suddenly, it dawned on the heroine that it was all very unnecessary. Every time she goes out in public, she encounters contemptuous glances. But this time she will not be alone, and this is the coming-of-age ceremony of the Duke, her future husband. If Layla came there in her usual form, it would be extremely unpleasant for him. Therefore, she suddenly changed her mind and decided that she wanted to make a cream-colored dress, which made Doreen shudder. The heroine also wanted to decorate it with precious stones and lengthen the hem of the skirt, without a long train, and make the lace colorful. Having listened to all this, the woman froze in place with surprise, not understanding what it was at all. Upon receiving the catalog back, she saw that the Duchess had selected and finalized the project, which had hitherto remained only as a sketch. And did it really end in an instant, falling into the hands of one person? However, Doreen was also embarrassed by the fact that, judging by Layla's face, such a beautiful dress was unlikely to suit her. She did not understand why it was so, but the girl was firm in her choice. Having handed over her measurements to the seamstress and sent her to work, the heroine was finally left alone and sighed heavily. She didn't realize that this had really happened, and she began to think about someone else besides herself and her future. Suddenly there was a knock on her door, and when she opened, a large basket of flowers appeared on the other side. Seeing Michael behind the huge basket, who dragged it with both hands, Layla was taken aback with surprise. Blushing greatly with embarrassment, the boy decided that these flowers would soon wither anyway, and it would be better to give them away than throw them away. Seeing the mysterious smile on the girl's face, he wondered if she really thought that he gave her flowers because she was beautiful. The heroine continued to look at him with a smile, which made the heir blush even more. Pretending to believe him, the girl happily took the basket from his hands. After thanking Michael from the bottom of her heart, she found these flowers extraordinarily beautiful. For a while, the boy stared at her silently, unable to take his eyes off. Suddenly, he began to hesitate, trying to say something about the heroine's dress. Finally, overcoming his inner fear, he thought that the girl's dress suited her very well. Touched to the depths of her soul, Layla thanked Michael again, after which he left her. A short time later, before the ceremony began, the Duke knocked on her room, wanting to inform her that the preparations had been completed. The heroine opened the door, and seeing her, Lucas froze in amazement right in the doorway. She met him in a beautiful dress, with a beautiful hair on her head and more refined makeup than he was used to seeing. Layla was quite surprised that the Duke had come to her so quickly. Judging by her appearance, Lucas concluded that she seemed to have already finished all the preparations. As it turned out, His Majesty had sent a letter to the Duke this morning, in which he wrote that the hero should come to see him. Meanwhile, the heroine admired the hero's magnificent costume, which was very suitable for her dress. The combination of colors created a sense of calm, and emerald earrings and a brooch added a radiant effect to the garment. As Layla assumed, his sense of style was at the highest level. Suddenly, she expressed a desire to touch the Duke's face, which made him fall into a stupor. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, the girl hastened to clarify that he misunderstood. It wasn't something Lucas could have thought of, and the heroine just wanted to try something. She invited him to sit down in a chair and just wait a little, and later he would understand everything himself. They didn't have much time left, so Layla decided to act quickly. The hero's face at that moment was stone, and the girl promised that she would not keep him waiting long. Seeing how he closed his eyes, the heroine mentally understood that the Duke must be completely perplexed now. Thinking that as a professional she had no right to disappoint him, Layla took a makeup bag in her hands. First of all, sunscreen, primer, concealer, and makeup base were used. Before starting work, she also hastily cleaned the skin on Lucas's face. After that, she applied the foundation under makeup, spreading it over her face. Taking the concealer, she carefully applied it to those places where the hero had freckles. As a result, she fixed the makeup, after which his skin tone was noticeably evened out. Not understanding anything, Lucas wanted to open his eyes, but in response he heard that he had to wait another minute. The heroine was a little sorry that she did not have time to finish her makeup completely. However, wielding the cosmetics set at the speed of sound, she tried to do her best with the Duke's face. Soon, the moment finally came when Lucas received permission to open his eyes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was so shocked that he couldn't even find the words. On the other side of the mirror, a guy with a royal appearance and a shining face was looking at him. However, it was clear from his look that this caused him more bewilderment than delight. Layla knew he didn't know anything about makeup, and she was sure he didn't know he could hide freckles. If Lucas didn't like it, then she could return everything to the way it was. But the heroine just wanted to please him in honor of adulthood. But suddenly the hero agreed that such an appearance would make him happier. However, he did not understand why, having such skills, the girl did not use them on herself. Wasn't it strange that while making others beautiful, she couldn't do the same thing to herself? Layla was stunned by these words, unable to find words to justify herself. At this time, the hero also decided to clarify, weren't they in the same boat now? The heroine stood silently, not knowing what to answer, when suddenly Vincent's voice came from behind the door. They heard, "It's time to come out, otherwise the heroes may be late for the celebration." Getting up, the Duke decided to leave immediately, and Layla felt very relieved. Heading for the exit, Lucas suddenly turned around, thanking the girl from the bottom of his heart. He was sincerely grateful for her gift for his coming of age. Hoping that he felt at least a little happier, the heroine was glad to hear these words. She was also pleased to know that her makeup skills helped the hero. Layla remembered that her coming-of-age ceremony was extremely humiliating. Therefore, she wanted Lucas to leave only positive memories of this day. All the way in the carriage, the Duke sat with his nose buried in the book and read it with interest. Later, looking out the window, he saw rich streets and beautiful panoramas of the city. It could only mean that they seemed to have already arrived in the capital. A little more and they would go straight to the imperial palace. The girl remembered that now the 20th anniversary ceremony begins, as in the original story. In the original plot, it was after this that the days of Layla's hell began. However, now, the heroine was determined that she would certainly be able to escape from the clutches of Henry. After going to the palace, Layla went to the living room belonging to the Montefeltro family. Sitting there, waiting for the Duke, she didn't understand how she could have made such a mistake. Though she managed to dodge Lucas's question, it was only thanks to the butler. After all, otherwise she would have to admit that she is the main character of this novel, who deliberately disfigures herself. Surely the Duke thought she was crazy after these words, but in any case, everything worked out. Although, no matter how you slice it, it was really a very stupid mistake on her part. Suddenly, cries were heard from the corridor that the daughter of Count Pinatelli would become the Countess of Montefeltro right now. Seeing the door to the living room begin to open, Layla was stunned by what was happening. Entering her, Charlotte found it very interesting to see the story that the ugly Baroness and the ugly Duke live happily ever after in the north. The heroine looked in bewilderment at the lady who unceremoniously slandered her husband. Looking at the girl haughtily, Charlotte was defiantly surprised that there was someone else here besides her. At this point, a servant tried to explain to Lady Pinatelli that this was a drawing room only for the Duke of Montefeltro's family. However, it was the largest living room and, in Charlotte's opinion, it should have belonged only to her. Hearing this, the heroine decided to clarify that it seemed to the lady that she misunderstood something. Standing up abruptly, Layla was firmly convinced that the Duke was not an ugly man at all. Looking at Charlotte, the girl realized that she had already dealt with this person. After all, apart from her personality, even in her appearance, this lady was very much reminiscent of Jin Yu-ra. Lady Pinatelli was surprised that the ugly Baroness decided to protect her future husband. Looking at the girl with mockery, she could not believe that they really fell in love with each other. Maintaining decorum, Layla noticed that a person who entered here without permission had no right to talk to her like that. Charlotte was shocked that this girl, having married an ugly duke, suddenly felt power over others. She knew well that the true strength of the Basium Empire was in beauty. Seeing that the heroine did not answer, Lady Pinatelli thought that she had managed to shut her mouth. On the other hand, she understood that perhaps she had gone a little too far, hurting the appearance of the Duchess. It was all because of this Theobald who, for some unknown reason, looked at Lady Monica. No matter how hard Charlotte tried to examine her, it was obvious that the girl was inferior to her in beauty. So now that everything around her was infuriating, Layla was the perfect target for Lady Pinatelli to vent her anger. However, Charlotte hadn't expected that this girl, who was also uglier than her, would dare to talk to her like that. Demonstratively stepping to the sofa, she painfully pushed the heroine in the arm. Laughing on the couch and cooling her fervor with a fan, Lady Pinatelli did not understand what Layla was doing here. But it didn't matter now, because in her opinion, the girl could just take her things and leave, which puzzled the servant quite much. Charlotte also wanted a new cup of tea to be brought to her immediately, as the one from which the heroine drank could be contagious. Hearing the Duke insulted again, Layla could hardly restrain herself. Suddenly, Lady Pinatelli wondered if the heroine wanted to introduce her to her ugly future husband. The heroine's patience ran out, and in a rage she wanted to yell at this shameless woman. But suddenly, she heard Lucas's voice, who had just entered the living room. After apologizing for the long wait, he confessed that His Majesty liked to delay with his stories. Looking at him, Charlotte's face turned pale with shock, and she couldn't figure out if this was the ugly Duke. Lucas majestically approached the ladies, and his appearance was stunning in its beauty and masculinity. Looking carefully at Lady Pinatelli, he wondered if she was an acquaintance of the Duchess. After receiving silence in response, he turned to Charlotte and decided to find out if she had already become the princess of this country. The lady shook her head timidly, and then he decided to ask if she had become the wife of Duke Henry Predio. At this moment, the hero looked so cold and strict that the mere sight of him gave me goosebumps. Upon learning that she was also not the Duke's wife, Lucas did not understand why this lady was sitting in this living room without his permission. Turning to Layla, he turned to her again, scaring the girl a little. Before their uninvited guest left, he wanted to take a short walk with her in the garden. With another contemptuous glance at Charlotte, he wanted her to leave the living room immediately. Together with Layla, they stared at her, deciding that this place was not suitable for a lady in terms of status. Now Charlotte could not find what to answer, shaking her head around in confusion. Even though the prince hadn't proposed to her yet, Lady Pinatelli didn't understand why this freak looked happier than her. Meanwhile, Layla and Lucas were calmly leaving, holding hands and looking at each other with a smile. With her fists clenched in rage, Charlotte decided not to give up and to take revenge on them. After a while, Theobald was sitting in his office working on documents when he was distracted. When the prince heard that Lady Pinatelli had come to see him, he was extremely puzzled. To her regret, Theobald knew that she had cheated on him with Henry and Alfonso. And as soon as one of them finds a new passion, Charlotte immediately runs to him. According to the servant, she came with a complaint that the Duke of Montefeltro and Lady Layla Eleste had moved into the first living room. From this, the prince concluded that the rumor that Lucas had proposed to this ugly lady turned out to be true. Since this is the Duke's coming-of-age ceremony, it will probably be very funny because they were the ugliest couple in society. Smiling, Theobald was already impatient to see this incredible show. Gathered in the palace, all the guests did nothing but discuss the appearance of the Duke of Montefeltro, which was rumored to be ugly. In addition, many were shocked that that terrible Baroness married him. Meanwhile, Lucas and Layla finally entered the banquet hall, all eyes fixed on them. Smiling sweetly at each other, they slowly walked towards the guests, confusing them. All the ladies around were shocked, not understanding if this was really the ugly Duke. To everyone's surprise, he turned out to be much more beautiful than this Baroness, and in general, very attractive. Some of the ladies began to sigh languidly as Lucas's gaze caught a glimpse of them. After examining the crowd, the Duke came to the conclusion that makeup really works wonders, which he shared with the heroine. He wondered how she felt, because it was obvious that her skills helped perfectly. But to his surprise, the girl did not answer, walking silently with him. At this moment, Layla felt as if she had become a stone statue. Lucas knew that she had been incredibly kind to Michael all along. In addition, the girl began to show her character very rudely to others. And in the end, I also put on makeup because of anxiety, deciding to support it in this way. So now he wondered where that timid lady had gone. Suddenly, 3 people approached the heroes, joyfully greeting them. They turned out to be Alfonso Louvenier and Duke Henry, between whom Charlotte stood and made eyes at Lucas. The hero was very surprised that these 3 greeted them so politely. With a completely calm expression on his face, the Duke of Montefeltro was also glad to meet them. Alfonso, Heinrich, and Lady Pinatelli looked at him hopefully, hoping to hear something more. But with a calm sigh and a thought that they had seen Duke Predio for so long, Lucas threw them into a stupor. After that, he turned around without emotion and began to leave with Layla, leaving the others behind. In fact, the hero just didn't want to accept congratulations from that arrogant and annoying lady. At this moment, Charlotte was beside herself with rage as she made an effort and smiled at him, and he just ignored him. The Duke and the Marquis also considered him a bore, since he not only ignored them, but also did not really introduce himself. Stepping away from them, Lady Pinatelli stared furiously at the departing couple. At this point, the heroine wondered why Lucas treated these gentlemen this way. Taking her hand, the Duke decided that the girl should not worry about this, because he did not care about anyone but the Emperor. And also, he wanted the heroine to finally understand that she was his Duchess of Montefeltro. At that moment, the banquet hall announced the arrival of His Highness, Prince Theobald and Lady Est of Monaco. The Crown Prince slowly entered the hall, accompanied by a lovely girl with emerald hair. They smiled sweetly at each other, solemnly greeted the gathered guests. Suddenly, the prince saw Lucas ahead of him and his fiancée, who looked very dejected. She was shocked that Theobald had found another victim so quickly. Immediately afterward, the servant announced the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and Empress. The ruler reminded the guests that today's banquet was started in honor of the celebration of the coming-of-age ceremony. Therefore, he wanted the birthday people to come up to him when they heard their name. The first in line was Duke Lucas Hugh Montefeltro, who had to take a step forward. Looking at Layla, the hero thought that she must still be nervous. But the girl calmly let go of his hand, wanting Lucas to proceed forward. However, the Duke took her hand again, feeling a strange feeling overwhelm him. After that, he unexpectedly kissed the heroine's hands, leaving her and the others in a stupor. The girls behind them blushed sharply and covered their mouths with their hands in surprise. Proceeding forward, the Duke appeared before His Majesty the Emperor. Placing his hand on his chest, he greeted each monarch in turn. Looking at him with a cold and contemptible gaze, the Emperor congratulated Lucas through clenched teeth on his coming of age. Turning aside, he hoped that the hero would be loyal to his empire. Layla at this moment felt some kind of strange atmosphere, but she decided that it was because of her mood that it seemed so. While the next birthday boy, Duke Henry, came out to see His Majesty, Lucas safely returned to the heroine. Standing next to her, he took the girl's hand, which made her feel lighter inside. And although the hero's gaze was a little detached, Layla also saw sincere care in him. Immediately afterward, the girl looked around intently, analyzing the current state of affairs. Finding Marquis Alfonso, who was standing next to Charlotte at that moment, Layla was glad that he did not even look in her direction. Henry was on the other side, and apparently he was not interested in the heroine either, which was just wonderful. With a sigh of relief, the girl was delighted that none of them paid attention to her. Only Prince Theobald remained, and she hoped that he was not interested in her either. Looking around, she suddenly saw the crown prince standing nearby. And to the horror of the main character, his intent, hawkish gaze pierced through her. Layla was confused, not understanding what was going on. Why does he look at her like that, although maybe his gaze is directed at Lucas? Seeing the heroine's confusion, the Duke wondered what she was thinking about now. Smiling, he decided that perhaps she would like to drink something now. Taken aback by the surprise, Layla immediately agreed, feeling a dry throat. In this case, the hero immediately went to bring her juice, going to the tables. Having calmed down, she was very glad that now she was not alone here, which made her soul feel better. In the meantime, the Emperor announced the end of the ceremony, and then all those present began to rest. Deciding to go after Lucas, the heroine suddenly crashed into someone, painfully hitting her nose. Thinking it was the Duke, she thanked him for his work, but to her horror, it was Prince Theobald. In response, he remarked that even with this dress, she still looked extremely ugly. The heir to the throne was very much embarrassed by this ugly lady, who for some unknown reason appeared at this banquet. Seeing his gaze fixed on Layla, the lover of the Prince of Monaco became very nervous. While Theobald was trying to sort out his inner feelings, Charlotte stood aside and burned the heroine with a zealous look. Also, the prince didn't understand how she, with such an ugly appearance, dared to turn away from him. Seeing Layla's hands trembling, he also remembered that he had always hated insecure people. Turning pale with fear and looking away, the girl apologized to His Highness. She herself did not understand why everything was happening this way and how it all happened this way. She had lived in humiliation for 10 years, and was it really going to end like this? Suddenly, the Duke came up and hugged Layla. He was glad to meet the prince, whom he had not seen for a very long time. Looking at Theobald intently, Lucas wondered if His Highness had anything to do with his wife. At that moment, without knowing why, the prince felt a burning rage and resentment inside. However, smiling calmly, he noticed that they were not yet officially married, so it was too early to judge. Unfortunately for him, the Duke had already talked to the Emperor about it, and they would soon be married. So there was nothing strange in starting to call the girl his wife right now. Being shocked by himself, Theobald did not understand why he was so infuriated by this. Clinging to the prince, Monaco wanted to dance the first dance with him, which caused him to fall into a stupor. But when he pulled himself together, Theobald decided to simply ignore the Duke and the girl, as all the nobles were now looking at them. Deciding that he had made his lady wait too long, the prince and Monaco retired to the dance floor. After that, they began to spin in a beautiful dance under the admiring glances of others. Glad that he had finally fallen behind, Layla suddenly heard from Lucas that the next turn was for them. Holding out his hand to her, the Duke wanted to know if Lady Eleste would agree to dance with him. At this moment, the heroine for the first time had the thought that perhaps her place was next to Lucas. Blushing with embarrassment, she took his hand and gladly accepted the invitation to dance. She felt so alive, and it felt like her heart was about to break. Only when she dissolved in the blissful feeling of true happiness, she suddenly heard a loud crunch and felt something strange on the side. Without changing his face in any way, the Duke immediately covered the hole in her dress with his hand. Realizing that the dress had just been torn, the heroine was shocked, and tears immediately ran from her eyes. Lifting her head by the chin, Lucas wanted his fiancée to calm down. Hoping that she would hold on tightly, he suddenly and abruptly grabbed the girl in his arms. After that, he calmly carried her outside, heading towards the carriage. At this moment, the heroine was very embarrassed, which is why she was all red as a tomato. As she clung to the Duke's shoulder, she didn't understand why she was so nervous right now. The servant immediately ran out of the carriage, and seeing the lady in his arms, he was greatly puzzled. But Lucas suddenly decided that they were going home right now. Understanding nothing, the servant hurried to carry out the order and open the carriage doors. Even after getting into the carriage, the Duke still did not let Layla out of his arms. Unable to stand it, the girl herself decided to offer him to let her go, but suddenly, Lucas turned to her. He decided that he should definitely contact the man who had made this dress for her. The heroine apologized, considering herself guilty of everything, but the hero wanted to immediately call the seamstress. He didn't understand how Doreen could call herself the best, with such and such skills, but Layla decided that she was just gaining weight. To her surprise, these words made Lucas laugh very much, causing her to be stunned. Laughing heartily, the Duke decided that he had a rather strange wife. Pressing her tighter, he again considered the girl strange, which finally puzzled her. As it turned out, all this time he continued to tickle her lower back, but there was no reaction. The heroine understood that this was due to the fact that she was wearing several layers of clothes. Suddenly, Lucas admitted that he had long thought that she was hiding something, and he wanted Layla to confess to him and reveal her secret. Seeing her puzzled look, he clarified that he had counted a different number of freckles on her cheeks than before. Laughing again, he wondered if she thought he was too stupid to notice such a thing. For Layla herself, these words were a real disaster, because she screwed up so much and no excuse will help here. Seeing her confusion, the Duke took pity and decided that the heroine should not be so frightened. Since it was a secret, he wasn't going to push and just wanted her to be honest with him. Later, they finally arrived at the Montefeltro mansion, and the hero helped the lady get out of the carriage. Seeing the fatigue in her eyes, he decided to offer to accompany the heroine to the room. Having just recovered from the trip, Layla sighed listlessly, deciding that she would make it on her own. Surprised that they had already arrived, she wanted to be in her bed as soon as possible. On the way here, the Duke talked non-stop about everything that came to his mind, and therefore, the heroine was wondering, wouldn't it be rude if she went to herself? Besides, she didn't understand why such a decent and cultured person as Lucas always walked around with such a serious face. Layla was also perplexed by the aura that constantly hovered around the Duke, and if all this was a game, then what kind of hero was he really? Due to the many questions and lack of answers, the girl began to fall asleep and stagger, but Lucas picked her up. Despite everything, he was very caring, which surprised the heroine very much. Looking straight into his face, she now wanted to know the real one. After all, he, apparently, was the ideal man she had dreamed of all this time. Shocked by such a jackpot, Layla did not understand how such an ideal person could even exist. Lucas knocked her out of these thoughts, who wondered what the girl was thinking about so intensely. In response, she hastened to pretend that she was talking about nothing, and then the Duke decided that the heroine could call Vincent if she needed something. Suddenly, he became gloomy, thinking that while he was not here, someone had already taken care of everything. Taking Layla to her room, he wanted her to think about what to do with the seamstress now, because the culprit must be punished. At first, the girl was worried that he would want to talk about her secret again, but when she heard about the seamstress, she breathed a sigh of relief. Deciding that she could calm down, she wished Lucas a good rest before leaving for the room. Smiling at her, the hero has never experienced such a sense of freedom, next to another person. All this time, due to his ugliness, people around him taunted him, but Lucas did not have the courage to fight back. However, at the coming-of-age ceremony, he did not feel constrained or insecure at all. On the contrary, next to her, he had fun and felt free. He had such a feeling for the first time in his life, but now there was no time to indulge in his feelings. Walking to the guest room, he realized that it seemed that there were intruders in his mansion. Opening the door abruptly, he wondered how this woman had dared to enter the Duke's house in his absence. Smiling at him, the former Duchess Anna thought that it was indecent of him to enter without knocking. Besides, did she need permission to see her own son who was sitting next to her at that moment? The woman was shocked that a girl who had not even officially become a duchess was placed in her room. Therefore, she wanted the current duke to evict her from this room immediately. Upon hearing that she was still the duchess of this mansion, albeit with no inheritance rights, Lucas was furious. First of all, he remembered that it was time for Michael to do his homework and sent him there. Anna was outraged by this behavior, believing that since she was still the mother of the future duke, he did not dare to talk like that. Looking at her with contempt, the hero reminded her that he was now the owner of this duchy. After that, he ordered Vincent and Owen's assistant to immediately search the servants that the woman had brought. Hearing also his order for the butler to take care of her until tomorrow, Anna was shocked by what was happening and began to be indignant. However, turning away from her, the Duke thought that it was extremely ugly to shout in someone else's house. In addition, he did not want her to call him a relative, since he himself never considered Anna a daughter-in-law. Shuddering with horror, the woman did not understand anything because Lucas had been quiet and withdrawn before. However, now there was a completely different person in front of her, with a piercing, cold gaze. The ancient wolf Lupus was a noble and stately god with a big heart. Even after marrying an unloved person, he never betrayed him, so he himself did not like betrayal and did not tolerate traitors. Lucas was his direct descendant, which caused many difficulties in his life. Breathing heavily and trying to control himself, he realized that this woman had come at the wrong time. The power with which Lupus's descendants were born was also their curse. Putting his hand in his pocket, he wanted to take the medicine as soon as possible. This was the breeding season, which regularly occurs in males born of the blood of a god. Hurriedly drinking the medicine, he felt how lightness slowly began to come inside him. Thanks to this medication, the hero can restrain himself, so before it's too late, you need to get rid of unnecessary problems. All this infuriated Lucas incredibly much, bringing back memories of the past. He was on his knees and in tears asked for forgiveness from his mother, who considered him a real monster. It was contempt and hatred, which the hero could not even resist. With bitterness, he understood that perhaps Layla would also hate him because of this. Meanwhile, the heroine sat quietly in her room, having just finished washing off the disfiguring makeup. She was very pleased that whatever the case, the coming-of-age ceremony went well. Taking off the luxurious hairpin from her hair, Layla looked at it with a smile. She wasn't even sure if this jewelry held well on her hair. Before the ceremony, Lucas sent her a box with various decorations. Moreover, according to Vincent, who handed her the box, the Duke also ordered her to wear one of the jewelry to the ceremony. Opening the box, the heroine was amazed at the beauty of the hairpin, made in the shape of a hydrangea. As it turned out, this was the case, and jewelry in the form of hydrangea can only be worn by members of the imperial family. All the items in the box had such power, and once worn by them, no one outside the country would be able to treat it carelessly. Vincent was sure that such jewelry would suit the mistress very well. Once again, looking at them, Layla realized that she was being given something like this so that she would not look too scary. At least, that's what she thought at the time. But now, seeing the Duke's attitude towards her, she changed her mind. The more she stayed in the house, the more she learned about Lucas. Not understanding how to react to this now, she suddenly heard a knock on the door, jumping on the spot. Hearing that it was Connor who came instead of the butler, the heroine fell into a stupor. As she forbade him to enter, she heard the door creak open. Taken aback by such impudence, Layla began to hurriedly wield cosmetics, trying to quickly do something. A few seconds later, she ran furiously to the door. She did not understand who gave them the right to open it. Looking down on her, the servant brought maids to her instead of the butler, from whom she had to choose someone. Hearing from him also that time was short and she needed to hurry, the heroine was taken aback by such audacity. Ordering Connor to bring them tea and sweets, she invited the girls to her room. As she sat down on the couch, Layla realized that she had grown so accustomed to Vincent that she felt a little uncomfortable. Potential maids lined up in front of her, and the heroine looked at them carefully. She was surprised that maids were brought to her who couldn't even look at her. The girl was already allergic to such a disgusting attitude, which made her indignant. First of all, Layla ordered the girls to take turns talking about their abilities. Reluctantly, the maids admitted that they either did not know how to do anything or did something very simple. Suddenly, Connor appeared and brought a tray of tea, looking happily at the maids. He had hoped that the lady had already chosen her maid in the meantime, but to his surprise, this was not the case. Hearing that she did not like everything and she could not decide, the servant came to a stupor. The heroine also decided to clarify that maybe she should choose a separate butler, after which the hero was finally horrified. She suddenly had an idea, and remembering the Duke's recent words, she decided to proceed with it immediately. A couple of hours later, the last of the maids presented the mistress with a special protective cream of her family. It was made by their family alchemist, and if you apply the cream before going to bed, then in the morning the skin will glow. Seeing how Layla began to apply the cream to her hand, the girl trembled with excitement. Hearing that she had passed the test, the maid lit up with joy. Now only Connor remained of all of them, and the heroine looked at him with a malevolent grin. The girl was very happy to congratulate him on his appointment as a personal servant. All the other maids were glad to be free, and thanked the mistress, congratulating Connor at the same time. About 2 hours before, Layla had decided to play the same game with him. Indignantly snorting at this, the servant decided that they did not have time to entertain the mistress now. But suddenly, the heroine announced the first round and decided that the one who would be the first to bring her water was unlikely to be suitable for the role of a servant. While everyone else was shocked by what they heard, one of the girls came to her senses and ran like lightning to fill her glass with water. Meanwhile, having thus sent the most attentive one, the heroine continued to conduct an elimination game, giving different tasks. One of the rounds was that the most flexible of them would definitely not take the place of her personal servant. Connor decided that he could bend as he pleased, but to his horror, another maid showed a real masterclass in flexibility. Layla enjoyed the game until the last round, in which she decided that the one who gave something valuable to her would not become a servant. Thus, she got herself high-quality, modern cosmetics with a very dense texture. As a result, only Connor remained in the elimination game, who became the heroine's personal servant. This man was clearly familiar with life in society, and initially he was its goal. Realizing that he would soon run away on his own, Layla was glad that there was one less problem. Wanting to wash herself and lie down as soon as possible, she soon plopped down on the bed. As it turned out, making decisions was a very tedious task for her, but quite refreshing. In addition, most of all, the heroine liked the fact that the ceremony of the Duke's coming of age took place without incident. Meanwhile, Anna sat on the couch, surrounded by her faithful maids, and did not understand why the young master had changed so much. The woman was frightened by such changes in him because before that, Lucas did not care if she would come and where Michael was. Suddenly, it dawned on Anna that the only incident during this time was the arrival of an ugly lady, which meant that she needed to meet her. The next morning, when Layla went to the dining room, she amazed the maids with her appearance. Rejoicing at their reaction, the heroine demonstrated the real skill of a professional makeup artist. She couldn't suddenly become a different person, so she decided to return to her true appearance gradually. As she entered the dining room, she greeted the Duke and the young master happily. However, to the girl's surprise, Lucas was absent, and in addition to Michael's puzzled face, she was greeted by Anna's haughty gaze. The woman returned the greeting with a smile, introducing herself to Layla. Hearing her name, the heroine realized that this woman was Michael's biological mother, and besides, she is the one who abandoned her son because of the contemptuous looks of others. Layla also introduced herself to Madame, after which she safely proceeded to the table. When she sat down on the chair with a smile, it felt as if lightning flashed between her and Anna. Confused and at the same time happy to see the heroine, Michael accidentally called her ugly out loud. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on him, causing the boy to be dismayed. His mother decided that it was wrong on his part, because if you want to point out an unbeautiful person, you need to do it with dignity. Careless ridicule is also considered obscene, and does Michael really want to become a laughingstock? Raising her voice, she decided that ugly people should be careful in their expressions and intonations. Despairing, the boy drooped his appearance and humbly asked for forgiveness. However, Layla believed that everything was fine because they were all family. The heroine was not going to get angry or mock the child when he was having fun. Anna considered these words very arrogant. After all, she and the Duke were not even married yet. In addition, she was the mother of this child and did not understand by what right the girl decided to intervene. Did Layla, in her absence, teach the future Duke such things? Then, If the boy is not respected in society, will the heroine be able to take responsibility? In response, Layla decided to clarify why Anna fed the young master cucumbers and applied them to his face. The woman looked puzzled, deciding that the girl just wanted to change the subject, being at a disadvantage. Then the heroine raised her voice, believing that the woman was extremely inattentive to the child. Before going to bed, the maids smeared his face with something that caused allergies and burning, which made it itch and itch all the time. Moreover, the boy did not even suspect that his mouth was swollen because of this. And his own mother, in turn, just watched this, doing nothing. Sharply gloomy face, the woman pretended that she did not understand what this lady was talking about. Turning to her son, she decided to ask him if everything they had just heard was true. Lowering his eyes, the boy agreed with the words of the heroine that his face was really very itchy. Looking worried, Anna grabbed him by the shoulders, not understanding why he hadn't said anything before. Lucas appeared, remembering that Michael had not been silent, but the woman's men had ignored his pleas. With that, he also turned to Chelsea and Rosa, not understanding why Anna had brought the dismissed maids here. To the woman's horror, hearing his order to lead them out, the other servants twisted the girls and dragged them to the exit. The hero also wanted the woman to leave this mansion by dawn, which made her turn pale. After all, not exhibiting it right now was the last straw of his manners. Completely confused by the horror that seized her, Anna pretended that she had just come to see her son. Suddenly, Michael turned to her, causing a smile to appear on the woman's face. But the boy confidently stated that Layla was not and had never been ugly. Shocked by what she heard from the child's lips, she jumped back, knocking over her chair. Anna tried to justify her actions, but in the Duke's opinion, it was enough. Apparently, the woman was no longer able to observe table etiquette, and she had to leave so as not to frighten the child. After Anna was exposed, she returned to her room, although apparently she wanted to say a lot. After a brief glance at Michael, she walked out without saying a word. During the meal, the boy was very serious, and later, the heroine decided to apologize for saying things without thinking about his feelings. However, Michael wondered if she really thought he was still a child who didn't understand anything. He was going to go into the garden and look at the hydrangeas, and if the girl wanted to, she could go with him. Gladly accepting the invitations, Layla was glad that her fears about his emotional state turned out to be false. Later, sitting at tea, it seemed to the boy that she looked a little different today. Then the girl admitted that she just decided to gather courage, just like the young master. Michael was very surprised by her words, but the heroine seriously considered him very brave. After all, he studied and played sports every day, so despite his youth, his busyness was already like that of a real baron. Embarrassed by her words, Michael decided to clarify whether Layla knew why her uncle had suddenly fallen ill. Remembering that after seeing Anna off he also went to rest, the heroine also did not know anything. However, Lucas was really pale, and according to him, he was just a little unwell. Deciding that the boy should not worry about this, she planned to visit the Duke the next day. Suddenly, Michael decided that he would like to have eyes as green as his uncle's or blue as Layla's. He did not like his bright pink eyes, which in his opinion looked very pathetic. However, the heroine realized that the essence of this problem lay in the fact that he received his eyes from his mother, who had the same ones. Michael did not want to face this, and he did not like pink and similar colors at all. Abruptly appearing in front of him, the heroine thought that she really liked his eyes. She also remembered how the Baron once put on a pink shirt that suited him perfectly. Therefore, Layla decided that Michael should definitely try on something like this. Greatly embarrassed, he looked away and agreed to do so one day. After that, he suddenly decided to find out how the freak kept changing her face, and was she really a witch? Shocked that he called her that again, Layla decided to ask if he liked her current face. When she received a positive response, she was surprised at the seriousness with which Michael gave it. He decided to go home to read and go to bed, after which the heroine decided that they could go together. For a while, the boy silently stood and stared at her, as if he was searching for words. Then, grabbing Layla and dragging her with him, he decided that he could go alone, but the girl did not even have a personal servant. That same night, the heroine could not fall asleep and decided to go for a walk. Walking through the mansion grounds, she accidentally stumbled upon a place she had never been to, and where, judging by the scattered mops, cleaning was taking place. In the last span of time, so much had happened that Layla couldn't even sleep peacefully because of these thoughts. although maybe it's all about the fact that she just slept properly during the day. Passing further, the girl saw a tall tree ahead with very beautiful foliage. Not only was it incredibly beautiful, but it also emitted a pleasant aroma. Realizing that she did not know the way at all, Layla decided that she really should get a personal servant. Suddenly, she heard the scream of a girl who thought someone was a stupid girl. Not understanding anything and continuing to hear screams, the heroine headed in that direction. Looking out from behind a tree, she saw 3 maids surrounding a colleague sitting on the ground. As it turned out, the girls wanted to make the poor guy clean here alone, since she looked somewhat like an ugly duchess. But the maid sitting on the ground demanded that they observe subordination, because Layla was their mistress. Continuing to listen to such swearing, the heroine could not stand it and decided to intervene. Jumping out abruptly and wanting to know what the noise was, she scared all the girls into screaming. Shocked by their screams, Layla wondered what the young ladies were doing here instead of working. One of the maids, having made an important face, thought that the lady should not come here because only Montefeltro could enter this place. Smiling, the heroine wondered who would punish violators of this rule. The girls hurried to clarify that the Duke would punish, and besides, she should not have wandered around like this because she had to live up to the status. Laughing, Layla also decided to clarify whether Lucas would really punish his beloved. But if they wanted to talk about it so much, they could look at the front door, which was wide open while they were idle. In addition, the heroine decided to punish the girls who also dared to teach her and wished to hear their names. Changing their faces, the maids immediately began to blame Jessie, who had already received a warning for negligent work. Thinking that these girls think everyone is fools, the heroine noticed that Jessie's clothes were badly battered. The maid immediately hurried to apologize to her, and as it turned out, she just fell while working. Hearing that the mistress herself would punish her and they could leave, the maids immediately rushed to run. Looking at them in amazement, Layla was shocked that they hadn't even said goodbye. Turning towards the exit, she ordered Jessie to follow directly behind her. After a while, the maid was sitting in her room on the sofa, and there was a cup of tea in front of her. Layla wondered why Jessie was so tense, because did she really think that the mistress would eat her? As it turned out, the girl was ready for any punishment. However, it was the first time she was on the 3rd floor, where she was usually forbidden to go. Sitting down next to her, with a first aid kit in her hands, Layla decided that this was her problem, since she had brought a maid here. Hearing also that the lady was going to administer medicine to her, the maid was confused. But a second later, she whimpered from pain and burning when the heroine applied an alcohol wipe to her face. As it turned out, Layla brought Jessie to her room for 2 reasons. First of all, she wanted to heal her wounds, which surprised the maid quite much. And after that, she wanted to know if the girl would agree to become her personal servant. However, to her surprise, the maid rejected the offer, believing that she was a lower-class servant and had no right to do so. Not wanting to embarrass her even more in this case, the heroine sent the girl to rest. In addition, Layla gave her several cosmetic creams and ointments to take care of her skin. With eyes shining with joy, Jessie accepted the gifts with gratitude, promising to remember the instructions for use. Escorting her to the exit, the heroine thought that even if she was of the lower class, she would rise very soon and then they would meet again. Closing the door behind her, Layla remembered that she had already handed out all the cosmetics, and maybe she should ask the Duke? But there was no need for this, because everything in her cosmetics was constantly updated, and it was even possible to open a business with her. Looking thoughtfully at one point, she wondered how Lucas was feeling. Until recently, he was very cheerful, but now he has returned to his previous state. He felt very bad, and the heroine hoped that she would be able to help at least in some way. It seemed that they got to know each other more and gradually became closer. However, be that as it may, Layla wanted to get to know the hero even more. The next morning, the path to the Duke's office was not as easy as it might seem. Walking down the corridor and seeing Anna in front of her, the heroine was confused. As it turned out, the woman wanted to talk to her about something, but Layla did not like such conversations early in the morning. Without waiting for her consent, Anna ordered Vincent to bring them tea in the living room, which made the heroine very angry. But Madame calmly walked past her, calling the girl to follow her, which was a little puzzling. But Layla decided that if Anna was rude again, she would not sit quietly. As a result, they sat on the sofas opposite each other, sitting in a spacious living room. The woman wanted Vincent to leave them, but the butler suddenly thought it was impossible. Then Anna decided that if he was worried, he could stand outside the door or report to the master. In any case, she wasn't going to do what Vincent must have thought. Looking at her carefully, Layla turned to the butler, deciding that everything was fine and he could really stand outside the door. He immediately agreed and left, leaving the two ladies alone, hoping that everything would be fine. The woman suddenly remembered that she had been tormented all night by what Layla and Michael had told her the day before because it was offensive. Then the heroine wondered if she really came because she was angry and wanted to pull out her hair. Anna really wanted it, but Layla knew she wouldn't. Instead, the woman came for answers to some questions, which surprised the girl a little. After that, she openly considered the heroine ugly, which finally angered her. Anna knew that a person must be very beautiful, and if this is not so, then everyone will despise him. She remembered that the Duke had originally left the child to the maids and began to look for a mistress. And the woman was interested. Was it really logical in the girl's opinion? Layla didn't respond to this, continuing to stare at her seriously. Anna thought it was extremely strange that a child would use such obscene words. Moreover, he laughed ridiculously and behaved extremely indecently, which surprised her. However, most of all, the woman was shocked by the fact that at the same time he looked incredibly happy. When Anna heard his words about the heroine, he seemed to her a different person. Before that, Michael usually always looked at the floor and looked dejected. But yesterday, he looked into his mother's eyes for the first time, confusing her. The woman remembered his gaze all night and could not sleep because of this. Therefore, she decided to meet Layla, although she knew that she would not be happy about it. According to her words and appearance, the heroine realized that Anna is sincerely sorry because every child deserves joy in love. Hearing that Michael deserved love, the woman silently looked into her eyes for a few seconds. Finally deciding to say something, she was interrupted by the butler, who informed Mrs. Anna of the arrival of her carriage. The Duke had already prepared the carriage and servants, so she could leave, and after hearing this, Layla decided to go as well. Without looking, she walked past the woman towards the door, while Anna did not take her sad eyes off her. Of course, she wasn't as rude as the girl had originally expected, but still, it wasn't easy. Lucas would surely meet Anna before leaving, and the young master was in the midst of his classes. Therefore, Layla decided to go first of all and have a good rest. Walking along the corridor, she missed these two incredibly much. Later, the Duke invited her to his office, and the heroine hurried there. After greeting her, Lucas apologized for the delay, but the reason was that the conversation with Anna had dragged on. Seeing that he was wearing a green vest today, the girl admired how this color suited his eyes. She just couldn't take her eyes off this guy, who was handsome himself and had good taste. The Duke was surprised that she was looking at him again with a special look, when before she had turned away because of his ugliness. Shocked, Layla did not understand what he was talking about, because his face type was completely to her taste. The hero laughed, which puzzled the girl a little because she was telling the truth. However, Lucas couldn't help laughing since it was the first time he'd heard such a thing. In addition, he wondered if it was because of such unusual tastes that she walked around with such makeup. He thought that the heroine had changed her mind after all, since she was opening up a little, but so far she was not completely frank. However, the heroine believed that he had not yet confessed to her why he was sick. And if he does not want to talk, then there is nothing to be done, because they are only spouses under the contract. Walking up to Layla and putting his hand on her cheek, he wondered if this was really so. Taken aback by the surprise, the heroine decided that probably it was true. At this moment, she didn't understand at all what the Duke was talking about now. Suddenly, he abruptly approached her, and they almost touched each other's faces. Blushing with embarrassment, the heroine closed her eyes, not knowing what to expect now. But suddenly she felt Lucas pinch and lightly rub her cheek. The Duke decided that her skin stretched quite well, which made her completely stupefied. He also noticed that the number of freckles on her face had decreased again, and the girl's skin felt like a pudding. Not understanding why they were standing, Lucas decided to continue their conversation while sitting. Feeling goosebumps all over her body, the heroine agreed with him, deciding that her heart almost sank into her heels. The Duke had already heard that she had met with candidates for the role of a personal servant, and he wondered if she had chosen anyone. As it turned out, she decided to choose the girl Jessie, who, however, was not one of the contenders. Besides, she wasn't allowed to go up to the third floor, but Lucas didn't see that as a problem and was ready to talk to Owen about it. Also, the heroine would be very grateful if Lucas found small glass jars for her. But at that moment, the hero no longer heard her, dissolved in bliss from inhaling the sweet aroma of the girl. At first, he had thought that this fragrance would not suit her, but now, with only a breath, Lucas felt better, because he was really calm around someone who wore such a fragrance. Suddenly, the Duke came to his senses when he heard the puzzled voice of the heroine, who was trying to say something to him. He did not answer for so long, and Layla thought that the Duke had not yet recovered from his illness. But pretending to just think, he promised to send the jars to her room as soon as possible. In addition, Lucas intended to buy her everything she wanted because there was nothing here that she could not take. Looking down in embarrassment, Layla thanked the Duke for his generosity. He wanted the girl to be calmer around him, but first, the hero wanted to listen to everything she wanted. He also decided to pick her a new dress, since she was no longer pretending to be fat and the current robe was hanging on her. Grinning, Lucas knew that if she wasn't telling him anything, she must be hiding something. Deciding that this time he would find her a more competent tailor, the Duke suddenly heard a day at the door. Behind her was Michael's voice, which was surprisingly muffled and a little hoarse. Sweating, the boy had difficulty carrying the heavy basket into his study, for he had heard that the ugly was there. Layla was extremely puzzled by the appearance of the young master, and even in this form, seeing his body shaking, sweating like a fountain, she wondered what could be in this basket. The girl offered to help him, but the boy resolutely refused, not considering it difficult at all. With a loud thud, he put the basket on the table, and a strange noise was heard from there. Lucas and Layla approached warily, wanting to know what was inside. Taking off her blanket, they saw a lot of dirty stones with multicolored inclusions. The Duke was surprised by such large stones and thought that his nephew must have built a house in the courtyard. Shocked by his assumption, the heroine hastened to clarify that there was an ore of precious stones in front of them. She was completely amazed that the boy really wanted to give it to her, but Michael himself pretended that there was nothing special about it. Without any emotion, the Duke decided that he also knew about the stones, and therefore he did not understand why his nephew had brought them here. However, the heroine was completely delighted, and Michael reproached his uncle with this, saying that even a freak likes it. For the first few seconds, Lucas stared at him in disbelief. However, in the end, the Duke still smiled, deciding that the boy had beaten him to it, and he had lost. After that, he handed a small piece of paper into Layla's hands, wanting her and Michael to go get clothes. Taking it in her hands, the heroine, to her surprise, found that it was an empty check. Shocked by such gifts, she inadvertently thought that maybe today was her birthday. Smiling, Lucas wanted her to let him know when he would be. Deciding that it was not too late, they should hurry, the hero began to push the heroine and her nephew out the door. Layla was surprised that only they would go, because wouldn't the Duke keep them company? But Lucas pretended that there was too much work and it was impossible to find time for it. He decided that next time they would go together, and now they would tell him everything when they returned. Layla was glad to hear that next time they would go together and wanted to say goodbye to the hero. However, without letting her finish, he abruptly slammed the door in her face, leaving the girl in a stupor. Finally alone, Lucas struggled to catch his breath. Blushing with embarrassment, he surprised himself by being jealous of the heroine for the child. On this day, Layla could not see the hero at dinner, and the next day, due to departure, he did not show up for breakfast. The heroine did not leave the anxious feeling that she had said something wrong. Walking with her around the city, Michael wondered what the freak was thinking about, and the girl admitted that about yesterday's image of the Duke. The boy hoped that she would not be offended by her uncle who did not go with them. In response, she decided that since the Duke could not go, it was worth at least buying him a gift. Entering the atelier with Michael, Layla remembered that last time they did not like their clothes well. However, in the boy's opinion, this atelier was different, because the local hostess did not get along with the owner of that workshop. Not understanding why the cabin was so empty, the boy suddenly saw the hostess. Hurrying to them, the woman apologized for her delay, specifying that she was engaged in preparation. Layla didn't understand how it was possible to be late if they hadn't even made an appointment in advance. The heroine also noted that the hostess behaved ill-mannered in front of the young master, but at the same time apologized. Turning to a boy named Lupus, The woman wanted them to pass and sit down. Joyfully looking around the characters, she decided that such people could be admired to death. Her words and actions shocked Layla, and the heroine considered her extremely strange. The hostess was annoyed that such important visitors came, and she had nothing to treat them with except tea. However, this tea turned out to be incredibly tasty, and it was difficult to stop drinking it. The seamstress was completely delighted that the mistress liked the tea. In addition, she admired the angelic voice and pleasant appearance of the girl, wanting to know what kind of outfit she was looking for. When the woman heard from Michael that his aunt had come to buy the dress, she was glad to meet the aunt of this lovely boy like a flower. At the same moment, she ran to look for suitable outfits, leaving the heroes alone. Most of all, the heroine was surprised that her flattering compliments did not sound at all played. Meanwhile, Michael was trembling all over and did not understand what kind of person she was at all. After all, how could she consider him a flower, and why flatter him so much? Hearing from him that she was clearly hiding something, the heroine involuntarily smiled. She herself thought this lady was sincere. Besides, apparently, not only Layla likes the boy's eyes. Embarrassed, he decided that she was just calming him down or saying so because she was too kind. However, the girl hastened to assure him that her emotions were the most sincere. She believed that they had chosen a good place. However, it was difficult for the heroine to get used to the manner of speech of the hostess. At this time, the woman had just returned, apologizing for interrupting the cooing of two birds. Having brought many dresses hanging on a hanger, she was happy to report that they were all handmade, made by herself. At first, Layla considered the way of showing on a hanger modern and convenient, but then she thought that perhaps the woman simply did not have a staff. First of all, Madame introduced herself by the name of Kate B. Michelle, specifying that she makes the best outfits in the world. Looking at her, the heroine could not stop smiling, deciding that she had not felt so calm for a long time. Although everyone in society was obsessed with aristocrats, everyone Layla met, regardless of his position, tried to insult her. Since childhood, the girl grew up under the contemptuous glances of others. Of course, if you complain to Lucas about rude maids, he will surely punish them and kick them out. However, in this country, everyone was like that, and how can absolutely everyone be punished and expelled? After all, even if you get angry and take revenge, then at such moments it always becomes sad. Meanwhile, Kate showed the first dress that was made to be both beautiful and comfortable at the waist. Glad that there were still such good people, the heroine immediately expressed a desire to try on this outfit. The woman also offered her help with the fitting, but Layla decided to do it herself. Smiling, Kate admitted that she is always very excited when beautiful visitors like something from her collection. And the girl in turn was glad to find good clothes here and was also glad to make friends with this beautiful madame. After a while, Layla came out to them, dressed in a beautiful dress with lace. Inside herself, she was indescribably happy that she had finally put on a dress that was to her taste. Shocked by such beauty, Kate prostrated herself in front of her with a scream, confusing the heroine. Most of all, Layla was worried about her knees, because the woman collapsed with all her weight on them. Michael's eyes also sparkled with delight, and he thought this dress was incredibly beautiful on the girl. Rejoicing at his words, the heroine also could not hide her delight at such a thing. But suddenly, the boy decided that they were taking all the dresses from the hangers, which shocked both ladies. Approaching him, Layla decided that although she liked these dresses, he should not have spent so much on her. However, as it turned out, he wanted to buy all this with his pocket money, which, according to Lucas, could be enough to buy a store. Pretty surprised, Kate was shocked by the incredible capabilities of the aristocrats. Layla completely agreed with her, which puzzled the woman a little. The heroine was grateful to her for everything, but she still believed that she needed to be able to spend her money more rationally. Except that if later the young master wanted to buy something more expensive or needed money for something more useful. However, the boy at home did nothing but study, so he simply had nowhere to spend this money. Both girls were very touched by the fact that he devoted all his time to studying. His uncle thought so too, but Michael himself felt quite normal. He didn't mind spending everything, and he was happy to give Layla at least something. The girls immediately shed tears at the sight and words of this little angel. Sighing enthusiastically, Kate decided to give everything away at a reduced price. But the heroine immediately refused, believing that Madame tried sew the dresses, so they would buy them for the full amount. Deciding that she also had money, Layla wanted Kate to bring them all the dresses. Now she was quite grateful to Lucas for the empty check, deciding that she would soon return everything at the expense of the cosmetics business. Late in the evening, after endless examples and buying everything they could, the heroes safely drove home in a carriage. The girl was glowing with happiness, thinking that today was a lot of fun. Unable to move from fatigue, the young master fully agreed with her. After difficult thoughts, they decided to try on only what they wanted to wear once, and the rest just to take with them. Layla was glad that Kate had her own vision of even boys' clothes. Michael decided that next time they would definitely take your uncle with you, to which she fully agreed. She thought that he had decided so out of good intentions, but in reality, the young master just didn't want to suffer alone. Suddenly, the girl decided to clarify how much longer he plans to call her ugly. After all, in fact, she had a name that, by and large, she liked much more. Embarrassed, Michael knew it himself and now quietly pronounced her name. However, he wanted her to stop calling him young master and start calling him by his first name. This night turned out to be incredibly strange and full of surprises. Soon the boy was already lying in his bed, fast asleep from fatigue. But unlike him, despite the late time, the heroine was not up to sleep. After she put Michael to bed, the girl went to wash her face. Lying on the Duke's bed, she looked directly at him and did not understand how it happened. Abruptly realizing what had happened, the Duke instantly got down from Layla, sitting next to her and bashfully covering his face with his hand. The girl sat down on the bed, looking away and being completely perplexed. She didn't think about anything like that at all and just wanted to bring a gift before she went to wash her face. However, the whole problem turned out to be in the aroma of Lucas, which the heroine could not resist. Shortly before this incident, she had stood in front of the door to the Duke's chambers, wondering if he was asleep. Quietly knocking on his door, she decided to find out directly if the hero was at home. But when she received only silence in response, Layla came to the conclusion with annoyance that he was still asleep. She also thought that perhaps he was still feeling bad and therefore she would need to visit him tomorrow. Taking a few steps from the door, the heroine suddenly stopped, feeling a strange but so alluring smell. From that moment on, the girl practically did not remember what happened next. As if possessed by an unknown force, she unconsciously opened the door and entered him. Seeing the Duke sleeping peacefully in his bed, Layla walked slowly over with her eyes fixed on him. Gently bending over, she smoothly stretched out her hand, wanting to touch his face. But suddenly, Lucas opened his eyes and, not understanding anything, grabbed the heroine by the outstretched hand, after which he twisted her on the bed. And now, having let her go, the hero said nothing more. And Layla, sitting next to him, thought that she was mistaken for a killer. The Duke looked very unwell, and she decided that he was angry because of her sudden visit. In any case, nothing could be done and the heroine could only beg for forgiveness, bowing her head. After waiting for a while, Layla decided to be the first to break the silence and start apologizing, but Lucas suddenly began to speak at the same time as her. Realizing that they had interrupted each other, the girl immediately jumped up, wanting to give him a chance to speak. The hero understood that she must have been scared and embarrassed to be caught, and laid down, moreover, by a man who breathed like a beast. And he was ready for the fact that Layla would no longer want to see him, which made the heroine confused. First of all, the girl wanted to apologize for scaring him so much, because if she had known that he was sleeping, she would not have come. And the reason for coming was the desire to personally report that he and the young master had bought a gift for the Duke and spent a lot of money. But when she entered him, the heroine was frightened when she saw Lucas's poor condition, and now she was annoyed that she had interfered with his rest. As for the hero himself, the main thing for him now was that the girl did not take offense at him. Hugging her, he decided that she did not interfere with him at all, and even on the contrary, woke him up from the nightmare he had dreamed. Layla wanted to clarify what kind of nightmare he had, but as it turned out, Lucas had forgotten it as soon as he saw the heroine. Now, the Duke felt as if he was in a beautiful dream, and he wanted the girl to stay with him longer. Even hiding his selfishness in trying to draw a line, he could no longer resist his tenderness. With a languid sigh, Layla decided to stay with him until the Duke fell asleep. At this point, the hero was perplexed by his behavior, because he had never behaved like this, even as a child younger than Michael. Looking carefully into the heroine's eyes, he wondered if she would agree to stay with him for the night. Shocked by such a sharp and unexpected proposal, the girl blushed, looking at him in confusion. Having digested the information and realized the meaning of what she heard, she fell into a stupor for a few seconds. In the end, they settled safely at opposite ends of the bed, and while the Duke lay quietly, Layla sat without closing her eyes. Suddenly, she decided to bring Lucas a cleanser to wash off her makeup. Jumping out of bed, she rushed to the door with lightning speed, confusing the hero. As he watched the door slam shut behind her, he remembered that he had to wash off his makeup before going to bed. Laughing affectionately, Lucas was once again convinced that he had a very unpredictable wife. At dawn the next day, a loud and frequent knock on the door instantly pulled the hero out of his sweet sleep. Yawning savagely, Layla didn't understand what was happening either, but the Duke decided to go and check it out for himself. Thinking that it was Vincent, Lucas was indignant, having already asked the butler not to wake him up at such an hour. However, when he opened the door and saw a frightened Michael, the hero fell into a stupor. With tears in his eyes and a voice trembling with horror, the boy wanted to urgently announce the loss of the freak. Screaming in horror, Michael decided that it must have been his mother who had done something to the girl. When he fell asleep, she was in the room, but when the boy woke up, she was no longer there, which meant that Layla had definitely been kidnapped. Overcoming his cries, the half-asleep Duke hoped that his nephew would give him something to explain. Suddenly, Layla jumped out from behind Lucas, causing him to flinch and rushing towards Michael. Seeing the boy's condition, she began to furiously shout at the Duke thinking that he was the one who brought the child to tears because of the early visit. Hugging Michael tightly, the heroine wanted him to stop crying, because she would certainly scold this Duke. Chuckling at the absurdity of his position, Lucas thought that for the first time in a long time, he was in a good mood in the morning. However, now, as if he were the third odd one, he silently stood aside while Layla explained to the boy the reason for her absence. Of course, after all this, she had to apologize to the Duke a lot. Bowing to him 100 times a minute, Layla in a long monologue listed everything for which she asked for forgiveness. Feeling the ringing in his ears, Lucas decided that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he and his nephew had bought up the entire store and that he had fallen under the hot hand. The hero understood that all this was taking care of Michael, which made the girl experience remarkable relief. While talking to him, the heroine kept a blanket next to her face to hide the lack of makeup. Later, as she walked into her room, she decided that just calling a man and asking him to do something was so ducal. Returning to her room after a while, Layla heard a knock on the door and allowed the guest to enter. It turned out to be her new, personal servant Jessie, who brought her mistress hot tea. The heroine immediately felt a delicate, sweet aroma, and, as it turned out, the tea was with hibiscus and dry fruits. Layla decided that she would be bored with drinking tea alone, so Jessie could join her, to which the maid hesitantly agreed. There were no special instructions for the girl, and she could safely go and rest, but she voluntarily sat next to the mistress. During their first meeting after their appointment, Jessie bowed to the heroine, thanking her for the opportunity. She remembered the words of the mistress that she did not need to do anything now. However, looking at Layla with loyal eyes, Jessie wanted to do everything she could to help her. Despite everything, the maid stayed and made this decision, so now the heroine could not even imagine her life without her. Humbly agreeing to drink tea with the mistress, Jessie stood aside, but the heroine suddenly wanted her to sit down next to her. These words completely confused the servant, because this is usually not allowed, but she still obeyed. Layla was happy to see that the maid's skin had improved significantly, for which Jessie was grateful to the mistress and her cream. While the girls were cheerfully discussing cosmetics, suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. After giving permission to enter and seeing Michael on the doorstep, Layla did not understand what had brought him here at such an early hour. Turning to the maid and about to introduce her, the heroine suddenly discovered emptiness in the place where she was sitting. Standing aside, the maid bowed obediently as a sign of greeting to the young master, introducing herself as the Duchess's personal servant. A little taken aback, the boy greeted him hesitantly, and Layla thought that Jessie must be just worried about seeing him for the first time. Turning back to the heroine, Michael pointed his finger at his face, the skin on which became noticeably cleaner and lighter. The boy was absolutely delighted, and he was also very grateful to Layla for giving him the thing. In response, she decided that cosmetics, of course, had an effect, but for the most part, it was all due to good sleep and proper nutrition. Michael also couldn't wait to tell him that what the heroine asked for that time was almost ready and would arrive soon. Sometime earlier, they thought for a very long time about what to do with the precious stones that the boy brought. Having diligently drawn a sketch, Layla ordered something unusual and special. And now, Michael suddenly took her sketches out of his pocket, which made the heroine wonder what the master is guided by then. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the door and, as it turned out, the master was guided by a copy of the sketch. Walking slowly into the room, in his ordinary, flawless appearance, Lucas did not know what it was, but it had already been brought. Seeing the suitcase in the Duke's hand, Layla was surprised that he personally received her order, but as it turned out, the hero was just on the way. He also wanted to open the package with everyone else and see what was inside. Delighted at such an offer, the three sat down on the sofa, and Michael took a place between the characters. Looking at his uncle in surprise, the boy was impressed by how much he had changed, both in appearance and in communication. Lucas didn't understand his words, thinking that he was just in a good mood, and Layla immediately realized that Michael was just very embarrassed. Smiling, the hero noticed how close she had become to his nephew. In addition, he was eager to see what Layla had even drawn a sketch for herself. According to the girl, it was a toy for children that developed their mental abilities and fine motor skills. Turning to the maid, she wanted Jessie to clean up the table and bring some snacks because brain activity drops blood sugar. As she received the suitcase in her hands, Layla was surprised by its weight, which immediately made it clear that the contents were made of precious stones. Initially, she wanted to make a decoration, but using her memories, the heroine ordered a set of toy Lego. Before the death of her parents, she often played such games with them, so she wanted to create similar memories for Michael. Hearing bewilderment from the Duke, who did not understand what these stones and blocks were, the boy was shocked by his ignorance. To Michael himself, Layla has already shown that they need to be connected and thus build anything. Therefore, smiling from the top of his mouth, the boy wanted to build a house, a park, a horse, and even the sea. For a few seconds, Lucas looked thoughtfully at the cubes in his hand, expressing no emotion. But suddenly, the hero smiled and wondered if Michael knew about architectural styles and if he was really going to build a house without a roof. From such questions, the nephew was immediately confused. With a peaceful smile, Layla watched as the Duke helped the boy draw up a plan for the house, with the number of rooms and floors. Before that, she had not even thought that Lucas would also like this, but it was a pleasant surprise. And if you look at this atmosphere from the outside now, it looks as if they are a family. The day flew by unnoticed, and only in the evening the heroes went to their rooms. Left alone, the heroine tiredly plopped down on the bed, enjoying the aftertaste of many hours of play. If it continued like this, it would be great. But Layla remembered that this was a contract marriage that would inevitably end. However, even so, it was like that happy time when my parents were around. However, now was not the time to cry from longing for the past gone forever, but instead to start thinking about the future. Deciding to think in advance about what would happen next, the girl remembered her diary. She had read a lot of things before, and now many works were at hand. Opening her diary, Layla saw the names of different books, among which her favorite was the story of a master cook. But suddenly she came across a story that should not have been here, which made her stupefied. After reading a short sentence about returning, the heroine suddenly felt the ground slip from under her feet. At the same moment, she found herself near the imperial palace, dressed in a bright maroon dress. Right in front of her, Prince Theobald and Duke Henry clashed in a heated argument, practically shouting at each other. The Duke remembered that when he went to see Her Highness, at some point a certain aroma instantly drove him crazy. Numb with shock and horror, Layla stared at them, dumbfounded, not understanding anything because she had just read a book in her room. Suddenly, both characters turned sharply to her, causing the girl's soul to instantly sink into her heels. Unconsciously turning around and starting to run away, she was sure that the coming-of-age ceremony was already over and avoided attention to herself. However, the heroine did not understand why then these two now look at her with such menacing looks. Rushing at full speed, everything swam in terror before Layla's eyes, and the girl suddenly found herself in some building. In the sunlit room, she saw the lifeless body of Layla El Este on the floor in front of her. In some places of the girl's body, pronounced traces of blood were visible. Completely mad with horror, the heroine's gaze was riveted on her dead body, and her mind was completely blurred. Suddenly, the familiar screams of someone desperately calling her name began to sound in her head. Opening her eyes abruptly, Layla saw Lucas above her, pale with fear. As it turned out, the hero came to the sounds of screaming, and he hoped that the heroine was fine. Fortunately, there were no signs of burglary, however. The girl turned blue with fear. Jumping sharply, she gripped the Duke tightly in her arms, sending him into a stupor. Feeling a strong tremor in her body, Lucas was confused, not understanding what could have happened. Layla gripped him tighter and tighter with every second, and the hero decided to clarify that everything was already fine and nothing had happened. Stroking her head, he found out that the girl was just having a nightmare. At this time, the heroine thought that the very aroma that had fascinated her the previous night, which had emanated from Lucas, was now gently soothing her. However, it was not only about the aroma, because when the hero was around, Layla became calmer. Meanwhile, seeing her tear-stained eyes, the Duke wondered how much longer she would shed tears. He decided to quickly run for the handkerchief, hoping that the girl would wait for him a little. Promising to return as soon as possible, Lucas left the room, followed by Layla's puzzled gaze. Being in complete confusion from what she saw, she did not understand what kind of dream it was. As soon as the Duke left, terrible memories immediately began to surface. The cold faces and glances of Duke Henry and Prince Theobald filled with sincere vanity. At the same time, before the eyes of the heroine was herself, killed in a cruel and inhuman way, lying in dust and desolation on the floor. And the creepiest thing was the feeling that this would really happen in the future. At that moment, Lucas returned to her room and approached the girl and gently took her chin. Gently holding her cheekbone, he began to gently wipe her eyes with a warm, damp cloth. And although Layla could not even imagine him crying, the Duke quite skillfully worked with a rag, as if not for the first time. Then she wondered if he also had nightmares at night. It turned out to be so, and the heroine could not even imagine what horrors he dreamed of. Lucas remembered that at the moment when Layla came to his room, he had a terrible dream. Before he could finish his thoughts, the girl moved sharply to the back, in the opposite direction from the Duke. After that, she moved, inviting the hero to sit down next to her with a gesture. Lucas was still unsure if his character was afraid, but at least she wasn't pulling away. From the very ceremony, Layla noticed that he felt bad all the time, and she wondered if the hero really had problems sleeping because of nightmares. Lucas was disappointed that it was so noticeable, because he didn't want to show it at all. The heroine was also interested in learning about the reasons for this, and she found out that this is a symptom that disappears over time. The Duke believed that last time he had survived only thanks to her, for which he was very grateful. Looking at his smile, Layla felt a strong heartbeat, bewildered by herself. As she tried to calm her heart that it was just gratitude, Lucas couldn't understand why she was blushing so much. Thinking that she was sick, he put his hands to the girl's face, wanting to check the temperature. Experiencing the deepest embarrassment, the heroine abruptly waved her hands, deciding that she would sleep and everything would pass. Calming down, she suddenly realized that now they were lying in an embrace with each other. Completely confused, Layla could hardly mumble that it was already very late, and she needed to fall asleep as soon as possible. Suddenly, she felt Lucas's body tremble, and suddenly, the hero abruptly raised his hand. Smoothly putting it in a comfortable place, he breathed a sigh of relief, as it was already numb. This time, he had not just a nightmare, but a dream that inevitably repeats itself over and over again. And although he has been dreaming for 5 years, the hero still could not get used to it. But now, hearing the scream, Lucas instantly forgot about everything and ran out barefoot, forgetting even about nightmares. For him, there was nothing worse than the fact that something could happen to the heroine. Running into her room, he saw the girl shaking in convulsions and tears from a terrible dream. However, as soon as the girl woke up and saw the Duke, her expression and look immediately changed. The hero remembered that this curse can only be overcome by finding true love. Therefore, he realized that Layla felt calmer at the sight of him, just as he felt calmer at the sight of her. Even the last time the heroine came to his room at night and the Duke did not jump on her, he felt relieved after he saw her, so he wondered if they would just continue to sleep together. Finally starting to understand what it all meant, Lucas wanted Layla to stay with him. The next morning, the heroine woke up safely from the bright rays of the sun breaking through the window. The dream she had now was completely different from the previous one, and it was completely meaningless. On the next pillow, instead of the Duke's head, there was a note from him, in which it was written that he had been forced to get up earlier because of business. Layla did not give any answer to his yesterday's question, although her heart confidently gave a positive answer. Remembering Duke Henry's nightmare words about the strange smell, the girl thought that Lucas's sweet scent had clouded her mind. Layla hesitated at that moment and decided not to rush with the answer. Suddenly, Jessie knocked on her room, wanting to give her urgent news. Starting to frantically search for a cosmetic bag, the heroine wanted the maid to pass everything to her through the door. Hearing that Madame Anna would arrive at the Montefeltro mansion by noon, the girl was stunned. The next day, after her arrival, Michael walked resolutely along the corridors, heading to meet his mother. Seeing his mother, the boy was eager to say something to her personally, which confused the woman. Before that, she had spent a sleepless night in the guest room, sitting on the couch and covering her face with her hands. This castle, as well as the Duke and her own son, had become incredibly strange, and it was driving her crazy. She continued to write letters, in each of which she emphasized that she loved her son, and also did not save money for a child at all. Tormented by these thoughts, the woman absolutely did not understand why she was being portrayed as guilty. Angry, she jumped up from the couch, knocking over the table in front of her with tea and treats. Sitting back on the sofa, Anna was breathing heavily and felt that she was gradually starting to go crazy. Time dragged on endlessly, but nevertheless the woman sat in place until the morning, not finding an answer to her question. The only conclusion she came to was that she could not stay in this house for a second longer. Plunged into thoughts that she did not need anyone else, the woman was very surprised to meet Michael near the exit. Approaching her, the boy looked at his mother with serious eyes, wanting to talk to her. Vincent agreed to step away for the duration of the conversation, specifying that he could not leave them for long. After waiting for him to leave, Anna decided that apparently her son had come not just to say goodbye to her. This was noticeable only by his gaze, which was completely unlike the look of a child. Michael wanted to ask her that when her mother was gone, she would never come back to them. These words sounded like peals of thunder that swept through the woman's body, causing her incredible pain. Hiding behind a wall nearby, the heroine was surprised that the boy went alone to meet his mistress. And although Layla wanted to stand next to him and hold his hand, since Michael himself did not call her, she decided to go out only as a last resort. Struggling to keep her sanity clear, Anna was shocked by how much her son hated his mother. Is his hatred so strong that he doesn't even want to see it anymore? But suddenly the boy looked at the woman carefully and decided that he did not hate her at all. In the past, he had never gone against his mother because he felt guilty that he would never be the son she wanted. Michael was used to being hated, but now he saw the other side. It was hard for him to endure ridicule and face other people's views, so he was afraid of people and hated himself, but all that remained was to endure. However, even so, he always hid it in himself and did not say anything to his mother, because the boy knew that she would again consider him not beautiful enough and decide that he should just endure. But now, remembering all that had happened in the last days, he no longer felt fear. At that moment, the moments he had lived with Layla flashed before Michael's eyes. Therefore, the reason for his courage was that the boy was now truly loved, unlike his mother, who did nothing but hate and despise him. However, now the woman could no longer ignore anyone in this castle. The heroine was surprised that now he could speak so calmly, and, besides, Michael clearly thought about his speech for a long time. And although she did not see their faces, the girl was very surprised that the mistress was silent and did not answer her son. Suddenly, sadly looking at the floor, Anna decided to admit that she still believes that hating ugly people is natural. After all, people avoid unpleasant things, and it was extremely unpleasant to look at ugliness. At this moment, Layla could hardly restrain herself from going out and stuffing Madame's face for such words to her own child. But suddenly, the woman also swore that she had never hated Michael. No matter how much she thought, she did not find guilt behind herself because Anna only loved her son, worried and wished him all the best. At the same second, the heroine's anger abruptly subsided, and in return came the understanding that everything was not as clear as it seemed. Anna also realized that Michael had been persuaded that she hated him. Ever since birth, she had feared for her son and the looks he would face, as well as the wounds he would receive. The woman also feared for her future, where she suffered, looking exhausted at her child. What can you do if he looks like his ugly father, and he got only eyes from his mother? Layla felt sorry for Anna, and besides, even if she just sent money or servants, no one would scold a handsome man. Suddenly, the woman remembered the angry face of the new Duchess, who was furious that she was just watching from the sidelines. Anna herself understood that she had always loved her son with her lips, but in fact she just ran away and did not even see him. Therefore, at least for now, she did not want to miss the opportunity to ask him for forgiveness. Apologizing, she timidly stroked the boy's head, hoping that he would live happily. After that, without further ado, the lady calmly left and never touched Michael again. This conversation was the last between them, which put everything in its place. However, before her departure, Anna still said a few words to the heroine. Calling Layla closer to her, the woman wanted to tell her something that only she could know. And when the girl was ready to hear something, Anna, unexpectedly, from the bottom of her heart, thanked her. After Madame's departure, Michael ran up to Layla, knowing that she had heard everything and wanting to clarify whether she liked the way he talked to her mother. The heroine was surprised that he noticed her presence, but as it turned out, the boy just smelled the girl's aroma. He was worried that Layla was sick because of the nightmare, but she hurried to calm Michael because thanks to them, she slept well. Be that as it may, after his mother's arrival, his uncle fell ill, and the heroine had nightmares, which made the boy very frightened. So now, by all means, he decided to always protect Layla, hoping that she would stay healthy and always be there. In a normal situation, the girl might have been happy with these words, but now she was shocked. The heroine remembered that when she and Lucas were lying in her bed, he also wanted her to stay with him. And now, trying her best to keep a smile on her face, Layla understood that sooner or later she would have to leave. Meanwhile, the Duke of Montefeltro rode in a carriage along a beautiful forest. Looking intently at their prenuptial agreement, he did not understand how he could get rid of this useless piece of paper. In the evening before going to bed, Michael sat in Layla's bathroom, waiting for her to get out of the shower. He looked at himself in the mirror. Although the heroine seems a little silly, she is a very good person in spite of everything. In addition, she absolutely selflessly taught the boy skincare and one of the procedures he had just finished right now. Now, having smeared himself with cream, he only had to wait for his aunt to wash herself and come out. Sometimes Michael wondered if it was okay to sleep in the same room with his aunt if he was already 9 years old. Also, it seems that Layla has nightmares because of her uncle, who wanted her to do something. In addition, the boy was also very happy that his mother left without saying a word. Suddenly, a very curious 9-year-old child came across the heroine's makeup bag. Suppressing the urge to rummage through it, Michael considered it indecent to secretly look at Layla's belongings. Still struggling with the urge to look there with one eye, he decided to ask her to show her herself. However, at the same moment, he suddenly saw a document on one of the shelves, which turned out to be a contract between the girl and the Duke. Not understanding what kind of business Layla could have with the Montefeltro family, for which a contract was required, the boy took it from the shelf. Having carefully studied it and learned that the heroine was going to leave after the official marriage, Michael was horrified. Suddenly he heard the voice of Layla, who had just come out of the shower. She thought that the boy must have been waiting for her, and in the meantime, convulsively hiding the contract in his sleeve, he gave up the appearance that this was not the case at all. The next morning, Jessie went to the door to the mistress's chambers, bringing her morning tea. Calling out to the heroine from behind the door, the maid hoped that she was no longer asleep. Through her sleep, hearing her voice, Layla instantly opened her eyes, becoming confused for a while. A few minutes later, she abruptly opened the door, apologizing for the long wait. Seeing the mistress's pale complexion and her sleepy appearance, Jessie didn't understand what had happened to her last night. Pretending that they were just talking to Michael, Layla wanted to take the tea and drink it as soon as possible. In addition, she wanted to give the maid information for the butler to cancel Michael's morning lesson, since he was still asleep. While happily agreeing to do so, Jessie also wanted to make the heroine a new tea that would cheer her up. Looking at the trail of the departing servant, the girl realized that she really did a very good job. And while Jessie hadn't come back yet, Layla naively thought she could get some more sleep, but she forgot one important detail. As she closed the door, she remembered that she and Michael had fallen asleep immediately after she had finished washing. But before going to bed, the boy unexpectedly decided to boast and tell his aunt about his house. This mansion had its own alchemist laboratory, and Michael wanted to show it to Layla when he grew up. In addition, he was sure that she had never been to the festivals that were held in the north. If the heroine stays a little longer, then the festival will begin and the hydrangea will bloom, after which everything will turn blue and it is unrealistically beautiful. After that, the boy remembered that the main business of their family consisted of mining from mines, where Layla had probably never been. Therefore, he wanted to take her there, as well as take her for a ride on a boat made of magic stone, but for this, Michael needed to grow up. Shocked by the influx of such interesting and curious stories, Layla could continue to listen to them with interest if she did not want to sleep so much. As a result, we went to bed very late, and now the heroine felt like chewed toffee. And the worst part was that she couldn't sleep waiting for Jessie now, since she had already put on her makeup. Not to say that Layla did not think at all about interrupting him and putting him to bed. But the day before, he had had a busy day, and the girl understood that he was not telling her all this to boast. Therefore now, illuminated by the rays of the sun, she looked at how peacefully the boy was sleeping. Feeling the serenity emanating from him, the heroine involuntarily began to smile. She wanted him to sleep a little more and have a good rest from everything he had previously experienced. The next day, Michael resolutely headed to the entrance of the mansion to meet his uncle who had arrived. Lucas was quite puzzled by his serious appearance, not understanding what had happened. Besides, it was very strange to see him without Layla, but his nephew didn't think it mattered, because he needed to talk to him. The Duke stared at Michael silently for a few seconds before finally agreeing. Deciding to talk to his nephew for a while, he wanted Owen to sort out what they had brought for the time being. Soon, the two of them were sitting in one of the living rooms, sitting on the sofas, opposite each other. To Lucas's surprise, Michael unexpectedly put his marriage contract with Layla on the table. Taken aback by such a turn, the Duke did not understand where his nephew got this contract from. But suddenly, the boy began to shout at him, not understanding how his uncle could bind the heroine with this vile document. Lucas tried to start explaining something, but Michael didn't want to listen. Instead, he resented their decision to stay as a couple for only a year and then send the girl to another country. The boy decided that if the Duke really intended to do this, then he had better terminate the contract right now. And as soon as Michael himself turned 11, he decided that he would definitely make Layla happy. For the first few seconds, Lucas stared at him in bewilderment, digesting the information he had heard. The boy stood, pointing his finger at himself and thrusting his chest forward, confidently looking straight into his uncle's eyes. Tactfully covering his mouth with his hand, the Duke could not hide the laughter that escaped. After that, he laughed heartily, confusing his nephew. Numb with shock, the boy could not believe that his uncle could laugh so much. He thought that the Duke was laughing at him because he was small, but it turned out to be wrong. Whatever it was, in Lucas's opinion, his nephew did the right thing by bringing the contract. The hero himself has already regretted it, but now Michael helped him a lot. Therefore, he intended to conclude an alliance with the boy in the future, to act together. Lucas was confident that this alliance would allow them to avoid Layla's departure, which Michael found rather suspicious. He hoped that his uncle wasn't using some sneaky trick now. The Duke knew that he had given no reason to suspect himself, but in his nephew's opinion, he behaved as if he had become a different person. Be that as it may, Michael was ready to listen to him, which the hero liked very much. First of all, the boy had to give him the contract first and keep it a secret from his aunt. Michael could easily handle this, however. He wondered what the Duke would be doing at this time. Looking away, Lucas decided that it wasn't that important. The nephew was outraged by this answer, but the uncle believed that the child should not know about it. Then Michael decided that if the hero tried to do something suspicious, he would not leave him alone. The hero did not understand why there were so many unfounded suspicions about him, because he would never do this, especially in relation to Layla. However, the nephew believed that the uncle he had known before had never been interested in who he liked and whom he loved. But lately, the Duke had really become a different person. Sighing, the hero decided that everything was really because of the appearance of the heroine in their lives. Her mere presence made the Duke's heart flutter, and he himself wanted to be sincere. Lucas finally felt free, as if he could be his real self. Michael remembered the hero as a gloomy loner, but now it seems that everything has changed. Thinking that he understood, Lucas pushed his nephew to the exit, and in the meantime, the boy decided that his uncle was also petty. In fact, the hero noticed that the boy had also undergone significant changes. The Duke had heard his nephew well before, but he kept shouting, and now, after tossing the hair on his head, Lucas wanted the heir to go to his lesson. Not understanding what to do with such disheveled hair, Michael finally stuck out his tongue to his uncle. Then, turning in the opposite direction, he strode away with an air of solemnity. To be honest, the boy was already very fond of his sullen uncle, but with the arrival of Layla, he began to like the hero much more. A few days later, the heroine stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining her reflection. She wore a beautiful dress adorned with a large pink bow on her belt. Today, the girl was going to go to the Festival of the North, where she was invited by Lucas. A few days earlier, she had learned from him that the festival would open earlier this year. The Duke wanted, if Layla did not mind, to explore the Commoners' Quarter with her. Like other regions, the North is divided into the Commoners' Quarter and the Aristocratic Quarter. The heroine would have been very happy. But how could she go because the girl did not want to attract attention to herself? But Lucas decided that they could go there, hiding their real identities. Delighted, Layla imagined how happy Michael would be, but as it turned out, the boy would not go anywhere. Hearing that they would go with the hero, only the two of them, the heroine fell into a stupor. According to the Duke, his nephew wanted to focus on his studies because he had often missed classes lately. In addition, Lucas noted that it was extremely difficult to just go somewhere with the heroine together. Also, having pushed a box with a red ribbon to the medium-sized girl, the hero wanted to give her a gift. In surprise, Layla found nothing better than to clarify if this was really meant for her. However, when she saw the Duke's face, she immediately felt uncomfortable and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for the gift. Deciding not to wait too long, the heroine began to carefully lift the lid of the box. Inside was a beautiful dress, made to order and neatly folded into a package. In this dress, she will have to go with the Duke to the festival, and moreover, she does not need to apply so much makeup. Layla wanted to object, but the hero hastened to clarify that there would be no escort with them, and none of the residents knew her by sight. After all, for sure, the heroine has never appeared in public without makeup. Besides, the makeup she did the other day looked quite dreary, and wouldn't it be great to have a carefree day? Even though Lucas was very attractive, Layla didn't know what kind of person he was. But each time, the hero showed sincere care for her, and now she gladly agreed to go to the festival. If he pays so much attention, then he certainly thinks about the girl, but this can be dangerous for herself. Looking at the large hat and the dress of calm peace, tastefully made, the heroine did not understand how the Duke knew her tastes. And in general, maybe she should learn this directly from her husband? However, now was not the time to think about it, as it was a fictitious marriage. She didn't have a place to settle down to live the life she had always dreamed of when she started a cosmetics business. Sighing sadly, the heroine did not understand what was the point of her being sincere if she had to leave in a year anyway. Instead, wouldn't it be better to just enjoy life to the fullest with gratitude? Meanwhile, the Duke was finishing preparations for leaving for the festival, once again thinking about everything. Today, on this casual walk, he intended to offer Layla to break the contract. The original term of the contract was 1 year, but the royal palace decided that the deadlines could be ignored. In that case, Lucas would have to let her go after a few months, which annoyed him greatly. The Montefeltro family's contract is completed by magic and is not easily broken, but thanks to Michael, it is possible if Layla agrees. However, it turned out to be quite difficult to separate them, and the hero had to literally persuade his nephew to stay. This is because Michael, like the hero himself, could no longer imagine their life without the heroine. The Duke took care of a dress for the girl, from the mere sight of which the eyes can shine. Lucas also found a place to have fun, but he still didn't know what was in her heart. Putting on his beret before leaving, he hoped that at least his thoughts and Layla's thoughts coincided with each other. Once outside, he saw that the heroine was already waiting for him near the carriage, shining like a star. Meanwhile, during the tea party, the Lady of Monaco wondered if His Highness knew what perfume she had been using that day. According to rumors, the aroma of green grapes has been in fashion lately, and if Prince Theobald does not mind, he can appreciate it on the girl's body. However, Charlotte, who was sitting with him, reproached the lady because the gentleman does not really like the smell of fruit. Then the Lady of Monaco decided to offer him the scent of flowers, developed by the royal perfumer, from a lilac flower. There is a rumor that the aroma of lilac is conducive to deep sleep, and if the prince has been having strange dreams lately, then this is the best option. However, in the last few days, a woman appears in Theobald's dreams. Looking back at her, he sees a beautiful nymph with flowing light purple hair, which smells of lilacs. The prince wants to answer this call and hug her, but this is impossible because she does not want to. She is ready to take any man by the hand, but not him, Theobald, because he trampled on her, tied her up and imprisoned her. The prince even tried to kill her, and as soon as he let go of the girl's hand, Henry called out to her. The Duke believed that Milady was using the forbidden scent of delusion, for as soon as she approached Theobald, he would go mad. And who knows, perhaps she really used the low-grade incense of delusion. However, the prince was intoxicated by her fragrance. Suddenly, Marquis Alfonso came up to the table, wanting to clarify whether there would be hunting competitions in the fall, like last year. The venue was a forest belonging to the imperial family, and the Marquis wanted to clarify if he needed to send invitations. As it turned out, Theobald did not think of changing anything. Besides, the venue, as well as the invitations, remain unchanged for quite a long time. At this moment, Charlotte suddenly thought that it would be possible to make small changes to the list of invitees. The prince did not understand who exactly she was referring to. Smiling, Lady Pinatelli thought, why not invite the ugly family? After all, wouldn't a royal invitation be enough for the Montefeltro family? The thought of these people made Theobald's face even more serious, and the prince himself sank deep into his thoughts. After all, if you think about it, that girl was somewhat similar to the nymph from his dream. But immediately slapping himself in the face, Theobald considered it nonsense, because she was so ugly that it was not clear how she could live at all. Lady Monaco wondered if Charlotte thought it acceptable that His Highness would see them during the competition. However, the prince decided that everything was really boring, so as it was announced, it was necessary to bring something new to their entertainment. Besides, Theobald didn't like Layla's haughty look, so he wondered how they would play with them now. At this time, the northern quarter of the commoners was bustling with life, and a festive atmosphere reigned everywhere. The heroine was completely delighted with what was happening, looking at everything around with great interest. She and the Duke found a beautiful tree, which is also in his greenhouse, but it has not yet bloomed there. This plant was called jacaranda, and it was the personification of summer in the north. Besides, Lucas had heard somewhere that in the language of flowers, it had the meaning of bright happiness. Therefore, carefully putting the flower behind Layla's ear, he thought that it suited her very well. The heroine rounded her eyes at him, greatly embarrassed by his words. But there was one moment that did not give her peace. The Duke had to stand on a ledge to do so, but the girl decided that tall stature was not required for such a thing. Besides, she used to shudder just because someone might think she was beautiful, but why isn't that happening now? In the meantime, Lucas decided that they could go somewhere else. Layla was impressed by the number of people around her, and as it turned out, there were many more people living here than in the aristocratic area. After receiving the title of Duke, the hero was busy, so he rarely visited here. But when he was younger, he spent almost all his time here. The girl wondered if Lucas had any friends here, and as it turned out, he was not a very friendly child. Laughing, the heroine decided that, judging by what he had done for her lately, the hero was very popular. They began to pass by the stalls, and suddenly, Layla heard the call of the saleswoman to try her delicious kebabs with branded sauce. Looking in her direction, the heroine saw how people buy juicy pieces of meat impaled on skewers, and vegetables are also threaded between them. The aroma was unusual, and Layla, as if hypnotized, could not take her eyes off it. Surprised by this, the Duke could not understand what his wife was looking at so intently. However, he immediately heard the call of the saleswoman and realized that the girl was just hungry. Abruptly approaching the stall, he ordered 2 skewers of kebabs for them, which confused the heroine. But she didn't need to say anything because Layla's stomach was rumbling so that everything was immediately clear. As a result, the girl, being in deep confusion, held in each hand 2 skewers at once with meat and vegetables. She was very shy, which made her pretend she wouldn't eat that much, but the Duke knew that judging by the rumbling of her belly, she would eat 10 of them. Reluctantly agreeing with him, Layla hesitantly bit into the kebab, starting to chew the food gracefully, being under the gaze of the hero. At the same moment, the Duke gently leaned towards her, instantly taking a bite of the girl's portion. The heroine was shocked, believing that Lucas had scared her a lot, and the hero himself, in turn, wanted her to hold the kebabs for a while. However, in Layla's opinion, if he was calling to eat them, he could just say so. In response, the Duke suddenly laughed, deciding that in this case, she could just feed him. The girl did not understand why she should feed him, but in Lucas's opinion, this is how a couple should do. Having had a good walk in the festive atmosphere of the city, the heroes sat down on a bench late in the evening to take a little rest. Behind them was a large, beautiful forest, and next to them on a bench lay several bare skewers from kebabs. Lucas wondered if the girl had fun today, and as it turned out, she was delighted. The hero's heart was relieved, because he was very afraid that he was having fun alone, but Layla had nothing to regret, because he spent money on her. Then the Duke decided that the next year at the festival, she would certainly repay him. He wanted to keep the girl, so he thought a lot about what to say, but now Lucas seemed to be at a loss for words. It seemed to him that he had forgotten absolutely everything when he saw the sincerity of the heroine. With her, the Duke was so excited, as if he had become a child again, and if she liked him, couldn't she love him just as sincerely? In her soul, Layla understood that she already had certain feelings for him. However, common sense and knowledge of history told a different story. She had her own reasons for leaving the capital, but she couldn't tell the Duke about it. And he will definitely get tired of it, because if a loved one keeps a lot of secrets, then sooner or later it disappoints and leads to suspicion. Therefore, Layla wanted to know if Lucas would be okay if she couldn't fully open up to him and couldn't be completely honest. Deciding not to be disingenuous, the hero agreed that this is a little disappointing. However, this is not a sufficient reason for him to fall out of love with the heroine. At that time, it seemed to the girl that as long as she was next to him, everything would definitely be fine. Under the light of the moon, the heroes merged with a passionate kiss, deciding to be together no matter what. In the meantime, Michael found a secluded place and began to carefully examine the letter he had recently received. It was a notice of admission to the academy, which he had completely forgotten about. Even if his uncle managed to keep Layla, the boy would still have to leave them the following week. Because of this, Michael already imagined how upset the heroine would be when he and his uncle detained her, but now the boy had to leave. Thinking that she would surely leave them immediately from resentment, he was horrified, deciding that there was no way to allow this to happen. Michael began to think hard about how to keep the heroine. Realizing that there was no other way out, he decided to prepare this option. In the morning of the next day, the heroes returned from the festival, drove up in a carriage to the mansion. Michael went out to meet them, and then, together with the Duke, they confessed everything to the girl. When she learned that the boy also knew about the marriage contract, she was horrified. In addition, she considered it extremely ill-mannered that these two would team up and deceive her. Lucas decided that the main thing was that everything ended well, because in the end, their wishes completely coincided. Michael pretended that he was just following his uncle's instructions, but the hero did not want the one who stole the contract to put all the blame on him. Layla was shocked by what she heard, and the boy, in turn, thought that it was very petty on the part of the Duke. Grabbing Lucas by the breasts, the heroine considered him the worst person because he pushed everything onto the child. Looking at her languidly, the hero decided that thanks to this, they can now be together, without worrying about the contract at all. Therefore, as he continued to look at her with puppy eyes, he was sure that the girl was happy now too. However, this time, his gaze did not work, and the heroine charged her head directly into the Duke's nose. Layla was furious, not understanding whether he really thought that everything could be solved just by putting on his beautiful face. Turning to Michael, she hoped that he would never steal again, to which the boy immediately agreed, trembling in fear before her. Also, the heroine was very interested to find out how exactly the boy was able to steal their contact. Layla knew that he could only take him when she was washing, but he didn't think he had enough time to look for him. Then, Michael decided to show her how he hid the document. With a wave of his finger, he created a small, magical flicker that lifted the contract into the air. After that, the piece of paper smoothly descended right into the hands of the shocked girl. Looking at the contract, the heroine saw how the letters began to fly in different directions. All this led the girl to the incredible conclusion that the boy was also a magician. Michael was embarrassed that he had to hide it in the first place, but even the imperial family doesn't know about his abilities. Layla had also promised to keep the secret, but she didn't understand why it was necessary to keep the boy's abilities a secret. But then the Duke decided to intervene and explain everything, which made Michael very happy. In the past, Praedio was given the title of Duke as a worthy subject of the Empire, and Montefeltro was descended from the imperial Basium family. Therefore, the Montefeltro family also inherited the blood of the imperial family. Perhaps because of Lucas's blood, every member of the imperial family is born with special abilities. Lucas's older brother also had a magical gift, as did Michael, and the Crown Prince's abilities remained a mystery for now. For this reason, Montefeltro has not yet reported their skills either. Because they belonged to a family with a claim to the throne, the imperial family considered them dangerous. Therefore, the Duke considered it useful to have a couple of trump cards up his sleeve, and hearing this, Layla concluded that he also possessed magic. To her surprise, it wasn't, but Lucas had something better. Grabbing the heroine by the waist, he easily threw her into the air with one hand. Then, with a deft movement of his hand, he safely caught her in his arms. He could do this, in part because his dearest wife was as light as a feather. The hero was interested in what it was like for Layla to fly through the sky because it is undoubtedly amazing, and he also considered it quite reliable, which made the heroine very angry. Watching her again furiously resentful of her uncle, Michael sometimes found it difficult to believe that this was real. Later, when she entered the Duke's office, Layla was not sure that they could tell her all this. They are not even officially married yet, and besides, she also has secrets that she will not be able to reveal. This means that the heroes simply could not be sure of what exactly she would do. However, in Lucas's opinion, Layla was now talking absolute nonsense. After all, now they would become a family for life, so he and the boy trusted her completely. The Duke knew that the heroine was afraid of something and could not even reveal what exactly. But this fear eats her from the inside, and therefore the girl is just silent, keeping everything to herself. Of course, these words did not mean that Lucas wanted to hear all her secrets right now. Instead, he wanted her to know that they had the power to protect her from any danger. Therefore, the heroine had nothing to fear anymore, because she taught them to be happy, and this fact will never change. Not only Lucas but also Michael looked at her with genuine love and gratitude. And taking this opportunity, the Duke decided to find out if Layla would become part of their family. At this moment, the girl mentally turned to her parents, believing that she had a real family in this world. Thinking that now she might be able to be happy, the heroine saw smiles on the faces of her mom and dad. Therefore, she gladly accepted the Duke's offer, hoping that things would only get better from now on. Looking at Layla, Lucas couldn't tell if she was laughing happily or crying. However, just when the girl thought about the fact that from now on they would be together, she could not hold back tears. Hearing that she was very unaccustomed to feeling happy, the Duke and Michael came over to hug her. But suddenly the Duke decided that now they no longer need to part, which made the boy freeze in place. Before it was too late, it was necessary to admit it. But how can you dump it now, when everyone is so happy? Meanwhile, instead of crying, it was decided to hug, so Layla called Michael to her. However, seeing the confusion on his face, the heroine was very puzzled. Unable to withstand the hanging tension, the boy suddenly shouted that yesterday a notification had come about his admission to the academy. Therefore, next week he will have to move into a dormitory. Hearing that he would not return until the holidays, Layla fell into a stupor. As it turned out, it just flew out of Michael's head, for which he apologized. Falling to her knees in grief, Layla knew for sure that the academy was accepted only from 10, and he was only 9. But it turned out to be an early admission, and it was probably too late to change anything. The Duke let him go because his mentor had advised him so, and then somehow he forgot, although a month ago it could still be changed. The heroine doomedly got on all fours, and frightened, the boy clarified that he had passed the exams before her arrival. Sobbing, she still wanted to give him a lot, and the three of them hadn't really gotten out yet. The Duke tried to console her by saying that they weren't going to be apart forever, and that the two of them would probably have something to do too. But Layla immediately rushed to hug Michael, deciding that he was still at the age when he needed care. However, the boy was sure that everything would be fine and he would miss the heroine every day. In this case, he had prepared something that puzzled Layla greatly. Deciding that there was nothing special about it, he reached into his pocket with a satisfied look. Taking out a pendant of his own hand, he hoped that the girl would always carry it with her. Layla was impressed by the fact that he made a beautiful piece of jewelry with his own hands. Helping her up, the Duke was also surprised by such a gift because it was a magical communication tool. Michael hastened to clarify that in order to use it, you need to press a small button from the bottom. As it turned out, by the button, he meant a small detail located at the bottom of the pendant. By clicking on it, a hologram of the boy appeared from the decoration, thanks to which the girl could not only communicate with him, but also see him. It was his personal revision, from which the heroine was completely delighted. Michael knew that she would like it, and besides, the connection was disconnected by pressing the same button again. Delighted with such a wonderful gift, Layla thanked the boy from the bottom of her heart. Laughing happily in response, Michael tried his best to hide his embarrassment. He wondered that now, even if they were apart, would they be a family? Hearing these words, the Duke and the heroine looked at each other in surprise. After that, they laughed together, which made the boy a little taken aback. At the same moment, they hugged him at the same time, deciding that they would always be family from now on. Hearing such an answer, Michael felt in seventh heaven, burying himself in his uncle and aunt. The next week passed so quickly that no one even had time to blink an eye. One day, Layla remembered the day when she first saw hydrangeas in the rain in Korea, and Michael immediately created magic by watering the flowers with rain. The heroine has almost forgotten about the times when she was Cho Yoon-sol, and only memories of makeup remain. Suddenly, one of the raindrops hit her eye, which made the boy very frightened. But Layla hurried to calm him down, because she was fine, and makeup would not wash off from a couple of drops of water. At the same moment, Michael wondered if there was a reason why the heroine was hiding her face. When he learned that there really was a reason for this, he wanted to take the necklace he had given him earlier for a minute. The heroine handed him the pendant, and suddenly he began to cast some kind of spell over it. After receiving the jewelry back, the girl learned that he had cast a spell that does not allow face recognition. So if she doesn't want to be recognized, then you will need to press the button twice. Shocked by his abilities, Layla considered him a young genius who did not need to go somewhere and study. However, he had to go to inherit Montefeltro because for this he needed at least a diploma. The carriage was ready, and Michael hoped that his aunt would accompany him to it. Layla happily agreed, and together they walked forward, trying to walk as slowly as possible. The girl did not understand how it was possible not to see off the one who gave such a gift, but the boy decided that without a gift, it could be done. Michael hoped that she would not cry after he left, otherwise her eyes would swell, which annoyed Layla a little, since she was already an adult. And yet, watching the carriage leave, Jessie, standing nearby, offered her to take a handkerchief. Layla could smile until he got into the carriage because they really don't part forever, but as soon as he drove away, tears poured out. Even after a while, sitting in her room in the company of a maid and drinking fragrant tea, the heroine continued to roar. She cried all day, and in the end, even her waterproof makeup could not stand it, and it was erased. And at night she slept in the same bed with the Duke, and he already knew that while he was gone, she cried all the time. Because of this, Layla's face drooped, and he hoped that she was at least eating. The heroine believed that everything would be fine with Michael, but she could not calm her tears and decided to cry at least today. In this case, wishing her sweet dreams, the hero also wanted to voice plans for tomorrow. But stopping in mid-sentence, he thought that it would be better not to add another reason for concern to someone who was already crying. As Lucas closed his eyes to fall asleep, he suddenly felt his wife's breathing change as if she were hoarse. It began to look more and more like the breath of an animal sleeping in a cave. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes and jumped on the spot, seeing a giant wolf in front of him and complete darkness around. Rejoicing at his awakening, Lupus wanted his descendant to wake up as soon as possible. The hero was horrified and confused, not understanding where he was and where was his wife who had just been nearby. Wolf was sure that his wife was fast asleep next to him, as it was originally, and Lucas himself had just fallen asleep, so where else could he be but in his own dream? However, the Duke did not understand why Lupus himself had come to his dream. As it turned out, the hero got a long-awaited chance, so the wolf personally came to support his descendant. This surprised the hero, because there have been no special signs lately, and does Lupus really want to give him a task? However, the wolf did not understand. Was this very special sign sleeping next to him right now? The appearance of the heroine was the very special sign that gave them this chance. Surprised by these words, Lucas knew for sure that Layla had not given him anything, but in the wolf's opinion, this was not the case at all. Lupus believed that his descendant had nothing to worry about, and he just had to do what he was doing because they should be happy together. The hero still did not understand what long-awaited chance the wolf was talking about, and was he really just waiting for him and his wife to be happy? It was hard to explain, but as it turned out, it was about her choosing him. So that the girl chose Lucas, and not a descendant of the imperial family of Ibrinia. The hero did not see the point in this because they were also a descendant of Lupus, but as it turned out, such a wolf was not alone, because Lupus is a race. Many years ago, two different Lupus fell in love with the same girl, and she chose the black wolf instead of the one in front of Lucas now. But he is a wolf, which means he cannot leave the human world, leaving the person whom his heart has chosen as a partner. So he fell asleep, waiting for his chance in the hope that his partner would come back again. She endured a lot of hardships and died by mistake, but thanks to this, they had a chance for happiness. Having gone through countless reincarnations, she came to them from a distant world. Therefore, Lupus wanted the hero to stay by her side and make her happy. The descendant of the Black Wolf has already missed one of his chances, and because of this, he has lost his power, and they have a chance for happiness. And now, Lupus wanted to teach his descendant a spell that would not allow his companion to leave him. Hoping that Lucas would listen carefully, the wolf explained everything to him in detail. Now, the hero had to do what even the Black Wolf could not do. After all, he was none other than the proud descendant of the Grey Wolf standing in front of him now. Hoping that Lucas would grant his wish, Lupus decided to end their conversation there. Wanting to know something else, the hero stretched out his hand to the wolf, but after a second he opened his eyes again in his bed. Sitting down sharply, he tried to catch his breath, putting his thoughts in order after what he saw. Turning his gaze to Layla and seeing her fast asleep, Lucas did not understand how she could have died by mistake and what had happened to her in the first place. And since Theobald was a stream of black wolves, could it be that her fear of the crown prince had something to do with it? Taking her by the hand, he did not know where she was or what she had experienced before coming to him. Looking at her, the hero realized that unlike Lupus, he could not consider her misfortune as his chance. Therefore, the Duke will certainly try to make sure that meeting him becomes a chance for her, and he decided that he would fulfill the Grey Wolf's wish, but only for the sake of Layla herself. The next morning, Jessie hurried to her mistress, trying to make it as quickly as possible. The maid brought herbs that help with swelling and take care of the skin. At this moment, the heroine was already lying on her back, and a warm, damp towel was placed over her eyes. Now, Layla felt much better than when she had just woken up, for which she was grateful to her maid. This morning, Jessie saw her without makeup, and all because the girl's eyes were so swollen that she couldn't even open them. Therefore, she immediately let the maid in, clarifying that what she saw might seem a little strange to her. However, the only thing that surprised Jessie was how swollen her mistress's eyes were. But when she came to her, she was already expecting something like this, so she brought a hot, damp towel in advance, and the second time she ran for herbs. Layla was surprised that the maid's reaction was not too bright, and if her eyes were so swollen that it was really invisible. So now, when Jessie came for the second time, the heroine decided to find out directly. Wasn't she surprised to see her without makeup? Smiling, the maid decided that from the moment she first saw the heroine, she became more and more beautiful. Laughing, Layla thought that Jessie was the only one in the whole country who chose her words like that when communicating with her. However, the maid said it sincerely, and she didn't understand why the mistress put so much effort into applying makeup every day. In her mind, Layla thought that this was where her creative streak manifested itself, but she decided to answer that she just wanted to meet someone who would genuinely care about her and see the real her, not just her face. Because surely those who get close to her just because of her appearance will end up making her unhappy. The heroine did not want to live and be beautiful only in the eyes of others, so it was a kind of her own rebellion. Whatever her appearance, the girl wanted to live the way she wanted and feel beautiful because of this. After listening to her, Jessie decided that in fact, there was no other person in the world like her milady. The heroine was not sure whether the maid praised or scolded her with such words, but as it turned out, it was still praise. Suddenly, Vincent's voice was heard from behind the door, who had come to notify the lady of the guest's arrival. Layla was very surprised that someone came unannounced without even notifying her about it. As it turned out, they were visited by the Duke's maternal cousin, Hilda Hugh Estrada. Layla also learned from the butler that the lady had come only to see the new Duchess. Even then, it was worth understanding that when you become a family with someone, then you will have to deal with other members of his family. Meanwhile, the Duke was on his way in a carriage on urgent business that brooked no delay. Michael went to school, and instead of staying with Layla, he left her alone because he was away from home because of the Council of Elders. The council was made up of people who, as vassals, had long helped with the administration of the affairs of the Duchy of Montefeltro. However, the times when they were loyal to the Duke's family are far in the past. The current council was more of a pack of hyenas, where everyone thought only about how to snatch a bigger piece of power. These people are sure that Lucas owes his success only to them, and no matter how much he tried to do something useful, they always criticized. When the little hero came into inheritance after the death of his brother, they jumped for joy. For the first few years, Lucas could not do anything on his own at all, which they safely used. And naturally, this applied not only to official affairs, but also to personal life. After all, as soon as he finished with his business, everyone immediately began to take him to lessons. Just thinking about what was happening in the past gave the Duke goosebumps. And when they find out about marriage now, they will definitely be beside themselves, and especially this person. In order for Layla not to encounter them, it was worth dealing with the Council of Elders as soon as possible. Just one document, and he could put pressure on them or even dissolve them, but due to constant busyness, there was always not enough time. As he sat across from him, Owen decided that his master had done a very good job. When they were done with this matter, there would be no need to go to the Council of Elders or secretly investigate their activities. In addition, judging by the view from the window, they have already arrived at the right place. At the request of the Council of Elders, he came to the new jewelry shop to greet the master of the imperial family. However, it was not until he got out of the carriage that Lucas immediately suspected something strange. There was no shop in this place, and there was no one at all, which looked extremely suspicious. The assistant immediately assumed that there might have been some kind of error in the schedule, but after checking, the time and place turned out to be accurate. Suddenly gloomy, the Duke suddenly laughed, shocked by such impudence. Turning to the coachman, he decided to borrow a horse from him for a while. Jumping on his horse, he gave orders to Owen, who needed to collect all the documents, evidence, and witnesses and bring them to the castle. At that moment, the assistant suddenly realized what conclusion the master had come to, which caused him to fall into a stupor. Most likely, the council had already heard rumors about the marriage, and they thus dragged Lucas out of the house to meet Layla in person. After bowing goodbye to his master, Owen decided to prepare everything in the best possible way. Having sent the coachman to look for a new horse, the hero reproached himself for not being able to foresee such a trick. Surely they plan to put pressure on the mistress while she is alone, using persuasion or threats. Shortly before, Layla had first met Hilda, the Duke's cousin. The girl turned out to be the very rare person who did not grimace when he saw the makeup of the heroine. In addition, her posture and manners were a textbook example of aristocrat behavior and gave the impression of a good person. Hilda apologized for the sudden visit, but since they lived in the north, they only now learned about the rumors about the wedding. At that moment, Layla decided that it would be great to be friends with her, while the girl wanted to say something to her. The heroine was all in anticipation of a pleasant and warm conversation, hoping that they would really be able to make friends. The lady was delighted to learn that she had time to talk, for there were so many topics to discuss. After a short time, Layla's opinion about the Duke's sister began to change radically, and the desire to make friends began to gradually disappear. Without closing her mouth, Hilda poured out torrents of verbal diarrhea on her for half an hour, monolithic text. And at the same time, she periodically wondered if the young lady Este listened to her attentively. Despite the obvious disdain, the girl's gaze remained bright, and the smile was angelic. However, her barbs and moralizing rained down on the heroine in a continuous stream, which made her ears hurt. As a result, Layla came to the conclusion that she would rather be alone than become friends with someone who does not close her mouth. Since Hilda was a relative of Lucas, the heroine listened to somehow get along, but there was a feeling that every minute turns into a year. Half an hour ago, her words about a variety of topics for conversation became the departure point of a disaster. Suddenly, the lady wondered, if the woman who was here as a duchess was not busy, then what would happen to the mansion? Because of this, Lucas and the entire duchy can be made a mockery, so it is clearly too early for Layla to think about such a thing. Hilda knew she might seem to be interfering unnecessarily, but her father was a member of the elders of this duchy. And since Layla hadn't properly introduced herself to the Council of Elders, there was a feeling that she wasn't interested in running the duchy. At this moment, the heroine nostalgically remembered that for criticism from the authorities, at least you get a salary. But if she really got married, would she have to endure this from other relatives as well? Thinking that if she continued to listen to this, she would miss something important, Layla decided to finally stop it. After all, even if she had flaws, it was very rude to try to teach her like a child when she didn't ask for it. In addition, Hilda, before becoming an ideal lady, should first grow up and learn more about personal boundaries. There was no malicious intent in her words, so she listened attentively, but it was rude to make so many remarks to someone you saw for the first time. However, the lady considered it her duty to point out the shortcomings of others, although many do not accept this because of pride. Hilda thought that Layla, like Lucas, would be ready to listen to her words and improve, but she was sorry that these expectations were not met. She was not sure that the Duke would be able to endure her uncouth character, because he had been a weak and fragile child since childhood. Although it was frustrating, if Lady Estee really cared about Lucas, she would surely make this decision. However, Layla was sure that this was not a topic that she should discuss with her. Even if they had known each other since childhood, it was extremely rude to call a stranger by his first name, and not by his title, in front of his future wife. But Hilda did not see this as a problem, because the heroine would never become the wife of a duke. Layla thought it was funny to hear such a thing from someone she had seen for the first time today. But the lady did not answer anything else, calmly continuing to enjoy her tea and thinking about something. Suddenly Jessie ran in, wanting to urgently give her important information. The maid apologized for interrupting their tea party, but the heroine, it seems, needed to leave urgently. Suddenly, people from the Council of Elders arrived at the mansion and demanded an audience with her. Vincent considered such behavior unacceptable, but the gentleman did not want the butler to interfere in other people's affairs. In addition, they did not need to notify about their arrival at all, and the girl would soon become a member of their family anyway, so they came. Meanwhile, Lucas was rushing forward at full speed, hoping to arrive in time. Layla knew that these bastards had waited for Lucas to leave on purpose to get her out of here. Hilda was also perplexed, for was the mistress going to appear in front of the elders with such a frown? She was sorry that they had not postponed their visit, because the lady still wanted to teach the girl so much. Although Layla didn't want to see them at all, if she didn't come out, Vincent would have a hard time. She was indignant that these impudent people dared to demand an audience from the future mistress of this house without even bothering to warn her. But since such respectable people had come to her, she wanted to know from Hilda how significant the reason was. And if the reason turns out to be trivial, they will all have to answer for the time taken away from her in vain. A little later, Count Estrada, along with the rest of the council, joyfully greeted the heroine. It was a great honor for him to see the lady in person, and hadn't the Duke mentioned that she had to pay her respects to them in person? Layla was immediately furious at this pompous man who considers himself the navel of the earth. So she decided that the Duke didn't say anything to her, and wasn't it the Council of Elders who was supposed to show them respect for the marriage? And even more so, they had to warn in advance about their arrival, unless, of course, they had a particularly good reason for this. Smiling, Hilda thought that Lady Esta was trying to cover up her laziness, but it was time for her to learn how to behave. Suddenly, the Count abruptly ordered his daughter to be silent, which horrified her. He did not understand who had allowed Hilda to interfere in their conversation, and indeed, she was forbidden to come here. The girl obediently apologized to her father, and the heroine realized that they apparently had a rather bad relationship. The Count remembered that Lucas had just gone through a coming-of-age ceremony, so they had to guide him and help him with everything. At this moment, Layla was very curious why Lucas was in no hurry to introduce her to this guy. He deliberately takes a paternal position, as if Lucas is still an unintelligent child, and tries to convince the heroine of his kindness. However, the true motives of the old man were betrayed by a look filled with contempt that could not be hidden. Therefore, she realized that Lucas did not introduce her to them out of distrust, but only wanted to protect her from problems. Although Layla would have preferred to avoid this meeting altogether, but since it didn't work out, then she will have to play her role. First of all, the Count spoke about the Duke, and not about the young Lucas, and the heroine was his legal wife recognized by the Emperor himself. So he had to show respect and lay out the essence of the matter, which Layla hoped would prove to be significant enough. Previously, she would have simply locked herself in a room and pretended that she was not at home, as she did not want to interfere in such political games. Not expecting such pressure from her, the old man was indignant that this girl dared to talk to him like that. They thought that the Duke had already regretted his decision and wanted to break off the engagement. And in general, he did not understand how a girl from a small baronial family, with such a nondescript appearance, could become the mistress of this house. Although it was disgusting, the Count decided to try and not spit poison in return, because she did not even look like a lady with such an appearance. Vincent tried to stand up for the mistress, but the old man reminded him that he was the one who hired him. He considered himself the king of all the North, who had raised Lucas from the cradle, and some girl would not be able to take over as Duchess without his permission. In addition, the Count did not understand where the Duke himself disappeared, because was he really so absorbed in affairs that he was unable to devote time to them? Tired of all this nonsense, the heroine abruptly ordered him to stop chatting his tongue. She was the mistress of the house at the moment, so she could not allow him to talk to her like that. In addition, a member of the council is obliged to respect his master, even if he is still young, but instead behaves very rudely. Not wanting to endure this any longer, the Count grabbed the heroine's hand, which horrified his daughter. With a chuckle, Layla wondered if the etiquette of the Estrada family allowed a noble lady to be grabbed and threatened. Deciding that she had gone too far, the old man wanted to teach her a lesson by waving his hand. While Hilda unsuccessfully tried to convey to her father that this was too much, Layla mentally prepared to file a complaint with the court. At the same moment, Lucas suddenly appeared in the doorway of the mansion, confusing everyone present. Before the Count could strike, the hero twisted him on the floor, twisting his limbs. Another member of the council, shocked by this, tried to calm the Duke, not understanding what he was doing. Squeezing the Count's hand, the hero did not understand whether he had now allowed himself blatant rudeness. Is this after they lured him out of the house to pull off another scam and dared to raise a hand against his wife? The Count decided that Lucas had no right to behave like that with the elders, after which the Duke decided to clarify how long they would remain elders. Tenebris was an organization that had been used by the elders for several years and now belonged to Lucas. All this time, the duchy was secretly engaged in smuggling precious stones, bypassing taxes, and the elders received the proceeds in hand. All the evidence was already on the way, so they had better leave right away before the Duke called the guards. The entire delegation immediately hurriedly carried away, realizing that if everything was revealed, then they would be expelled at best. With a sudden droop and trembling with fear, Hilda suddenly decided that it was time for her to go, so she said goodbye to the lady and Lucas. Looking at her coldly, the Duke clarified that to her they were her lordship and nothing else. Hearing these words and seeing the Duke's menacing appearance, all the girl's arrogance finally evaporated. She hastily ran after her father, feeling the deepest shame. Meanwhile, the hero understood that although everything worked out, Layla still got it. He hoped that she was not injured in time, but the heroine decided that she was fine because the old man simply grabbed her hand. However, whatever it was, a bright mark of the Count's tenacious grip remained on her hand. Jesse decided to bring the ointment as quickly as possible, and the Duke gave the order to carry it directly to his office. Apologizing for being late, Lucas admitted that he had simply fallen for their trick. But before he could finish, the girl suddenly decided that it was time for her to take care of the affairs of the duchy herself. She realized that she had assumed the title of Duchess, but did not delve into what was happening around them at all. The Duke was taken aback by such a statement, frozen for a while in amazement. After that, he smiled and abruptly picked up the heroine in his arms, after which he went to the office. He thought that first she would have to learn self-defense because her hands were her working tool. In addition, although she has a bruise only on her arm, all the muscles in her body are connected, and if her arm hurts, then her leg can also hurt. It had been a hurricane, and Layla hoped that the Council of Elders was now finished. She also wondered if what the hero had told her about their machinations was true, but the Duke decided to explain everything in more detail later. Now that everything is over, they will have much more work and no fewer new problems. The two of them would have to take on the work of the entire Council of Elders, including a bunch of documents that might give them goosebumps. The heroine listened to him with a smile, but inside she had a bad premonition, as if this was far from the end. But Lucas was determined that he wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on Layla again. Laughing, the girl began to think that she would be able to do anything with this man. Meanwhile, opening the box with the invitation, Charlotte remembered the ugly Duke and the ugly Duchess. The lady wondered how pitiful it would be when they crawled at her feet, begging for mercy. After some time, Layla finally had time to sleep, which she safely used. Closing her eyes and instantly falling asleep, the heroine suddenly woke up and jumped up from her seat. As she began to look around, she had absolutely no idea where exactly she was. There was an atmosphere of luxury around her, and although it was her first time here, she felt as if she was at home. Suddenly, to her horror, she realized that this was the very place where she had died in her sleep. Suddenly, right in front of her, the ghost of Layla appeared, who was also surprised by the appearance of the heroine. The girl stared at her in amazement, unable to take her eyes off the ghost of herself. Suddenly, Layla's ghost decided that she was very tired and therefore wanted to die. Hearing also that she misses her father, the heroine was confused. Doomed to fall into the girl's arms, the ghost began to let out quiet moans. She did not understand at all what was happening, because the man in black promised to help her. Namely, he wanted to help her die, which finally confused the heroine. Looking at the girl, the ghost realized that at the same time, she could live and was everything really lost forever? The heroine thought that if Layla could not return to her body, then she should leave, but the ghost did not want that at all. After all, even if she returned, she would not want to live, and why would she see the faces of those she hated? Layla wanted to kill all those bastards who had ruined her life, and this was her only chance to get revenge. First of all, Alfonso, who wanted to make her his toy, and Theobalda, who laughed at her and made a complete fool of her. In addition, Layla wanted revenge on Henry, who just silently watched all this, while swearing that he loved her. The heroine wanted to stop this and calm Layla's ghost, but her head began to split with pain. Suddenly, the ghost snatched something out, holding it out in front of her and continuing to seek revenge. Looking closer, the heroine saw in her hands a familiar outline, similar to a pendant given by Michael. At the same moment, she abruptly woke up in a cold sweat, gradually moving away from what she saw. The girl's heart was pounding like mad, her whole body was trembling, and tears were flowing from her eyes. Suddenly, she saw how the magic pendant for communication began to glow and make sounds, announcing a call. After recovering a little, Layla took the instrument and answered the phone, greeting Michael. The boy, in turn, did not understand why she did not answer for so long, because had she really slept so long? But as it turned out, the heroine had been in a carriage since the morning, and Michael decided to clarify how she got there. Fortunately, Layla and Lucas reached the capital safely, without any incident. They had come here at the call of the Crown Prince, who had kindly invited them to the royal hunt. However, the fact that she had such a nightmare immediately upon arrival was a rather bad sign. But anyway, Layla wanted to try to hold out, because she had a real chance to see Michael here. Hearing this, the boy's eyes immediately sparkled, and he was also looking forward to this moment. Suddenly, it was time for roll call, so after saying goodbye to the heroine and wishing her good night, Michael quickly passed out. After the end of the conversation, Layla carefully looked at the pendant, after which she took a deep breath, collecting her thoughts. From the day the elders pounced on her, there had been no more peace. Lucas was busy dissolving the council all the time, constantly attending court hearings, and the heroine had to urgently learn how to manage the duchy, since Vincent was always ready to help. And as if all these problems were not enough, they were also sent invitations to the royal hunt. Rumor had it that Montefeltro had never been given such an honor before, so why would they change their minds now? Deciding not to think about it yet, Layla suddenly remembered the strange words about reincarnation found in her diary. She understood that the original heroine of this story definitely never wanted to be reborn. Therefore, maybe it was just a bad dream, but it was too realistic. The sadness, hatred, anger, and resentment of that ghost still echoed in her memories. It is impossible to forget such bright and strong emotions, and it could not have been dreamed of such a thing just like that. Thinking of the royal hunt again, Layla hoped that everything would go smoothly. The next day, the invited guests gathered at the venue of the event. Many noticed that today, His Highness was in a more than excellent mood. Smiling, Theobald knew that it was all about a good dream he had had. For 2 whole months in a row, this beautiful but mysterious nymph has appeared to him in his dreams. And today, for the first time in a long time, she turned to his call and smiled. Moreover, right in his dream, the prince, unexpectedly even for himself, called her Layla. And now, accidentally pronouncing her name aloud, he reminded one of the guests of that ugly duchess about whom everyone gossips. Besides, the visitor did not understand whether His Highness had invited Montefeltro this time only to gawk at his wife. In any case, this woman's name was also Layla, which greatly puzzled the prince. He understood that by and large, in addition to facial features and physique, the nymph and duchess were similar in hair and eye color, as well as fragrance. At this moment, Theobald considered himself a psycho, because it is obvious that these are completely different people. He wanted to meet the nymph in reality as soon as possible, as he felt that he would be moved by his mind if he saw her only in his dreams. Meanwhile, to the delight of the crowd of aristocrats, the Duke of Montefeltro and his wife finally arrived. Layla was dressed in a beautiful dress, but also applied disfiguring makeup beforehand. Some did not understand how she could look so ridiculous in such a luxurious outfit, while others noticed that the Duke was quite handsome. Meanwhile, the prince came to the conclusion that he was wrong after all, and she was a completely different person. Walking to the others, Lucas proudly embraced his bride, after which Theobald, to his surprise, felt jealous. Shortly before their arrival, Charlotte stood aside from the crowd, waiting for the heroes to appear. She didn't understand how this vile and ungrateful ducal couple dared to be late for the dinner they had been invited to. Remembering the humiliation she had suffered at the ball because of these scoundrels, Lady Pinatelli was furious. After all, no matter how cute the Getzrog was, how dare he ignore her then? Charlotte was already imagining him kicking his betrothed out of the ass. After that, he safely throws himself at her feet, begging for mercy. As a reassurance, Lady Pinatelli periodically went to social events and humiliated Layla. In order to get the Duke of Montefeltro to come here, she even had to agree to a meeting with the imperial heir and the Lady of Monaco. It was so humiliating that it even affected the girl's beautiful skin, spoiling her condition. Trying not to clench her teeth in anger so that a double chin would not appear, Charlotte suddenly heard talk of the arrival of the heroes. Some of the people saw them for the first time, and having heard rumors before, were very surprised by what they saw. Hearing that someone even thought Layla was not as bad as they say, Lady Pinatelli was shocked. Not expecting them to come here at all, many aristocrats decided to try to talk to the Duke about business. Very little is known about Montefeltro, although of course everyone knows that their elder loves gambling. However, their outfits, although a little old-fashioned, looked quite pretty, and the buttons were made of emerald. Even Charlotte's friends were perplexed that Layla was not wearing something funny, but quite a decent outfit that matched the Duke's attire. Standing between them, Lady Pinatelli was very interested to know what they were talking about. The girls immediately remembered that it was Charlotte who decided to invite Montefeltro to hunt. The lady really wanted to see her strange taste, but apparently Layla decided to please the Duke and put on an inappropriate dress. However, what difference does it make if she tries to pretend that she is not what she really is? Lady Pinatelli intended to make the heroine regret coming here because she is just a funny pastime for high society. Charlotte did not understand how this woman dared to hurt her pride while looking so ridiculous. Therefore, the lady wanted to show the heroine what happens to those who dare to hurt her dignity. After a while, when everyone had gathered, the servant introduced His Imperial Majesty and His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Empire. Starting his speech, the emperor was grateful to Lupus for giving them the opportunity to conduct a traditional hunt this year as well. Theobald will go hunting with everyone else, and the winner will be the one who brings the most valuable or largest prey. Each participant will receive their bow after their name is called. Watching Layla intently, Theobald felt the deepest hatred for her and decided that he would crush her on this hunt. At the same time, the heroine felt as if the air around her had become sharply colder. But she just chalked it up to excitement, and then Lucas decided that they would leave immediately after the main celebrations were over. In addition, looking at her, the hero considered such makeup too heavy, not understanding why she needed it. However, Layla insisted that he just had to be patient, because she really did not like to listen to gossip. And yet her words seemed strange to the hero because she herself used ugly makeup, which made people gossip. However, the Duke also knew that the reason was obvious, as the heroine was hiding her face, not wanting to go to the capital. In an empire where infidelity was commonplace, there were many old aristocrats who preyed on young and beautiful ladies. Este was from a family that was not of the strongest kind, so her fears were understandable. The Duke was angry that in this disgusting country it was impossible to even live quietly with his own face. At this time, hearing his name, Lucas prepared to go to the Emperor and get the bow. In order to ensure fairness in the hunting tournament, participants must use only bows from the Imperial Palace. However, not everyone received the same bow, and some were able to shoot multiple arrows at a time or were equipped with magic stones. The choice of bow is random, and you never know who will get which weapon. At least, that was the official explanation of the Imperial Palace, but in reality, it was a little different. When he opened the box and saw the most boring and simple bow of all, the hero was not surprised at all. After all, everyone already knows that the best bows go only to those close to the air, but everyone pretends not to notice this. Returning to Layla, Lucas passed Duke Henry, who immediately noticed him. Approaching the hero, Heinrich wondered how he was doing. Hearing in response that he was fine, the Duke was glad to see that the hero remained the same as before. However, Heinrich did notice some changes in him since they were at the academy and wondered what had happened to Lucas. Hearing his question, the hero involuntarily went into memories of the past. He immediately remembered the moment when Layla had been amusing in preening him with makeup, which made him squirt. Seeing the Duke of Montefeltro laugh for the first time, Henry was confused. Shocked by what he saw, he could not believe that the eternally serious Lucas was really laughing now, and even in front of him. In addition, Montefeltro thought that the hero had not changed at all, and it was time for him to stop saying such nonsense. As soon as everyone gets bows, they immediately return to their partners, so Lucas hurried to do it. The choice of bows was a disgusting custom, but there is one thing that the hero expected from this event. And thinking that he did not need a faster or more repeating arrow at all, he approached his wife. When hunting in the Empire, there is a tradition that the groom ties a handkerchief embroidered by his beloved to his bow. Although Layla did not know how to sew well, she embroidered it with a sincere desire for the Duke to return safe and sound. She sewed him a black handkerchief with a beautiful drawing of a wolf in the middle. Lucas decided that with this handkerchief he would not envy any bows. The heroine tied her handkerchief to his bow, after which she slowly raised her head to him. Immediately wrapping his hands around her face, the Duke kissed his wife tenderly. He decided to do everything in his power to return to her as soon as possible. Smiling back, Layla intended to look forward to his return. At that moment, they could not even imagine that danger awaited them on this hunt. Monicolo Arias was one of Charlotte's closest friends, and she was once a center in high society. But lately, she has been gradually put aside, as everyone believes that she dared to lay eyes on Lady Pinatelli's favorite. Of course, not all aristocrats were fans of Charlotte, but if someone dared to hurt her pride, then he would have to endure mockery. Lady Pinatelli herself believed that no one would dare to touch her, as she could quickly make a fuss. Monaco knew that although her attention was somehow focused on Lady Este now, it was only a matter of time before her arrow of rage flew at her. So now, while there was time, Lady Arias wanted to create her own power in some way. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the street, and Monaco turned her head to the noise. At that moment, Layla suddenly entered their common tent where all the ladies were sitting at the table. From all sides, a whisper was immediately heard addressed to the heroine, who stood at the entrance. Smiling maliciously, Charlotte seemed to have waited for this moment on purpose. Of course, the heroine was already ready to be ignored, but this lady even removed her chair on which she was supposed to sit. Charlotte must have also sent all the courtiers who were able to bring another chair far away. Defiantly looking around and noticing that there was no chair, Lady Pinatelli decided to call the courtier. However, she hadn't seen any courtiers since the beginning of the event, and perhaps something had happened, so they were gone. Charlotte couldn't distract the busy courtiers, who already had a lot to do, so she hoped for Lady Esta's indulgence. If the heroine is uncomfortable waiting, then she can always get out of here. But Layla could not afford to leave just like that, because if she ran away, she would only receive insults and humiliation. Meanwhile, Lady Pinatelli's friends began to praise her, considering her wise and merciful, especially towards the courtiers. And at this time, the heroine decided to clarify why they should wait for the courtiers at all. Charlotte tried to clarify that it was not aristocratic not to be able to understand the situation of the courtiers, but Layla was the wife of a duke, which meant that in this hall, she had the highest status. In such a case, according to aristocratic rules, the lady had to give way to her. Unfortunately, she sat in the wrong place, but the heroine was ready to forgive her mistake due to the lack of seats. Charlotte was a typical aristocrat who usually spent money on charity, education, and exercise. However, Lady Pinatelli and her followers spend only on looking better and slandering others. Stupid girls thought they were really strong if they could bully the weak. But Layla knew that now she had nothing to say in response, because she was used to communicating with people who simply praised her beauty. Previously, Charlotte frightened the heroine, and seeing her next to her, she began to panic. But now she looked at the lady with different eyes and saw absolutely everything. Charlotte was just a stupid and evil girl with excessive self-importance. Grinning and covering her face with her fan, the lady did not understand why she should give up her seat at all. But before she could finish, Layla remembered that talking with an open fan covering her face was a violation of etiquette. And if Charlotte really wanted to talk about the label, she would do well to learn from it first. Furious at such remarks, the lady jumped up from her seat, demanding that the heroine shut up. In her opinion, Layla shouldn't have meddled in other people's affairs that didn't concern freaks like her. At this moment, the other ladies' gazes suddenly changed, and they stared at Charlotte. Monaco was the first to speak, who decided that the lady was too rude in her words. Hearing also that Lady Este was absolutely right in this situation, Charlotte was completely taken aback. However, given the fact that Lady Pinatelli was an ordinary baroness, she should have immediately given way to the Duchess. Grudging her teeth from the rage raging inside, Charlotte does not understand how she dares to take the side of this freak. But suddenly, another girl also supported Layla, believing that Lady Pinatelli should give in. Moreover, in this girl's opinion, she should have immediately cleared her head and let off steam. After these words, Charlotte abruptly fell silent because she was already the wife of a very influential baron. Not believing what was happening, she still got up from her seat, feeling extremely disgraced. After that, she quickly headed for the exit, and one of her friends decided to go with her. As she was leaving, the lady nudged Layla painfully in the shoulder, causing everyone to become even more confused. However, she did not stop feeling less humiliated, and together with her follower, safely left. Thanks to the fact that Charlotte broke down, everything turned out to be much easier for the heroine than she thought. Most of all, the heroine was surprised that Monaco unexpectedly quarreled with the lady and took her side. Glancing at Lady Arius, Layla wondered what she was thinking now. To her surprise, Monaco clasped her hands together and stared at her with a big smile on her face. The girl smiled so ominously as if she had a chicken in front of her, which she planned to bake tomorrow. Completely unaware of what was happening, the heroine went to her place. Meanwhile, standing on the edge of the forest, Charlotte dreamed of tearing Layla to pieces, showing her all the circles of hell. One thing did not work out, but now the heroine will definitely regret that she did not listen to her. However, in order to use this plan, Lady Pinatelli needed to lure Layla into the forest somehow. Suddenly, she heard the voice of her friend, who was glad that she had finally found her. The girl wanted to know if Charlotte was all right, as she was very worried about her. Smiling at her, Lady Pinatelli was grateful to Amone for not abandoning her, and suddenly, a brilliant plan matured in her head. Looking at Charlotte's sad look, her friend decided that those ladies had simply taken out their inferiority on her. Lady Pinatelli understood that she was not indifferent to Amona and decided to take advantage of this. Taking her hands, her friend decided that everyone has misunderstandings and who doesn't love perfect girls? Charlotte was embarrassed to hold hands without consent, but she still thought Omen was very kind. She also understood her mistake and wanted to apologize to Lady Este. Wishing to do this in private, Lady Pinatelli hoped that a friend would bring this girl here. Without further hesitation, Oman immediately followed her. Looking after her, Charlotte did not understand how this impudent creature dared to sneak up on her in his insignificant state. Fortunately, she was able to prepare a wolf who would need to hunt this ugly girl. Grinning maliciously, the lady was sure that Layla had brought these problems upon herself. Meanwhile, Lucas calmly followed his horse along the forest, listening warily to the silence. Suddenly, Prince Theobald and Duke Henry came out to meet him. His Highness was glad that the hunting knife they had apparently presented was useful to the hero. Nodding silently, Lucas didn't understand why he would bother with people he didn't care about. The prince also did not understand why he was furious at the thought that the Duke of Montefeltro was with that freak. Suddenly, Heinrich decided that Lucas could go hunting with them. Casting a condescending glance at the hero, His Highness gave the go-ahead. Saddened by this turn, the hero hoped that no one would see them together. He realized that he usually didn't feel emotional about such things and decided that he had become more sentimental after talking to his wife. Along the way, some of the nobles accompanying the prince hoped that the Duke of Montefeltro would invite them to visit the north. Suddenly, a white deer appeared in front of the troops, and Theobald reached for the arrow. While he was pulling the bow, the animal looked at him intently, after which it ran abruptly to the side. The prince fired an arrow, but it flew away from the target and hit the ground. Everyone reacted to this with understanding, because the white deer was considered one of the fastest runners. Deciding to make a white jacket for Layla, Lucas began to pull the bowstring and aim at him. Theobald knew that it was useless with such a bow, but suddenly the arrow struck directly into the heart of the animal. Opening their mouths in surprise, no one could believe their eyes. Coming out of their stupor, the hunters were delighted and thrilled by the Duke's marksmanship. Approaching the corpse of the deer, Lucas saw a silver fox to the side, whose fur perfectly retains heat. As he began to aim at her, he suddenly heard that His Highness was also pulling on the bowstring. In the end, both trophies went to the Duke, and Henry and Alfonso were greatly impressed by his skills. The prince was also perplexed, deciding that next time he would be more restrained. At this time, the hero was already thinking about how he would make an order in the store when he returned. In the meantime, Amona met with Layla and decided that she must want to apologize to Lady Pinatelli. Charlotte is very sensitive, which is typical for famous people, and the heroine is also sometimes hot-tempered. And is it really so difficult to just talk and apologize to each other? The girl's words sounded sincere and seemed right, and Layla even wanted to believe them. There are no villains in the world, and surely even Charlotte can regret sometimes. Therefore, the heroine decided to trust and try to make peace with her. Seeing that she had indeed come, Lady Pinatelli was glad that the freak was finally doing what she was told. She didn't understand how Layla dared to talk to her and why she avoided her. Swinging, Charlotte hit her in the face with all her strength, but the heroine managed to defend herself. Laughing at her, "I hated those who only pretend to be good people." Backing away in horror, Layla decided that she had completely lost her mind. Sending her to hell, Charlotte laughed even louder, realizing that it was time for the heroine to say goodbye to her life. At the same time, she threw a black powder at Layla, which had a strange smell. Suddenly, the heroine heard a growl and turned around and looked at the huge wolf in horror. As she ran away, she knew that the hunt was dedicated to Lupus, and there could be no wolves here. Judging by what is happening now, everything was planned when they were sent invitations. Running past the thorny thickets, she realized that one shot would save her, but was it worth waiting for it? Suddenly, she stumbled and fell flat on the ground, right on the edge of the cliff. Looking back, she looked fearfully at the wolf, which was slowly approaching her. He did not pay any attention to Charlotte and jumped out when the heroine was covered with powder. Suddenly, her hands slipped and the girl flew down the slope like a doll. Smashing her head against the rocks, she fell into the water and began to drown, screaming Lucas's name. At this time, the hero and the prince unexpectedly met aristocrats who heard the howl of a wolf. As it turned out, Lady Pinatelli had seen a predator in the 9th garden. The prince did not understand how the servants checked the forest before the competition and why they did not report the presence of the wolf. At this moment, Lucas was more concerned that he couldn't smell his wife. Deciding to find out where she was, he suddenly saw Charlotte with Omona in front of him. Lady Pinatelli pretended to just want to talk and didn't expect to meet the wolf. Writhing herself as she suffered, she was glad that the ugly Duchess was no more. Looking greedily at Lucas, she wanted him to come over and start comforting her like the others. Approaching her, the Duke ordered her to stop fooling everyone because she definitely did not lose consciousness. Glaring furiously at Charlotte, he demanded to know what had happened to his wife. Taken aback by the fear of his formidable appearance, the lady was speechless. The hero decided that if something happened to Layla, he would personally kill everyone present. Realizing that it was useless to wait for an answer, he ran in the direction of the ninth garden. Looking at him, Heinrich didn't understand how an ordinary person could run so fast. Theobald had guessed that Lady Pinatelli was up to something, but he thought it was only a slight humiliation. Not understanding what was happening, Charlotte looked hopefully at the prince, expecting him to comfort her. But His Highness did not even look at her and decided to search for the missing lady himself. Stunned with terror, Lady Pinatelli was completely confused and decided that she was beginning to go mad. Later, Lucas found wolf tracks and smelled the heroine's scent mixed with sweat. Walking along her path, the Getzrog suddenly began to feel the fear that the girl was feeling. He hoped that Layla would be able to forgive him and that she would stay alive. After a few minutes of running, Lucas found himself on the edge of a rocky cliff. The smell ended at this gorge, and suddenly the hero saw the body of a girl below, lying on the bank of the river without moving. Blood was splattered around her head, and the heroine herself was unconscious. Rushing to save her, the Duke heard Theobald and the others arrive at the cliff. Taking his wife in his arms, Lucas hoped that she was still alive, but the girl did not answer. The water washed away all of Layla's makeup, and seeing her real face, Theobald was shocked. He couldn't understand why she looked exactly like the lady from his dream. Glancing furiously at the Duke, he decided that something was wrong here. Passing by him with his wife in his arms, Lucas decided to officially demand responsibility from the palace. Jumping off his horse and looking after him in confusion, the prince went berserk. After a while, the heroine underwent treatment and returned to the Montefeltro estate. All this time she was unconscious, and the hero wanted the girl to rest as well as possible. When he left on business, he entrusted the care of her to Michael, who hardly ever left her room. The boy decided that the Duke should catch the one who did it and punish him. After this incident, Lucas applied for a meeting at the palace. He understood that he should not expect assistance about them, but still decided to go there for reconnaissance. The hero wanted to know how the palace felt about the matter and how involved they were. He decided to carefully understand everything and make those who harmed his wife pay. Meanwhile, Theobald sat in his study, remembering a recent dream in which she had been again. In the dream, the heroine suffered, and he decided that he had to save her from the clutches of the Duke, no matter what it took. Later, Layla saw a pack of black wolves in her dreams, which pulled her ashore and roamed around. Next to her lay the corpse of another wolf, which attacked her. Not understanding what was happening, she abruptly opened her eyes and found herself in bed. Feeling a sharp pain in her head, she screamed, and Lucas immediately ran to her. Overjoyed at her awakening, he was happy to announce that they were in the capital's mansion. Taking his hand, the girl had almost resigned herself to the fact that she would never see him again. Hugging her tightly, the hero was glad that she woke up. She remembered that when she fell into the gorge, other wolves suddenly appeared. Lucas was frightened, but when he heard that they had saved her, he was even more surprised. These vodkas killed the pursuer and even greeted the heroine. Then the Duke decided that it was Lupus who took care of her, and he needed to pray to him. But first, he wanted to know why that wolf had appeared and attacked her in the first place. Layla remembered that Charlotte summoned her to her and sprayed a strange powder, after which a predator appeared. She blamed herself for her carelessness, but Lucas didn't hold a grudge against her at all. If anyone is to blame, it is only the woman who tried to deceive the heroine and harm her. Leaning his forehead against her head, the hero hoped that she would no longer feel guilty. Agreeing with him, Layla felt a strong pain in her head again and fell on the bed. Lucas wanted to call a doctor, but she decided that she just needed to lie down for a while and everything would pass. After giving her time to rest, he decided to find out what Lady Pinatelli had done. At this time, Michael ran to the screams, wanting to know what was wrong with his aunt. Throwing himself into her arms, he was glad that the heroine was with them again. Layla remembered that from the moment she came into this world, she had always lived under threat. She closed herself off from everyone and could not love anyone, and no one loved her. Sometimes, in the most humiliating moments, she saw her reflection. In the mirror, I did not understand why it was necessary to live like this. She had wanted to just die before, but now it was completely different. Layla had a home to return to and people who loved her. Lucas was a little alarmed by the fact that while he was saving her, many people saw the girl's face. But the heroine did not see this as a problem because she still planned to reveal her appearance. Then the Duke decided to simply refuse unnecessary visits for the time being. Layla was a little frightened that Theobald and Henry could see her true face. Michael hoped that something would not be all right and that she would soon recover. Now the most important thing was to have a good rest and recover. After a while, Charlotte's father knocked on Charlotte's bedroom. He hoped that she had slept well and felt at least a little better. The lady was sincerely grateful to Dad for his concern. Despite the trouble she caused, thanks to the Duke's help, everything went smoothly. Shocked by what she heard, Charlotte decided that she had done nothing wrong. Her father believed that even the slightest accident could cause her to fall to the bottom, and he hoped that his daughter would be more careful in the future. Lady Pinatelli was shocked and furious that these psychos from Montefeltro were really going to harm her. No matter how much she insisted, no one listened to her, and if accused, Charlotte could be tortured. If Henry had not arrived in time, everything would have ended very badly. She didn't understand why everyone was making a fuss about such a freak who wasn't even seriously injured. Fortunately, Duke Predio respected her and personally made sure that Lady Pinatelli could rest. Therefore, now her father wanted her not to go anywhere and recover properly. After the conversation, he left on business, and Charlotte did not understand how her dad dared to leave her alone in a frustrated state. Later, Layla began to look at the vial of ointment with interest, considering it amazing. It turned out to be a very effective potion, and she didn't even have scars. Suddenly, Lucas came in, preparing a small gift for his wife. Having given her a gorgeous bouquet of flowers, he wanted to congratulate the heroine on her recovery. He understood that it was hard for her to be in this room all the time, so he decided to bring something that blooms outside. The Duke had been busy for a long time and could not see her, so he missed her and hoped that Layla would be able to devote time to him. The heroine was only happy and decided to forget about everything today and just pretend that there are no difficulties. At that moment, the voice of a maid came from behind the door, announcing the unexpected arrival of the guests. The hero was furious because the butler had to make sure that no one was received today. However, according to the maid, it was very difficult to refuse these guests. Layla remembered that since she had woken up, she had been showered with invitations from people whose names she had heard for the first time. She naively believed that a written answer would be enough and she could take a little break. But the people did not calm down, and even Theobald constantly asked Lucas about her. Duke Predio and the Marquis of Louvenier also sent their invitations, and in order to refuse, they had to pretend to be ill in front of their servants. Fortunately, during all this time, Charlotte never reminded of herself. As it turned out, another guest had come to see her now, which was even more alarming. This time, Baron Este and his wife came to see her. Not expecting this at all, Layla was discouraged by such news. At this time, Louis and Becky were patiently waiting for the owners of the estate in the guest room. The Baroness was delighted with the rich interior of the room, which cost a fortune. The heroine's brother was very annoyed by the fact that his wife was spinning in all directions. Becky knew that the rumors about the unexpected beauty of the heroine were spread by some knights, and she considered them a lie. On the other hand, this would not be surprising because in childhood she was quite pretty. However, after the death of her father, Layla began to change, and Louis almost forgot what she was like. Tired of the long wait, he didn't know if she had turned up her nose because of the status of a duchess. Around the same time, the Lady of Monaco approached the entrance to the capital's Montefeltro mansion. She recently sent a letter and hoped that the heroine would be told about her visit. At that moment, Lucas and Layla entered the guest room, presenting themselves in front of the guests. The eyes of the Baron and his wife almost fell out of their sockets at the sight of the beauty of their relative. Speechless, they could not believe that the heroine was really in front of them. Greeting them with a smile, Layla wanted to know why they had arrived so suddenly. She also reproached the guests for not greeting the Duke, after which the guests jumped from their seats. Lucas did not react to them in any way, just glared at the couple with an icy look. After her father's death, Layla realized that if everything continued like this, she would end up as in the original. In addition, the brother and the maid began to regularly mock her. They secretly took things from her that her father gave her and sold them to live luxuriously, and then blamed the heroine for their loss. As Layla walked by, Becky pinched her nose and Louis walked into her room without asking, cursing. After living with them, the girl was haunted by nightmares for a long time, and apparently they weren't going to be polite now either. Therefore, first of all, the heroine wanted to know why they came to her without warning. Louis thought they were worried about her because so much had happened. Moreover, her brother still did not know her husband and was glad to finally see him. The Duke found it strange that a man who was so worried about his relative did not warn about his visit. With all his appearance, the hero showed a complete rejection of the guests and a desire to see them off. The heroine understood that he was held back only by the fact that they were members of her family. Louis was indignant that he came to his sister, and she was thinking about something else. Becky decided that she needed to be more focused on guests, because how could a duchess be so rude? Realizing that nothing had changed, Layla smiled back and pretended that it was difficult for her to concentrate now because of the injury. Putting his arm around her shoulders, the Duke was outraged by the behavior of the Baron and his wife. Their harsh tone infuriated him, and he could not allow the heroine's feelings to be hurt. Turning to the heroine, he decided that she should avoid stress, otherwise she would get a headache again. Realizing what was going on, she immediately pretended to suffer from a headache. She decided that the cause of her pain was the excessive severity of the intruders. Taken aback by this, the Baron did not understand why Layla blamed them for everything. Isn't she too cruel to the family that fed and raised her? The heroine was glad that her brother finally understood what it was like for her before. They called her a disgusting, ugly woman every day and expressed sincere disgust at their kinship with her. Pale with horror, Becky did not understand why she mentioned it in front of his lordship. However, the Duke was now also a member of their family, and Layla didn't understand why they should be ashamed of the truth. These two made her feel disgusted, and the heroine had long ceased to consider them her family. Therefore, now the Baron and his wife could return home, and Layla decided to personally see that they were escorted to the exit. The complexion of the guests became like a ripe plum, and they were speechless from shock. After that, they tried to be indignant, but they were safely expelled from the mansion. It became even more difficult for them to control themselves, and having broken down, Louis and Becky finally ruined their reputation. In this world, a polite attitude is valued in the family, and Layla was a little worried that this situation could harm the Duke's reputation. But the hero saw no reason to worry, because he would not allow them to say even a word about her. The heroine was happy with the end of the visits, and now it was time to spend time with a loving family. Lady Arius did not want to spoil their idol, but she hoped that no one had forgotten about her. Remembering the unexpected support, Layla heard that the guest would like to talk in private. She could have sworn that this conversation would do no harm. Lucas was furious that anyone had come to them lately. He even thought that this was some kind of mass prank on a person who had just recovered from an injury. The heroine could not recover normally because those who had not even greeted her before suddenly showed interest in her. She already had a private meeting with Charlotte, who was a friend of Monaco's, and this led to an injury. He did not understand what kind of game they were playing, but all their ideas were in vain. The hero initially restrained himself because he thought that Layla herself was interested in these meetings. Lady Arius knew what it looked like, but she really didn't have an ulterior motive. Besides, it had been a long time since she had broken off her friendship with Lady Pinatelli, and that was what she wanted to talk about. But as a noble lady, she could not converse about women's affairs in the presence of her husband. Smiling at the Duke, Layla decided that everything would be all right. Prior to that, Monaco helped her on the hunt and even stood up for her in front of Charlotte. The hero confided in his wife, and Layla invited the guest to the living room. As a child, Lady Arius often heard the story of Baron Esta's daughter. Wherever the young lady went, she attracted attention everywhere, and she was always surrounded by joy and laughter. The reason for this was the unearthly beauty of the heroine, and Monaco was sure that she would become the main person in the secular world. But a few years later, she met Layla at one of the banquets. Seeing her with new makeup, Lady Arius realized that the beauty had become ugly. At the time, it shocked her greatly, but now Monaco was even more surprised. At the same time, she did not hide her surprise and honestly admitted this heroine. Layla apologized for the short wait, as she had to take her medication at a certain time. Lady Arias had not come here to look for confirmation of the rumors, but the girl's appearance was discouraging. The heroine has repeatedly explained that it was a special makeup to find someone who would love the real her. Monaco had cut off communication with Lady Pinatelli once and for all, and she also wanted to apologize for everything that had happened in the past. Smiling back, Layla wanted to hear the real reason for her coming. Taken aback by her words, Lady Arias really wanted to just apologize. Then Layla remembered that she had recently realized how short life was. Therefore, she wanted to end this conversation as soon as possible and spend time with her family. Monaco did not understand. Did she really think that she would really be able to understand the real reason for her coming? She also wanted to know if the Duchess of Montefeltro did not want to become queen in society. Not expecting such a turn, the heroine fell into a stupor. Meanwhile, Michael was slowly walking through the corridors of the Imperial Academy, heading to the committee's office. The boy did not understand why the Marquis had suddenly decided to call him to his place. Meeting him at the entrance, Alfonso apologized for the unexpected challenge. Despite this, he sincerely hoped that the young hero could give him a minute. At this time, Lady Arias seriously believed that the heroine deserved to be queen in society. Now, Lady Pinatelli unconditionally dominates there thanks to her pretty face, pretense, and tough character. There were many who hated her, and when they met Charlotte, they all had only two options: either stay away from her or endure and take her side. Layla knew perfectly well that Monaco preferred to choose the second option. That was true, but when the Crown Prince chose her, Charlotte began to control the lady's every move. Previously, she at least pretended to be good, and then she began to openly slander the girl. Lady Arias could no longer pretend to be nice, and she had to retreat. If Lady Esta wants to reach the top, now is the time to do so. She already has a great reputation, perfect appearance, and wonderful speech. Monaco considered her a deity who would definitely be able to wipe Charlotte's nose. If only the heroine allowed her, she was ready to do her best and make her the queen of high society. Sighing calmly, Layla did not see the need for this at all, and it wasn't about revenge, it was just that she wasn't interested. When Lady Pinatelli's actions become known to everyone, it will already be a worthy punishment. Besides, wasn't Monaco at one with Charlotte towards her? So much has accumulated that an apology from her will not be enough. So if Lady Arias had finished, that could be considered the end of the conversation. Realizing that there was no other way out, Monaco could only humbly surrender. As she left, she was sincerely grateful that the heroine accepted her despite the unexpected visit. She was also really glad that Layla was doing well after that incident. She knew that Lady Pinatelli was up to something, but she did not expect that she would come to this. Hoping to see Layla at the autumn ball, the girl finally left the mansion. At the end of this eventful day, the heroine collapsed wearily on the bed. Looking at the comm locket, she knew that it was too early for Michael to go to bed. Suddenly, the boy called her, hoping that he hadn't woken up his aunt. He was uncomfortable with a recent meeting with some strange person from the Academy Committee. Layla hoped that he had not been summoned because of bad behavior, but that was not the case. As it turned out, he was simply asked to give his uncle and her an invitation to an open lesson, which would be in a few days. At the same time, Michael decided that if she was still sick, then there was no need to force herself. Deciding that everything was fine, Layla was going to come with Lucas sometime this week. She was sincerely looking forward to meeting her nephew in class, which embarrassed him a little. Suddenly, he wondered if the heroine knew anyone from the committee. In fact, it was the first time the girl had heard of his existence. The man Michael was seeing wanted to meet her, and so the young hero decided that they knew each other. Hearing that the guy's name was Alfonso Lou Venier, Layla froze in place with horror. In the meantime, Lucas hadn't expected that Count Pinatelli's family would make such mistakes. Cheap contraceptives, fake magic tools, as well as perfumes with the aroma of delusion. The Duke had no idea that they were selling goods that were forbidden by the Emperor himself. His people found out that such things are sold at secret auctions, which are held quite rarely. Lucas wanted to take care of this case himself in order to punish Charlotte properly, but now things have become much more complicated. To begin with, he decided that it would be a good idea to meet the Marquis Lou Venier. The hero didn't want to do something that the imperial family wouldn't like, but he could definitely ruin this woman's life. Therefore now, he decided to carefully follow the further actions of the Countess Pinatelli. At this time, Theobald stood in front of the great window, filled with anger. He was disgusted that now he had to please this freak. Ordering a carriage to be brought to him, he intended to visit Layla immediately. The butler decided to warn him, because since the Duchess had suffered, his lordship was now also receiving special attention. Therefore, it will be best to meet at the autumn ball. Suddenly, the prince had a headache, and the servant decided to bring medicine. He was getting worse every day, and Theobald was thinking of increasing the dose. The headache began to get worse after the dream she was in. But despite this, His Highness was glad to have the opportunity to see her in this way. Wanting to return to Layla as soon as possible, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep soundly. Suddenly, he found himself in front of his bed, on which the heroine was sitting with her back to him. Turning to him, the girl looked at the prince with a cold, lifeless gaze. Smiling at her, Theobald decided that Layla simply hadn't slept enough, and that was why she looked so depressed. He missed her very much and was sincerely glad to have the opportunity to see her. The prince also hoped that the heroine also missed him, but she suddenly wanted His Highness to kill her. With a mad smile on her face, she looked at him and only wanted to die. Not understanding anything and loving her with all his heart, Theobald suddenly saw that she had disappeared and his shirt was stained with blood. Looking down, he saw Layla lying on the floor in a pool of her own blood with a shard of glass in her hand. The prince trembled in horror, realizing that he just loved her and wanted her to be there. Hearing her blame him for her death, Theobald abruptly woke up in a cold sweat. He didn't understand why this dream felt so real because it was just a nightmare. On the other hand, it could be an omen, and the prince was afraid that he would not be able to protect her. Before that, he knew that Charlotte Pinatelli was capable of meanness, but he did not think that she would do something so disgusting. After a while, the heroine and the Duke went to the capital, heading to an open lesson at the academy. Before that, she received a gift from Michael, thanks to which, even in the middle of the crowd, no one paid attention to her. Now they could safely go shopping, which made Lucas very happy. However, he was a little embarrassed that he couldn't see his wife's face either. It was a pendant on which the nephew had cast a spell to hide the wearer's face from prying eyes. After receiving such a gift, Layla decided that Michael was a genius of geniuses. But even so, she was still wary of the upcoming meeting with Alfonso Louvenier. When she heard this name, it was as if she was struck by lightning and hoped that they would never see each other again. She even wanted to refuse the trip, but could not do it because of the boy. Michael missed her as much as she missed him, and felt lonely within the walls of the school. Therefore, although she did not like the Marquis, she still decided to come to see her nephew. In addition, they would go with Lucas, which meant there was nothing to be afraid of. Glowing with joy, the boy was very happy and looking forward to it. And now, finding herself in the center of the capital, the heroine thought about what they hadn't bought him yet. Having bought everything they needed, the heroes safely arrived at the academy building. As soon as they approached the entrance, Michael immediately ran out to meet them. Running up to Layla, he was very glad to see her and hoped that she had recovered. Feeling like the odd man out, the Duke didn't understand. Wasn't he happy to see his uncle? The boy did not expect that they would really come together. Then Lucas decided to go to the academy as soon as possible because they had a lot of luggage. The lessons were already over, and the nephew decided to show them beautiful places first. Suddenly, however, Alfonso Louvenier, who holds a position on the board of directors, appeared right in front of them. Hearing that he wanted to talk to them, the Duke hoped that the Marquise would be brief. But Alfonso was not going to be crucified for long, because all he wanted was to check the Duchess's face. Unable to see him, he realized that he had used some kind of spell and decided to escort the guests to the reception room. Later, over a cup of tea, he admitted that he was surprised when he learned about the heroine's injury. He decided to ask if they had some kind of magical object with them. Layla had been waiting for this question because this meeting was just an excuse and she had already guessed the Marquise's real intentions. She just didn't understand how this bastard dared to use Michael to check rumors. She and the Duke had already discussed everything on the way to the academy, and Layla was about to show her face, knowing that he could not get away with it. At the hunting competitions, she was really scared, and the girl felt that she could only trust her husband and nephew. Those numerous letters were sent only out of curiosity because they tried to kill her. The heroine had to send many refusals, and she met with Baron Este and his wife only because of their unexpected visit. Layla turned out to be stronger than she thought and decided to continue living here, along with Lucas and Michael. Touching the pendant around her neck with her hand, she canceled the spell and revealed her true face. The Marquise's eyes tripled in size and his cheeks flushed. It was a great honor for him to meet such a beautiful lady, and he wanted her to come to the prom. Looking back coldly, the girl ordered him to stop immediately. She was unhappy that he had invited them here just to look at her face, and she knew that Alfonso had thought of her before. It doesn't matter what the heroine looked like or what dress she wore, it wasn't all for him. Soon she will become the official duchess, and therefore the Marquis should be careful with his words. Pretending to repent, the Marquis was glad that this rose had thorns. He also decided that Layla was too pretty to belong to Lucas alone. Alfonso remembered that the Duke of Montefeltro had been very quiet at the academy, keeping to himself. The Marquis, therefore, thought that he had forcibly kept his wife by his side. Ordering him to be quiet immediately, Layla decided that if there was any new rumor, she would think it was his doing. Therefore, she once again wanted to clarify that Alfonso needs to be careful with his words. Having also decided that he was full of ridiculous assumptions, she didn't want to waste her time on him anymore. The Marquise wanted to apologize, but suddenly caught the Duke's stern gaze on him. Listening to his words, Alfonso turned pale abruptly, feeling an icy chill on his back. After that, Lucas went after his wife, leaving him completely confused. Layla was so angry that she told him everything to his face and now hoped that it would not affect Michael's academic performance. Putting his arm around her shoulders, the Duke saw no reason to worry. Moreover, he really liked the way his wife behaved. It was the first time he had seen the Marquis so dumbfounded, and he could hardly restrain his laughter. And it is unlikely that any statements can affect the life of the successor in the academy, so there is nothing to worry about. Noticing that the hero began to smile much more often, Layla remembered how cold he seemed to her when they first met. The reason for this was that Lucas had a hard time interacting with people because he was afraid to speak. He hated other people's opinions, hated himself for worrying about it, and lived without thinking about anything. But when he met the heroine, he finally understood who he was and what he was really capable of. Later, after meeting their nephew, they continued to enjoy the family outing. After a while, Alfonso arrived at the estate of Count Pinatelli to meet Charlotte. The lady could not believe that the rumors about Layla's appearance turned out to be true, and even the Marquis thought she was beautiful. As he left her, Alfonso hoped that Charlotte would be careful at the autumn ball. Taken aback by his words, she did not understand what he meant. The Marquise remembered that if it had not been for Henry, she would not have escaped punishment for what she had done while hunting. Against Montefeltro, the hero could not help, and if she planned to do something to the heroine again, then she had better stop now. Making innocent eyes, Charlotte still did not understand what was being said and what was she guilty of. Did he really believe that she was guilty of what happened on the hunt? Chuckling, Alfonso decided that this answer was completely her style. The hero liked Lady Pinatelli, and it was funny for him to watch her. He had long understood that if she had not been an aristocrat, she would have become the best actress in the country. As he set off, he found himself thinking that watching Charlotte was no longer so funny. Maybe the Marquis was just tired of her, or maybe it was because Lady Pinatelli had changed. He used to just find fault, but now he couldn't say anything about the current Charlotte, except that she was creepy. Filled with rage, Charlotte returned to the house and ordered Amanda to be brought to her. Approaching the mirror in her room, the lady was completely disgusted with her sad face. After many hardships, she became a star, but died suddenly before she could enjoy the glory. In her previous life, she was hit by a car along with her makeup artist and looked at her dead body from the side with horror. She later learned that Cho Yun-sol had been reborn, and the Shinigami wanted to give her the same chance. The only condition for the reincarnation of Jin Yu-ra was that she would become the main character in a new life. Finding herself from his proposal, the girl suddenly woke up on the body of Charlotte Pinatelli. The Shinigami wanted her to do her best and fulfill the wish of the owner of this body. And now she didn't care if that freak girl was transformed or not. In any case, the lady simply could not give up her seat to someone else.